Chapter 1. The Next Path. Perfect order is the forerunner of perfect horror. Carlos Fuentes. Act 1.1. John. 1 month ago, downtown Reading's Cathedral. For many years, economic decay eroded what used to be the beautiful Reading, PA downtown. After the clothing industry left the U.S. to find cheaper labor in China, little by little, graffiti stains and abandoned houses started to gain terrain. As time went by, more and more of those houses lacked the proper maintenance, or at least that was the case until 2 years ago, when an unknown burst of light reactivated the local economy, bringing color to the oppressed and fading away some of the darkness that was taking over the city. Inside one of the modest houses that remained untouched by the reviving money spur of that area, Juan stood before his bedroom mirror, donned in khakis and a white polo shirt. He adjusted his hair, hesitated about his eyeglasses, though, as he was heading out to his church. He wanted to look as sharp as he could for May, an 18-year-old Chinese-American with dark hair and brown eyes, who had been his crush since he was 12. "Bye, Mom," yelled Juan to his mom. "Como que, bye, Mom? Venga acá y déjeme darle la bendición, mijo," said Juan's mom in a demanding voice. "Love you, Mom," Juan said, running. He was worried he was going to be late to join May's group, not minding at all to have to paint houses, fences, gardens, and do any kind of tasks for free. Juan knew that May was a hard worker. She has an after-school job, and even finds time to lead this group of teens to glow up the neighborhood. "Today is the day," Juan whispered as he was running. How was he going to tell May that he liked her? Lost in his thoughts, and before he had realized it, there he was, just outside the Catholic Cathedral of St. Augustine, which stood as a timeless testament to faith. The majestic behemoth of stone and stained glass was a beacon of spirituality. The entrance doors, aged and weather-worn, opened into the deep sanctuary that echoed with the whispers of prayers and Juan's steps while he crossed the aisle and headed to the hall situated beneath the church. He did not have to go that way, but a sense of reverence permeated the atmosphere, inviting Juan to pause and contemplate the divine mysteries before reaching his destination. He had always been impressed by the high-vaulted ceilings that soared overhead, adorned with intricate frescoes depicting scenes of God's reign. That and the flickering candles that illuminated the sacred space on ornate altars created for him a dance of light and shadow that seemed to transcend the confines of his earthly realm. On the left corner of the cathedral there was a line of people waiting in silence for their confession, self-reflecting on their sins and seeking forgiveness to become again a blank canvas upon which the faithful painted their hopes for eternal life. A true sanctuary not just of stone and mortar, but also of human spirit for all those who seek redemption. Inside the confessional, only the light murmur of 2 male voices could be heard. "Now, please go in peace, son. Your sins have been forgiven," Father Joseph said. "Thank you, Father," Father John responded, making the sign of the cross after some moments of deep prayer. Father Joseph continued with confessions for the next hour. Then he recited his prayers and walked out. "Father Joseph, please wait," Father John whispered, rushing his way to the exit to catch his old friend and spiritual mentor. "You have to let go, John," Father Joseph said. "But Father, it feels like I can do way more to help out," Father John said. "Our Father sent you back here for a reason. Sometimes the way of the world clouds our sight of what he wants from us, but we can only pray to stay in his ways, so we can see our true path," Father Joseph said. "But please, walk with me. Let's have a cup of tea at Marcy's." They started walking across the street towards Marcy's jewelry shop. "Please, Father, do you have a coin to spare?" a homeless person asked from the sidewalk. Father Joseph started to get a vision. 958 BC at Gihon, close to what is now known as Jerusalem. A 12-year-old boy rode a mule into Gihon, greeting everyone with charisma as he tied his mule. With a smile, he asked for Zadok, the royal priest sent for an announcement in the Great Hall. A guard showed him the way and let him go alone down the hallway. "Where are you going so fast, little one?" asked one of the men dressed like royal guards who stood on the way, their faces concealed with tunics. "Get off of me! My father is calling and I need to go," Solomon replied, trying to escape. As he sought help from the outside, the noise of a parade drowned his cries. Your father is not even here. He is so sick that he cannot pull himself out of bed, a second man said, holding him. A third man opened a door to a small room used for storing food. No, don't! Screamed Solomon. But he was thrown to the ground, getting covered in red dust. His small hand still reached the tallest man's vest, leaving a red handprint, but only to be punched in the face and pushed back into the room. The men locked the door, leaving Solomon helpless. Lord, forgive me and forgive my brothers. Please, Lord God, help me find a way out of here. My father may need me. My Lord, my God, give this servant the wisdom to know what to do now, Solomon prayed. He heard some noise and the door moved. It was Bathsheba, his mother, who had unlocked it. She took him to his father. Come on, son, the king is waiting, she said, smiling. How did you... Thank you, Lord, for hearing my prayer and delivering your blessing through my mother, Solomon whispered. Nathan the prophet told me that your path was going to be challenging, so I followed you from a distance and saw what the guards did to you, she explained, cleaning the red dust that covered her son the best she could. Then they entered the main hall where many were waiting for them. Back to present day. Father John looked at Father Joseph and crossed the street to give the homeless man his gold cross. God bless you, but he misses you at Mass. Please remember that. He wants to hear from you, Father John said, handing over the cross to the man. Thank you, said the man, biting the cross to see if it was made of gold. You need to be more careful, John, Father Joseph whispered to him as they were about to enter Marcy's jewelry shop. Father John, Juan screamed aloud, running towards John as fast as he could. I'll be right there, Father Joseph, said John, walking to his nephew with open arms. Juanito, ¿cómo estás, mijo? John drew a big smile on his face. Juan jumped over him and gave him a big hug. I did not know you were back in town. Feels like so long, said Juan. 3 years can feel that way, Juan, said John. And look at you. What are you now, 20 or what? You grew a lot. And how's my sister doing? Nah, I'm still 18, and Mom is doing well. She will be very happy to see that you are here, and so will Dad, said Juan. I need to do some things this morning, but I'll stop by for dinner. Ya dijiste, tío. Ahí nos vemos. I will tell Mom to make a flan for you. Deal, Juan, said John, giving him another hug. Gotta go now. Juan watched him go and started walking away, constantly waving goodbye as John entered Marcy's shop. Hello, Marcy, said Father John. Hello, Father. You are just in time. 2 more minutes and I will be taking a delicious chicken pot pie out of the oven. Oh, that is my favorite, Father John said. I baked the pie for my sister, but she's not coming, and my son is out of town today. But I see my Lord wants me to share it with you now. And thank you, Father, for that, said Father John, looking up. Let me just put up the closed sign so we can get to the kitchen. She walked by, locked the door, and invited both priests to join her. They were led through a corridor to the back of the jewelry, where there were working tables with different glass containers. The tools were a little bit dusted, and there were half-made rings set over the desks. A sort of an unorganized mess with tools and toys all over the place. As they kept walking, hanging on the side of the wall, there was a long display of framed small surprise eggs figurines that Marcy kept collecting. Here, Marcy, a gift for all the help you have been giving us. There's no need, Father, she said while opening the present, quickly taking off the newspaper that wrapped it. How? Thank you, Father, but this is not even out there yet, Marcy said, full of excitement after uncovering a chocolate egg from Germany. She carefully cracked the chocolate egg so it could remain in 2 halves to sneak peek what was inside. Alvine told me you might like this one. She was the one who got it for me. She gave Father a hug, for it was her first egg of that kind, and she placed it, as such, in the most visible place on her collection. Now shall we? Said Father Joseph as he kept walking towards the end of the hall. There was another door that opened into Marcy's kitchen, which was connected to the shop. The anticipation of the pot pie smell was taking over Father John's mind because he had been fasting as part of his spiritual exercise. As they continued walking inside the house, Father John noticed that a gathering was taking place in Marcy's living room. Ah, said Father John, sitting down as he started to feel lightheaded. As promised, Marcy smiled at him. Father John looked at her and just smiled back. There were already 4 people there who were making a fist that was placed against their wide-open right hand. These 4 people were longtime members of an ancient secret organization aimed at protecting people who had been given special gifts by God. The original organization dated all the way back to 940 BC and had been founded in the Middle East. Since then, they have referred to themselves as members of the Hand, as the red hand sigil was used by Solomon's personal guard. People said that days after he became king, he was able to recognize one of the soldiers that captured him, thanks to the red mark of his hand, that he was able to imprint on that soldier's back, leading him to the people that wanted to prevent his coronation. Amongst the people in the room there were Hal, John's best friend since childhood, Heather McCoy, a Wall Street guru from New York, Alan Patterson, a prominent rancher and farmer from Idaho, and White Bear Paw, a 70-year-old Apache from the north of Arizona, who used to travel along with Father Joseph to help communities all the way from the south of the U.S. to the remote mountain regions in South America. Thank you for coming on such short notice. There is a lot to discuss as I have chosen my successor, the one that will try to make the most out of this heavenly gift, and with it, try to help as many people as possible, Father Joseph said, grabbing a cup of water that was already served for him. But first, let us pray to God, so that this decision evolves and spreads the good amongst our brothers and sisters, and also helps us keep fighting against the temptations of this world. Now, please, move all forward and close your eyes, as you have kept your commitment at heart, allowing this gift to spread across different regions. Now I will be taking a different role along the way. Nonetheless, the next path will be new for one of you, for the one that now receives the gift. Meanwhile, outside the shop, a black car approached. The mirrors were tinted, therefore all that you could see were vague reflections. The car stopped right in front of the homeless beggar. A lady in black leather pants got out of the car. She approached the man as if she was going to give him some money, but when the man extended his hand to get the money, he exchanged it for a note that she quickly hid by closing her fist, getting quickly back into the car. The car drove away from the place, and the homeless man remained there, looking around to make sure no one had seen the exchange. Act 1.2. Tom. 3 weeks ago, Das Guten Old Mafia Bar just outside West Philadelphia. Inside the bar, the air was thick with the scent of stale beer and tobacco mingling with the faint aroma of aged wood. Dim lights flickered, casting long shadows over the faces of patrons, some etched with lines of worry, others relaxed in the haze of their drinks. The clinking of glasses and the low murmur of conversations blended into a background symphony occasionally punctuated by a burst of laughter or a raised voice. The conversations flowed openly, delving into various illegal activities wrapped in a coded language of vague names, places, and times, carefully avoiding direct implication. Framed pictures of clients adorned the walls, capturing moments frozen in time. Among them, holding a prominent place, images of the old Italian mafia that had once ruled in the 1920s. The bar had gained notoriety as a hub for drug dealing, owing to its historical connections and a reputation for neutrality. And just as the mafia ruled the traffic business in that era, these days the EZ cartel owned the tile. Named after its leader's nickname, El Zorro, the cartel has gained a reputation across the United States. Mr. Smith, born in New Jersey and raised in West Philadelphia, had climbed the ranks of the trafficking business. Now in control of drug dealing from Philadelphia up to New York, he was often referred to as EZ, derived from El Zorro. This moniker stemmed from a Z-shaped scar adorning his back, a mysterious mark shrouded in various tales of childhood fights, interrogations by a former New York drug lord, or a warning from a Mexican cartel leader. According to the legend, questioning the scar would incur the swift and brutal consequence of EZ drawing his machete and carving a bloody Z on the inquirer's chest while delivering his signature farewell phrase, El pez por su boca muere, imbécil. EZ never graced the bar with his presence. That night was no exception. Instead, he had sent his right hand, H.W. Klain, a.k.a. Hawk, his high-ranking lieutenant, to hear about a new proposal from one of their main customers in Illinois. At the heart of this secretive gathering sat Tom O'Danley, a young man whose presence seemed to blend effortlessly with the rugged charm of the bar. Raised by a Mexican family but born to Irish and German parents, Tom's heritage was as mixed as the clientele of Das Guten. His green eyes scanned the room, taking in the scene with an air of casual authority. He raised his drink, a Vampiro, a vibrant mix of tequila, lime juice, sangria, grapefruit soda, and salt, in a silent toast to the night's possibilities. "For life is short, let good times show," said Tom. "Salud, hermanos," he called out loud, his voice a blend of streetwise confidence and cultural richness, a nod to his mixed heritage. The bar responded with a mix of cheers and indifference. Hawk, as usual, remained detached. "Orale, Hawk, lighten up, carnal," Tom teased, his lingo a mix of street slang and the Spanish he grew up with. His words were a dance of cultures, reflecting the streets of Philadelphia and the warmth of the Mexican family that had brought him up. Tom spotted the bartender having trouble with a client and approached her with a sip of his drink. "Are you not talking to me now?" Tom asked her, fixing his white t-shirt and oversized pants for a better impression. Linda, the bartender, looked clueless about what Tom was talking about, while already trying to deal with a drunk guy asking her for a date. "Leave me alone, Tom. This is not a good time," she replied. "Come on, Linda. I didn't forget our date. But I am going to make it up to you," said Tom, looking straight into the eyes of Jeff, who had decided to pay and leave the girl alone. Tom kept looking at him until he was sure he wasn't coming back to harass the girl again. Linda, speechless, just looked at Tom, realizing what he had done for her. The creak of the entrance door announced the arrival of Marlo Tordez, or Marlito, one of the major dealers in Chicago, a colorful character not to be underestimated. The feared figure who was entirely dressed in red and boasting an 80s afro and golden teeth approached Hawk. Hawk rose from his chair, and without any handshakes or exchanged words, they made their way to the back of the bar. "Sorry, babe, gotta go. Hey, call me if he keeps messing with you, okay?" Tom told Linda. Then, drinking another sip of his drink, he rushed and followed Hawk, guarding the entrance of the semi-private room. A 7-feet-tall African-American, accompanying Marlito, stood beside Tom to guard the door as well. Tom's immediate response was to puff his chest and raise his toes as much as he could. They exchanged a look before turning their attention to the entrance door. Marlito pitched a deal that could aid EZ in expanding his territories, explaining that he was on the wrong side of Ralphie, the top mafia lord in Chicago. As the biggest dealer, Marlito felt the need to make a strategic move, either waiting to be killed or aligning with a different group to strengthen his position. Despite the risks, Hawk was intrigued. The organization was already the second largest in the northeastern region, but he knew that for EZ it was never enough. He was always craving for more power and territory. A night of intense business discussions followed. From outside, a sniper rifle focused on the dark yellow painted glass of the meeting room, through which only shadows of those present were revealed. The sniper waited patiently until, at exactly 2 a.m., one silhouette stood up and walked outside the room. The sniper followed that shadow until the exit door from which Marlito and his bodyguard were leaving. A deep breath, a finger pulling the trigger. A shot was made with a silencer. A precise shot fired from about 500 yards away had a direct impact on the sniper's head. The rat's unblemished precision was only overcome by his ruthlessness. Marlito and his bodyguard didn't notice the noise, and the dark night helped cover the drops of blood falling from the ceiling of the building in front of them, where the now deceased sniper was trying to aim. Hawk and Tom headed out of the bar as well. Tom drove to the abandoned warehouse about 500 yards from the bar and stopped the car. From the shadows emerged a bald guy adorned in a black shirt with silver and golden threads. "Fucking Hawk, you were right, but you better call someone to clean up that black building over there," said Arnold J. Peterson, an ex-con and one of the most renowned snipers of the PA cartel organization, originating from the southern Everglades. He was known by his nickname, The Rat, because of the rat tattooed on the back of his head. The three of them drove to EZ's penthouse to let him know about Marlito's plan to smuggle a large shipment of powder into Chicago and gain Roger's customer base, the third-ranked dealer there. "What's your call?" questioned Hawk. "I'm closing the deal with our friend in China. That will give us the extra tons we need for this deal. Let Marlito's deal with Roger, and let's see what Ralphie does," said EZ. Hawk was a strategist by nature. His penchant for spending free days in the public park, observing life unfold, added to the enigma surrounding him. On one hand, you have this pigeon feeder guy who often simply observes passers-by, and on the other, a sharp ability to think steps ahead and plan for possible outcomes. EZ respected his opinion, and the next day was spent going back and forth reviewing possible outcomes. I don't see why we need Marlitos, but for now, let's roll the dice, EZ declared, opening another bottle of wine. Without hesitation, Hawk called Marlito, putting his phone on speaker. We're in. Same date, but outside of Las Vegas, 2 blocks north from the Strip. There's a construction site there. Meet me there. Hawk ended the call without waiting for Marlito's response, then took out the SIM card and destroyed the phone. Same crew as always, EZ remarked, pouring his wine. The crew consisted of the closer. Hawk, as a lieutenant, had the authority to close deals or make changes and move resources as needed. The sniper. The rat to act from the distance as a safeguard against anything going wrong. The hitman. GNK, a key player in the cartel, who served as one of the 7 leaders of the Power Fist group, responsible for maintaining order across the gangs. Despite his significance, GNK kept a low profile around EZ in open public places, given his notoriety in the eyes of the authorities. Johnny B continues to report directly to GNK. The Scout. Johnny B, a 35-year-old leader of the Hawks, street-level informants, and Tom's former boss. He would take a group of Hawks in advance of any event to report on the area or any suspicious activity. The Bait. Timothy Zimmerman, known as El Churro, was normally used as the bait and as Tom's backup plan during the delivery. His background as a former MD had proven very useful for EZ, and Tom had recruited him into the organization after finding him under a river bridge after Tim's failed suicide attempt. The Wheel. Tom's new role after transitioning from a Hawk due to his pre-existing relationship with Hawk and a strong recommendation from old Jerry, EZ's former driver. The Wheel was responsible for transporting people, arms, money, etc., and by achieving this role, Tom was provided with a unique insight into the money laundering used to legitimize illegal profits. Act 1.3. The Feds. Washington, D.C., 2 weeks ago. FBI Money Laundering Division. While the shadows of night were falling over Philadelphia, the city's underbelly was thrumming with illicit activities, a world where Tom O'Danley was a known figure. Unbeknownst to him, his actions were not going unnoticed. Miles away, in the sleek government office of the FBI Money Laundering Division, on Woodrow Road No. 3 building in downtown Washington, D.C., agents were piecing together a puzzle that would soon lead them into the heart of Philadelphia's criminal world. The atmosphere hummed with the meticulous efficiency characteristic of such institutions. Rows of cubicles, each housing a diligent agent, stretched out in a grid-like fashion. At the end of the building, very close to the coffee machine, a huge cubicle contrasted with the others. 4 times the size, the cubicle belonged to Brent Armstrong, a seasoned 55-year-old agent, and to his partner. Brent had a proven record of flawless resolved cases and had earned his place in the division. In fact, he could be way up on his rank, but every time the agency had offered him a promotion, he had declined it, because his heart was really on the field, catching the bad guys, as he always said. He had spent the previous year delving into the intricate web of a mafia organization encroaching dangerously close to the nation's capital. And he had recently been assigned to train Susan Tiki, a 25-year-old Honor Academy high-potential recruit. They had been working together for more than 3 months, and Susan had been able to catch on to the details of the case. Their main suspect was a high-profile real estate investor, presumably implicated in a string of murders and money laundering schemes. Yet, despite their efforts, the duo lacked the concrete evidence needed to escalate the case. "This guy is good. All the bank accounts tied to him seem to be clean so far," said Susan, while continuing to deep dive into the suspect's international bank accounts. "Believe me, kiddo, he is not good at all, and we'll find what we are looking for. We always do." "There are always loose ends, believe me, I know," said Brent with more than a confident tone. A hushed internal mail delivery agent maneuvered through the cubicles, carrying a package in an intrigued fashion. "Case BC 931 for Agent Tiki," announced the mail agent, prompting Susan to look up from her desk. "Please sign here." "Thank you, Ron." "Oh, this one's heavy," Susan remarked, shaking the box. "Hey, tell Mary I loved the cookies." "Will do," replied Ron as he continued down the aisle to deliver the next package. In his wake, he nonchalantly pulled aside the computer power cord, earning a disapproving look from Brent. "You better share some of those cookies next time," Brent admonished. "Believe me, you're better off this way. I just don't have the heart to tell him they're horrible." "Ha ha ha, you youngsters, always trying to be polite." "Come and look at this," Susan called Brent's attention. "What is it, kiddo?" "I don't know. Looks like pieces of gold, but..." She held the paperwork that came with it in her hands and started reading it. Brent swiftly took the item from Susan. "Let me see. Well, sure, they did a good job with this one. Looks like a cracked egg. We'd better look for the goose that laid it. Ha ha ha," he said, closing the box and turning back towards the exit. "I'll sign it into the evidence room. I just don't have the time to follow the track of someone who doesn't do his job. I need real evidence, not this kind of crap." As Brent walked away, Susan examined the paperwork further. "It says it was confiscated from one of our suspects, used as payment to our agents. The lab notes are attached here as well." "Mm-hmm." "What is it?" Brent looked at her, but his foot got caught on the computer cable on the floor, causing him to trip. Although he didn't fall completely, he let go of the box, pieces falling to the floor and were now bent and scratched. But there was a small piece in the shape of a capsule that broke into two pieces, as if it was meant to open, and other pieces that were inside got spread all over the floor. Susan quickly bent down to help Brent pick up the pieces. "I was not expecting that," Susan said, looking at the inside of the now opened capsule, where a small ball remained. They exchanged puzzled glances as they collected the scattered pieces. What initially seemed like an opulent piece now resembled a regular chocolate surprise egg with a toy inside, but completely made up of pure gold. "Well, that's even weirder," Susan remarked, opening the container slightly more. "What isn't out of all this?" "Well, this looks like the Princess Star toy line. I've just bought one of these." "I didn't know you had kids." "I don't. This is highly collectible, and it was just released a week ago." "Same gold ones?" "No, just milk chocolate eggs with this exact toy inside." "So someone is a fan of the same stuff. So what?" "It may be more than that. I had to import them from Germany because it wasn't going to be released in any other country. I think we need to pay our guest a visit." They gathered all the pieces into the box and headed to the evidence room. Before Brent could notice her move, Susan kept a piece of gold, a leg to be precise, with the brand and something that resembled a serial number. "What was his name again?" Susan asked, distracting Brent while discreetly pocketing the piece. "He goes by Billy. Seems he's a low-rank guy from PA. He'll talk. I'll make sure of it." Act 1.4. Vegas. Las Vegas, 1 week ago. Day of negotiation. It was a warm night in Las Vegas, and Hawk, along with his crew, had meticulously positioned themselves around the area to cover the warehouse deal. The place, supposedly owned by a John Adams, was one of the many discreet safe houses within the intricate network maintained by EZ throughout the United States. Inside the warehouse, only Hawk stood, his eyes fixed on his watch. He had a radio device in his ear, 2 minutes before the prearranged hour. "Ready, boss," reported El Churro. "All clear here, boss," echoed Tom. "Smile," commanded the rat, his Sig Sauer locked on Hawk. "Marlito is approaching," GNK rushed. "Something's wrong. He's coming in hot." "What's your call?" Johnny B asked Hawk. "Let them in," Hawk said in a calm tone, getting ready to receive them in the middle of the warehouse. Johnny B opened the entrance fence, but the approaching car seemed to have no intention of slowing down and kept hurtling towards them at almost 50 miles per hour. "Shit!" Johnny screamed, dodging to avoid being crushed by the oncoming car. "Hawk, move out!" he yelled, desperately trying to alert Hawk. The car smashed into the entrance, demolishing it entirely. Hawk leaped to safety but was met by the garage door of the warehouse that projected into the air about 5 feet forward. Dust billowed out from the fabric bags that helped slow his impact, yet he lay unconscious. The car came to a halt on what seemed to be an elevator enclosure partially completed. The front was utterly destroyed, and Marlito's lifeless body was slammed against the wall, his face barely recognizable. Through the shattered windshield, one could witness the driver's head crushed against the car wheel, revealing a high-caliber rifle shot in the back. "Hawk! Hawk!" Johnny B screamed, trying to assist Hawk. A long-distance shot shattered the window and took half of Johnny B's ear. Fuck! Fuck! Johnny B screamed. Johnny, what are you doing? Get your ass out of there! Shouted the rat. Tom, back door! Johnny said, attempting to move Hawk, who seemed too heavy for him. Another shot hit Johnny's elbow. Already here, said Tom, opening the truck and rushing towards Johnny to help out with Hawk. I got his arms. What the fuck was that? GNK screamed over the radio. Ambush, get the Hawks here. Roger, said GNK. Tom and Johnny B placed Hawk in the back of the truck and started driving away. Agents in suits began surrounding the area, closing streets. Go, 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 Johnny B yelled. Tom crashed the truck into the barricade of cars the ambushers had set blocking the road. But despite the crash, he was successful in pushing them aside. The tires blew out from a spike line placed behind the cars, though. For a moment, Tom thought he could get away. The flattened tires produced sparks and a rhythmic beat on the street, like a vigorous clapping sound. Fuck, said Tom, just before getting crashed by a semi-truck that hit the vehicle from behind. Tom opened his eyes. 5 gunmen in black suits were now surrounding the truck, all pointing rifles at him. Johnny B was unconscious, and there was no sign of Hawk, at least as far as Tom could perceive in his dizziness. His head was throbbing, a constant beeping invaded his ears, preventing him from making sense of any other noise or their commands. He turned around, his face met the back of the rifle that was about to strike, rendering him unconscious once again. Tom was getting slapped in the face. He started to regain consciousness. He found himself tied up inside the warehouse with Johnny B, Hawk, and the lifeless bodies of Marlito and his driver. Good morning, Sunshine. Thank you for joining us here. I was asking your friends who else is with you, one of the men in a black suit said. His suit was slightly different from the others. Although it was all black as well, he had a golden fist pin holding his dark gray tie. Your mama, quipped Tom, getting knocked out again, this time by a fist to his chin. The impact was so forceful that his body, along with his chair, hit the floor with nothing to soften the fall. Do you have any idea who we are? Asked the man in the suit. You fucking shot me, retorted Johnny B. Nah, that wasn't us, but that was fun to watch, the guy with the pin said. Anti-drug force, rushed Hawk, whose presence had gone unnoticed, but for Tom's surprise, was sitting a few steps away from him. And I was told you were the clever one, the man in the suit slapped Hawk. Better this way. He approached Hawk and whispered in his ear so no one else could hear him. Just tell us who has the gift, and we'll let you live. The side fence was torn down by a trailer. The men in the black suits took immediate cover as cars broke in from the outside. From each of the car's windows, guns firing lit up the area around Hawk and the other guys. The truck and one of the cars belonged to Marlito's men. The onslaught of gunfire overwhelmed the suits, who tried to respond by calling air support. The other 2 cars were driven by GNK and El Churro. They parked between Hawk and the suits to rescue Hawk, Johnny B, and Tom. Men were getting shot on both sides. GNK threw a couple of grenades to create a distraction so they could escape. They quickly got on the road, making a left towards the Hard Rock Cafe. GNK knew it was only a matter of time before they got caught up, so he sped up as much as he could to reach another private property. This spot had an automatic door that, when closed, looked just like an abandoned locked garbage container. Only 2 cars made it in, GNK's and El Churro's. Marlito's men continued towards the city limits, using different routes. The plan was to leave them as a distraction by taking the chase outside the city limits. My head, said Tom, his face all swollen. Shh, be quiet. It's not over yet. Hawk stepped out of the car and went towards a vending machine. He placed his hand under it, and pulling a hidden handle, the machine opened, revealing a wide-open tunnel. They drove into the tunnel. The fake wall closed behind them, and as soon as the door closed, a set of automatic cleaners started brooming the floor, getting rid of any car tracks. After a few minutes, the automatic cleaners returned back to their place, and a loud crack came from the ventilation lines, blowing a cloud of dust that reset the space as if no one had ever been there. Act 1.5, Juan. Reading, Pennsylvania, Sunday morning. Orale, Juan, ayúdame a convencer a tu padre a ir a misa con nosotros, Juan's mom called from downstairs. It was her familiar cue to hasten their departure, despite knowing that convincing his father was unnecessary, as the man always attended church dutifully to avoid potential trouble. On their way to the church, Juan's mind couldn't focus on anything else but May's mute reaction after he had told her how he felt about her. Why didn't she say something? He whispered to himself. The church's parking lot brimmed with vehicles, forcing them to park at the rear. Juan got out of the car, making his way to find his Uncle John, the priest, in the hope of securing a role as an altar server, simply to stay occupied during the bustling mass. Uncle, digo, padre, ya es hora. Ya empezó el coro, Juan hurriedly informed his uncle, struggling to put on his white and red outfit. But Father John was reading a letter aloud, paying little attention to Juan. For this reason, I am writing you, asking for help. These kids are having such a bad time, and there is not much food left. Suddenly, John's eyes rolled up, and he closed them. Vision, 931 BC, Gihon, near Jerusalem, in the main hall. The hall was bustling with about 30 people, all dressed in their finest clothes, their hair carefully styled for the occasion. They were there to celebrate Adonijah's coronation as the new king, as his supporters were confident that King David's reign was nearing its end. Even Solomon's brothers were present at the celebration, all except for Solomon himself. Solomon entered the hall of Gihon with crumbs and grains still on his hair, which his mother hurriedly tried to remove. The crowd whispered and frowned upon their entrance, uncertain and concerned about the king's weakened state. Forgive me, my king. I am sorry I kept you waiting, Solomon said, bending his knee before King David. He looked up to his brothers behind the throne, then back to his father's eyes, noticing a mix of emotions. David was smiling, yet unshed tears glistened in his eyes. Thank you, my Lord, my God, for now he is here, David prayed aloud, rising to his feet with a sudden burst of energy. His warm garments fell, and his servants quickly moved to redress him and help him stand. Call for Abishag, instructed a servant to one of the guards. No need for that, but for rejoicing, David said, looking directly into Bathsheba's eyes, recalling their conversation with Nathan the prophet and Zadok the priest. David showed an uncharacteristic surge of energy for his age, placing his hands over Solomon as the new king. The gathered crowd started to celebrate, though some rushed out to spread the word. As they left the city, 3 riders took the north route and unveiled their faces on the horizon. This is not done, Solomon. We'll see your throne crumble, said one of the men with a deep voice, being, however, unaware of the red hand mark imprinted on the back of his vest by Solomon. They rode towards Adonijah's celebration to alert people there about the coronation. Back to present day at the church office. Uncle, are you okay? Did you hear what I said? Juan asked, pushing John's elbow. Hola, Juan. Yes, I did hear what you said. Thank you for the reminder. But before that, please turn the fan on. It's so hot in here. Oh, and please pass me that bag, he replied, sweating as if the room temperature was much higher. Juan quickly moved the fan close to his uncle, turned it to high, and gave him the bag. Thank you, Juan. Hey, go to the altar and tell Marcy to start with the announcements, will you? I'll be right there in a minute. He added, now laughing. Oh, and when the mass is over, please take this bag to the nuns. Of course, I will tell her, but don't take much time. There are a lot of people today. Seems to be one of those Sundays, Juan responded as he walked out. Just before entering the church, he glanced back and noticed 2 unfamiliar guys entering the church's office. The first one a bald guy, dressed in black with a rat tattoo on his head, whom Juan was sure he had never seen him around. But there was something familiar about the other one, with a long beard, dressed in dark jeans, black shirt, wearing dark glasses and a New York Yankees cap. Despite his curiosity, Juan did not pay too much attention to it, as his mind was set on letting Marcy know Father Joseph's message. Marcy, Father John wants you to start the announcements while he finishes some things, Juan said, walking through the hallway and raising the cross to signal that the Mass was about to begin. Without hesitation or a single word in response, Marcy Jones, in her mid-70s, headed straight to the wooden podium beside the altar. She took her time to make the sign of the cross before adjusting the microphone as the church choir finished the entry song. With her semi-nasal voice and southern accent, she began delivering event notifications, invitations, and every detail of the upcoming week, including the plan for the funds of the second collection. It was impressive to witness her versatility. Despite daily grievances about the government and the treatment of the main character of her favorite soap opera, Marcy was always ready to help Father John when needed, like a switch turned on for the next church activity. Balancing out her involvement in various church activities and running her jewelry business, where she personally molded gold pieces into artistic creations, showcased her remarkable abilities. Like a synchronized clock, Marcy concluded her 20-minute announcement, and Father John appeared by her side, smiling at the congregation. The funds of the second collection will be used to support Adelita's orphanage, to buy them food and start the repairs of the damage caused by last week's shooting, Marcy finished, noticing Father John's presence. Muchas gracias, Marcy, John expressed, allowing her to take her seat. He then knelt before the altar in reverence, though struggled a bit to rise up. Now, please sit down, he added, taking a few steps to his chair and settling in comfortably. Padre, Marcy called him discreetly. I know this is the Spanish Mass, Marcy. Muchas gracias, Father John whispered, anticipating her concern. No, Father, there's blood coming out of your mouth. Here's a tissue. Are you feeling well? She instantly asked. Oh, that. I'll be fine. I just bit my tongue. It may be a sign for me to start talking less and let you talk more. But thank you for letting me know, he said with a smile, wiping his mouth without much concern. The Mass continued, and Father John resumed reading the scriptures as if nothing had happened. However, Juan, who was close by, couldn't ignore the bloodstain on his uncle's beard. He began speculating about a hidden illness, recalling the days when Father John would suddenly sweat profusely and ask to be left alone. But Marcy's words, high blood pressure, offered some reassurance. After all, Father John was 49 now, Juan reasoned. In the middle of his sermon, Father John paused for a second, noticing the rat opening the front door of the church and standing in the middle of the hall, followed by Hawk. Father Joseph looked at his hand and started delivering a strong message about living in faith. He emphasized that faith wasn't about being a spectator, but about actively striving to align with God's will. His eyes looked on Hawk. God is alive, and he died for us, for our salvation, so we can love each other. He does not want us to be afraid of the things of this world. No life struggles, no drug cartels should take the peace and joy that only God can give us. Have faith in what he taught us. Have faith that no matter what happens in this world, he glanced back at Marcy and Juan, is only part of our journey to salvation if we stay close to God, close to his teachings. Marcy took that as a triggering signal to prepare the offerings, and making the proper reverence, she started walking towards the entrance using the right side hallway. The sanctuary of peace was violently ruptured by the deafening sound of the gunshot. Time seemed to freeze as Father John, mid-sermon, felt a piercing pain tear through his body. Stumbling to his knees, his white robe now stained red, a mix of shock and realization washed over his face. The congregation gasped, some diving for cover, others frozen in horror. The shooter, a figure of malice with a twisted smile, slowly advanced down the aisle, his gun still smoking. Marcy, few steps from the main entrance, just froze. She could not believe what was happening. A few steps from her, Hawk was there, looking at Father Joseph, unable to react to what the rat had just done. Father John, struggling to breathe, clutched at his wound, his mind racing with disbelief and fear. The sanctity of the church had been shattered. The air was thick with terror and the acrid smell of gunpowder. His eyes, filled with a mix of pain and pleading, sought out his assailants, trying to understand the why behind this sacrilege. The shooter's footsteps echoed through the hushed church, each step a heavy blow to the sanctity of the space. As the rat approached closer to the front of the church, Hawk was able to react and started rushing his way to stop the rat. As Father John's gaze met the cold eyes of the shooter, a silent prayer escaped his lips, not for himself, but for his flock, now caught in the crossfire of a sin that threatened to engulf them all. The rat followed with a second shot, just before Hawk was able to reach him. A tear escaped Hawk's eye as Father John moved his hand from his chest to the other wound, reaching out to his Bible. Juan! He barely could speak, but Juan wouldn't tear his eyes away from the shooter. Fear gripped everyone as the rat, with a strange smile, walked closer to Father Joseph. I'm sorry, Father. I could not hear. What were you saying? He asked while approaching. "Stop! Please stop!" Father John screamed, breathing with difficulty, still on his knees. He tried to say something else, but was interrupted by Hawk. "You stop that now," whispered Hawk to the rat in a demanding tone, and grabbing his arm pulled him into the opposite direction of Father John. The two men started walking towards the main entrance. "El pez por su boca muere!" screamed the rat, warning the horrified audience not to discuss what they had just witnessed. Many people lay on the floor, hiding among the wooden chairs and whatever they could find. Marcy, standing beside the main entrance, continued screaming, bravely confronting the narcos. No one else dared to speak. They waited for an opportunity to flee, torn between remaining hidden and protecting the children or themselves. People began to run towards the altar, seeking safety away from the shooter. Juan's parents hurriedly stepped in front of their son, shielding him from the frantic crowd. Without their intervention, John and Juan would have been trampled. As Juan attempted to retrieve John's Bible as per his request, he noticed drops of John's blood staining the brown leather cover. With his last breath, John put his fingers on his lips and with a mix of blood and saliva, drew a cross on Juan's forehead, whispering a quick prayer. He pinched Juan's forehead to pass his recently acquired gift to Juan. The blood stains on the Bible held by Father John turned into gold without Juan noticing it, and just after that, his hand let go, announcing his passing. May Zimmerman, her dark hair disheveled, pushed through the crowd to reach Juan. She wiped her tears with her wristband and extended her hand to touch Juan's shoulder. However, before she could do so, her mother swiftly pulled her away towards the exit, her mother's eyes fixed on Marcy, confronting the shooter at the church gate. "Assassino!" Marcy bravely shouted, standing her ground between the men and the main door. The rat slowly raised his gun and aimed, so Hawk, who was walking on the opposite side, would not notice it. "Perdoname, Dios mío!" Marcy said, knowing what was coming next. The rat shot her in the forehead and stepped over her as if she wasn't there, continuing to walk out of the church. Hawk walked around Marcy and just glanced back to have a last look. As Juan navigated the chaos of the church, a whirlwind of emotions and thoughts raged within him. The weight of his uncle's lifeless body and witnessing Marcy's death pulled him deeper into a sea of uncertainty. Amidst the pandemonium, Juan's mind was flooded with questions about his worthiness, unaware of the responsibilities that now lay on his shoulders by having received the mysterious gift from his uncle. The gift, shrouded in divine mystery, seemed both a blessing and a burden. Juan grappled with the duality of his emotions, the fear of the unknown path ahead, and a strange sense of commitment and power embedded within his mind by the gift itself. Juan knew his life would never be the same, and as he moved through the crowd, a sense of destiny enveloped him, both exhilarating and terrifying. This moment marked the beginning of a journey that would challenge his moral compass and shape his understanding of right and wrong in ways he could never have anticipated. Chapter 2. Home. The hardest thing in life is to know which bridge to cross and which to burn. David Russell. Act 2.1. Tom. Philadelphia, Sunday night. The negotiation for the New Deal in California did not go well for Hawk and his crew. Hawk reported an ambush by the feds, but EZ questioned each of them individually to verify the story. The low-toned bells from the 18th century tall church clock signaled the change of the hour, and for the last half hour Tom had spent his time with EZ outside his penthouse. EZ hadn't said anything to Tom, who was too afraid to initiate the conversation. Sheep leather-like clouds contrasted with the two of them leaning against the glass low walls. The humidity and fresh ocean breeze provided some relief for the 70-degree evening. The penthouse offered a breathtaking view of the Philadelphia landscape with window walls framing different parts of the city. One side showcased downtown buildings in Chinatown, while the other overlooked the riverside, where the moonlight danced on the edge of the pool and cars traversed the long old bridge like lights in a captivating dance. "Let's finish this conversation inside," said EZ. "I need another drink." As they opened the glass door leading to the living room, the scent of wine, beer, and cigars greeted them. However, while approaching the center of the room, goosebumps invaded Tom's arms, triggering faint memories of unsettling scenes he had witnessed inside that same living room in a not very distant past. He couldn't help imagining himself in the same situation as those who had perished within that golden cage. This mental alarm sounded louder and louder in Tom's head after stepping over plastic bags laid out on the floor. "Shit," whispered Tom, realizing that the bags were not there when he arrived.
Today is your lucky day. Go out and sell your gold. Take advantage now of this recent price increase before it's too late. Prices are expected to drop due to the over-excessive exploration rumors. What are your thoughts on all that, John? I think that's just bullshit, and excuse my French, folks. Do not get fooled. Hold on to your gold possessions. The UN may be pushing this event in preparation for their agenda of the incoming revision of the old New Hampshire Agreement.
"Hold on, kid. Let me turn this radio off. They've been talking about that all month long. Enough is enough," Easy said in a demanding tone. Easy had successfully assimilated into high society, concealing his twisted roots and true professional background. Presenting himself as a self-made real estate entrepreneur with businesses from the east to the west coast, he managed to navigate political circles without revealing the money laundering behind his profitable ventures. Despite this facade, he didn't bother hiding his strange accent. Joseph Smith was his real name. "Yes, sir, no problem," Tom replied. The room fell silent and intimidating. This living room was one of the many places hosting Easy's staff meetings. For most people, a staff meeting involves exploring options, sharing company objectives, and receiving feedback. Perhaps a stern statement if things are going poorly, or a pat on the back with a bonus for exceptional performance. Sadly, this was not one of those meetings. In this world, gatherings could easily spiral out of control, leading to drinking parties, cartel negotiations, political extortions, or even bloody murders. "Think, boy, think," Easy said in a raspy tone. "Well, let me explain. I was still in the car waiting for Hawk's call," Tom began, attempting to provide background on how the feds ambushed them in Las Vegas during the negotiation with Marlito. Yeah, skip all that and tell me again, Tommy boy. Who was there with ya?" Easy asked impatiently, surprisingly more curious about the who's and how's of the moment before the ambush than the special drug forces. By the look on his face and the intense stare of his blue eyes fixed on the top of his old desk, Tom couldn't determine whether he was trying to process the information or if he was searching for his machete. Half drunk as he was, with 6 beer bottles and a couple of empty wine bottles on the table, Tom couldn't shake the fear of what could happen next. "You better think faster, boy. Come on, think," Easy insisted with a demanding tone, locking eyes with Tom. Tom's mind raced, his heart was pounding as he tried to concentrate and formulate a coherent answer, and only finding random thoughts about all the events of that day. "Hawk, GNK, El Churro, Johnny, Marlito, and 2 other guys from Chicago, and me, you know," Tom answered. "Are you sure no one else, boy? If you are lying to me, you better do a better fucking job at it, you piece of shit," he screamed, grabbing his machete and bringing it closer to Tom's face. "I'm telling you it was just us," Tom said, as the machete began to cut his skin and warm drops of blood slowly started to escape from his wounded cheek. Everything slowed down for him. "The rat! Fucking rat! He was not there, or at least he did not confirm location as always," Tom said, waiting for the worst to happen to him. "I think you're missing someone," Easy said, slightly spitting to his face. He was loud now. "These marks leave nice scars, boy. No need to fear. But I will ask you one last time, and you had better tell me what the fuck I want. Was there anyone else with you?" he said now, making a slightly deeper cut on the side of Tom's throat with the tip of his machete. "No, Z, the rat was not there, not even after they caught us and sent us to the transport van. I'm telling you, I swear." Tom responded as calmly as possible. "He might be dead or gone, you know," Tom continued. His hands were now sweating, unsure whether he had sold them out, was truly dead, or had managed to run away after having realized that there were feds at the scene. "This may be ya lucky day. I believe you, boy. Now open the fucking door and let those fools come in." He released his machete and sat down behind his desk with a half smile on his face. Tom relaxed his shoulders and walked to the door, feeling the itch of the small cut, but he tried to ignore it, hoping to ease the trembling motion in his left knee. Upon leaving the room, he was surprised to find Hawk and the rat standing behind the huge white wooden door that separated it from the hall leading to the main private elevator. "I'm telling you, the government will then be forced to open the vaults to show that the gold reserves are still in there. You don't see shit on the news, don't ya?" The rat, who was arguing with Hawk about some things related to the news, started to walk into the room. "Shut your mouth and keep walking," Hawk said, walking beside him and looking directly to Easy. So? Easy asked them as soon as Tom let them in. The rat's eyes widened. What? Easy asked, rushing up from his seat. He forced me to... I pulled out one of his teeth and broke a couple of his ribs before asking him about the business. He insisted that he knew nothing, but begged us to let him go to finish his mass, so he could have enough time to work things out with us. You fools, you let him go? He replied, throwing most of the empty bottles from the desk onto the floor. Not at all. We followed him to the chapel and told him to stay quiet or we would have to kill everyone there if he was to complicate things. Did he tell you who was pouring that much money? Easy asked in a very disappointed tone, now pulling back some blonde strings of hair that were covering his eyes. Well, he complicated things. Dude was acting weird during the ceremony, whispering things to the old lady who in the middle of his speech carefully sneaked out to the back. So I followed her. I thought she was heading out, so I took out my baby girl, my beautiful Colt Mustang, and... When the rat was telling his story, Tom had to jump in. Have any of you ever been to a mass? They whisper all the time, Tom said. And if it was in the middle of his sermon, she was probably getting the offerings. Shut your fucking mouth, boy! Did she escape then? Easy yelled while approaching them with his face turning red. Nope. As I said, when I saw that, I started walking to the back door. When I got there, I took my time to place myself in front of the priest. I shot him, just as we told him we would. And by the way, I never lost sight of her. Besides, the dumb bitch walked towards me and started screaming right in my face. Can you believe that? The rat continued with a weird, cynical gesture. After that, he killed her. Hawk finished the sentence. Yo, what priest was this? Tom asked, trying to hide how sad he was about what he had heard. The one that managed the church in downtown Reading, Easy replied without giving any further details. Tom's face turned white and his eyes started watering down. He tried to hide it as much as he could, but the feeling was overwhelming. I may know him. I grew up there, downtown, Tom added, but had to keep biting the inside of his cheek so he could hurt himself enough to stop his growing emotion. They're both gone. We left the church just after killing the old woman, but G&K stayed there, dressed up as a normal guy, and saw him pass away. There were no selling points detected yet, no underground operations that we know of, no information from the local police that could lead us to new information, continued Hawk, observing how Easy was reacting to the news in a brutal way. There's a pile of money flowing in all that area, and nobody knows shit where it's coming from, Easy said while punching Hawk in his face, knocking him down with his left fist and holding his machete with the other hand. Then he turned swiftly to where the rat was standing in preparation for his next blow. His nephew! He might know something. He was with him most of the time. The priest told the kid something before his last breath, the rat answered quickly, trying to sneak his way out. Boy, you said you might know the priest, right? Go there and find out, but you better find something out. There is no way that many people were helped by that priest without another dealer financing him. Freaking priest, I did try to buy him out several times, and he never accepted money from me. Maybe he already had another deal back then. As Easy was finishing his last sentence, he flipped his body back and cut the rat's throat in a single stroke. The rat collapsed while putting his hands on his neck, trying helplessly to stop the intermittent rinse of blood that was coming out. The room was so quiet. The only sound came from him choking and bleeding out on the floor. Knowing his time was about to end, he kept looking straight at Hawk, moving his lips and probably cursing him, but no sound was really coming from his mouth. EZ did not pay attention to the agonizing man and just spat over him before reciting his famous phrase to then leave him there to die. You better be right, EZ said, looking at Hawk. You better be fucking right. Act 2.2. One More Day. For a moment, Tom couldn't move, shocked by the sight of the rat on the floor, fighting desperately for his life. It wasn't that he was surprised by EZ killing somebody. It was the manner in which it had happened that lingered in his mind. Up to this point, EZ hadn't inquired about what had happened with Marlito and the feds. Tom could only assume that the rat had betrayed them to the organization he had mentioned. Perhaps killing the priest and the woman was what got him killed. Who could know? All he wanted was to leave the room as quickly as possible. He nodded at EZ and began walking towards the door. Hey, boy! EZ screamed when Tom was almost out of the room. Fear surged through him. He didn't know what Hawk had told EZ or what had occurred, and he knew how EZ could be highly extreme when dealing with territory matters. This could be his last moment. Thinking he might face a fate similar to the rat's, Tom turned back slowly, hoping at least to have the opportunity to defend himself. Get the guys over here and tell them to clean up this mess, Easy said in a calm voice. Hawk and I will continue talking by the pool outside. Tell him to bring us more wine and some girls, he added, opening the doors to the balcony. Yes, sir, Tom replied, entering the elevator. Once the doors closed, he took a deep breath. He was alive. In this business, facts were hard to come by, and relying on information from trusted allies was highly risky. Even if you had nothing to do with an event, you were still at risk, and everything could change in the blink of an eye. Hey guys, can you help us up there by sending the special intendants guys to clean up a mess on the penthouse? Tom asked Easy's personal security downstairs. Oh, and can you help me arrange a meeting upstairs right now with Miss Joanna and her girls? Yes, sir. Thank you, guys. Owe you one. Joanna T., 6 feet tall and in her mid-20s, was one of the hottest chicks Tom had ever seen. She handled a model agency with services a bit unorthodox compared to her public business. He walked to the staff elevator, went down to the lobby, plugged in his key, dialed the code, scanned his eye, and started his way down, reflecting on how close he had come to danger a few moments ago. Tom ignored everybody as the elevator doors opened to the crowded main lobby, pretending once again to be a normal person doing business. He continued walking towards the parking lot, got into his car, and turned on the radio.
Say what? They'd better show us that we have the gold in the vaults, folks. If not, we will look awful in front of everyone. We have our congressmen fighting to not get us back to the old days when countries had to back up their fortune in gold. If you are listening, take your vote to the...
Tom changed the radio station and started driving. He needed to make a call. Hello, he heard a very familiar voice answering. Miss Laura, it's me, Tom. Hola, Torito. Where have you been? We've been very worried about you. I know. I should have called earlier, but I'm now back in the area. Gracias a Dios, mijo. I'm planning to visit you guys soon, just to have a little chat. Would this be okay with you? Of course, muchacho. Please come here and stay with us. This is your home. Juan will be very happy to see you, and it will be a blessing for him to have someone he can talk to in these struggling days. What happened, Tia? Tom asked. She wasn't his aunt or a relative, but it was a familiar term used in the Mexican region where they came from. His father was Irish, and his mother was Polish, but both knew Spanish, so they spent a lot of time together at Juan's house. I'll tell you once you get here. Okay, I'll be here for the next few weeks, so I will stop by next Friday. Is that okay? Nonsense! Stop by tomorrow for lunch or dinner, and I'll cook you some gorditas de harina. How about that? All right, I'll be there. See you then, mijo. Tom drove from the riverside to his room in West Philadelphia, just beside the trolley railroad. He packed a couple of jeans and a few shirts. He didn't have many. He didn't need many. Even if he wanted more, there was no space left in that apartment. From his safe, a fake piece of wall, he took all the savings he had. The only items left behind were the flat television of the apartment owner and some borrowed books. He left a note to Mr. Wood, the guy who had rented him the room, thanking him for the hospitality and telling him he would pay next month's rent, but also letting him know he wasn't planning to come back. Looking at himself in the mirror before closing the door, Tom noticed bloodstains on his face and clothes. He cleaned his face quickly and changed his shirt. The bloodstained one was thrown into the trunk of his car. He thought he'd have to burn it, but he was too tired to go somewhere and do it. Without any rest, he put his stuff in the car and started driving north that same night. It took him about 2 hours to get to his old home in the 5th Street of downtown Reading. The faded memory of what used to be a prominent city was now showing the struggles of the twisting economy. Several years before, the city had been declared one of the poorest in the U.S. Now, you could see signs of renovated houses between the few abandoned ones. Well, EZ was right on this. It seems there is money moving around here. Continuing over 5th Street, the contrast between old and renovated houses kept going for several blocks. It was like a glare of hope was now building from the dark ashes of what that street used to show. Suddenly, he faced a blockage on the street. People holding banners and wearing masks prevented him from continuing his way. Hey, yo, what's your business round here? A man with a black winter mask asked. I live here, man, or at least used to. You gotta get out of the car now, another guy with a red mask showed up. Well, I don't think so, man. I'm very tired and just want to go home. Look, asshole, just get out of the fucking car, the guy in the red mask insisted, putting a baseball bat into Tom's face. Reluctant, he got out of the car. "See, homie, that wasn't so difficult after all," the one in black said. As Tom was getting out of the car, he managed to pull the bat towards him, causing the guy's face to hit the door. It was then easy to take the bat off his hands. The other guy came after him, but Tom dribbled and made a swing with the bat, causing him to hit the floor. "What the fuck are you doing here?" Another guy with a leather jacket showed up. He wasn't threatening Tom, but walking towards him as if he knew who he was. When he took off his mask, Tom recognized him immediately. "Billy!" Billy and Tom had started as hawks, but Billy was one of G&K's men now. "The one and only, homie. What's up with all these?" "Hey guys, it's cool. This is one of my friends. Chill out," Billy told the guys Tom had been fighting with just in time. If both had come after him at once, Tom could have been in trouble. "Are you dealing now? Or what is all this shit?" Tom asked. "No man, we're cool. This is EZ territory. Business is running and managed as usual. We have that clear. We're here managing the protests for the next elections, cooling down the protesters." "What is all that about?" "EZ's getting paid to stop protesters from getting into the streets. It gets messy sometimes, though, so tell your friends to stay out of sight. You know G&K can be rough sometimes." "Man, this shit is all over the place. So who's paying?" "Don't know, but they sure want this deal to pass on Congress. Something about going back to the old ways where you need to back the Treasury in gold. I know we have at least 10 groups in different cities trying to handle the situation." "That bad, huh? I've listened to just a piece of that on the radio." "Hey guys, are we cool?" Tom asked the two guys that were now beside Billy. "We're cool," they said as Tom got back to his car. Billy put his mask on again and told his crew to break the line for him to pass. "Hey Billy," Tom said. "What's up? You still owe me a beer," Tom reminded him. "I haven't forgotten, homie. Anytime the cooler is open at my house, dude," Billy yelled, letting Tom continue his drive home. Tom had to wait 5 years to get back, but now he was home. Back at his parents' house, to his surprise, the door was forced. He rushed his way in and saw stuff all over the place, old pictures and all the clothes on the floor. The back door was wide open, and there was no sign of any electronic devices. All the little wooden boxes where his mother used to keep her jewelry were open, and her treasures were gone. All the mattresses had been turned upside down as well. "These fools were trying to find old money, huh? Assholes," Tom said out loud. Act 2.3, Shooting Star. Same time, 1/2 hour outside of Reading, near the mountaintop trails. Meanwhile, in another part of Pennsylvania, the light of a car driving on the highway helped to uncover the bright colors over the early fall changing leaves among the tall tree branches. Most of them remained on their bright green tones, but against the dark night, the reds and yellows of the ones changing created a magical effect on the eyes of the little child inside that car. That day, Kyla Kemp and her friend Tanya had planned to take their kids to camp at Mountaintop. The trails there provided them with a beautiful sight that morning. They were able to spot deer, elks, and other wildlife, and Tanya was super excited to share this experience with her friend and the kids. But despite the wonderful time they had had during the day, their trip had to be cut short by a rough sky that rapidly announced a lightning storm. Drawn by that, they packed their things and decided to go home. "Isn't this sight just beautiful, baby? It's like these magnificent friends pay honor to us while driving," Kyla asked her daughter, but trying to comfort Tanya as she noticed her sadness. "It is beautiful, Mommy," said Princess, Kyla's daughter. "Too bad the storm didn't let us camp," Tanya said. "I was really looking forward to it," she whispered. "Camping is one of the few things I remember from my childhood," she said, looking at Kyla. "It would have been very nice," Kyla said, trying to cheer her BFF up. And looking at her, she noticed a hotel sign on the road and took the fork to head there. "This hotel looks fine, right?" said Kyla. The parking lot was crowded with people. "It seems full already," Tanya said. "I know, but let's see if we can find something cheap," Kyla said. Rain started pouring so heavily that they got all wet just walking the short distance from the parking lot to the lobby. "Hello, my name is Josh. Welcome to our hotel. How can we help you today?" "We need a room for 4, 2 adults, 1 child, and a baby." "I'm so sorry, madam. We are out of rooms at this point. Very busy night, as you can see." "Well, so much for a comfortable night. Kyla whispered, grabbing Princess onto her shoulders to make her laugh. Thank you, they both said while heading out. Excuse me, madam, Josh said now with half of his body inside the small office situated behind the front desk. I'm so sorry. We had a customer that has just canceled his reservation. Due to the electrical storm, he won't be able to make it here tonight. Oh, so you do have a room for us then? Kyla asked with relief. Now we have, but it's an expensive one if you don't mind. It's on the last floor. It is one of our master rooms. We'll take it, thank you very much, Kyla rushed to answer. Tanya looked at her disappointed, for she knew they were both struggling financially. Kyla, Tanya whispered in a mad tone while getting into the elevator. Kyla did not pay too much attention to it, as in the end she was trying to get them another chance for camping the next day. The elevator glass walls allowed Kyla to notice the nice bar that was beside the old fountain that lit the center of the lobby in bright, changing colors. It looked wonderful. The night is calling us, Tanya, said Kyla. Let's enjoy this and we'll figure something out later. Really? Tanya said. They were now in the room. Kyla gave the kids a shower, starting with the little baby boy, whom she affectionately called her own. After dressing him in his pajamas, she handed him back to his mom for his good-night treat. Continuing with Princess, Kyla's beautiful 4-year-old, who was so tired that she fell into a deep sleep within minutes of getting ready for bed. I guess the kids are out as well, Tanya whispered, watching them getting asleep. Now both children were completely asleep, giving Kyla the chance to focus on cheering up her friend. Tanya had expressed a desire to spend time in the woods, her only memory of her parents. As a child, her father used to take her and her mom to parks to feed the pigeons and see the animals. Unfortunately, she couldn't remember anything else. After an accident that nearly took her life, Tanya woke up in hospital with no memory of who she was, and the hospital couldn't identify her parents due to a fire that had destroyed all records. Without any memory or family to claim her, she ended up in an orphanage in Reading and was raised by her foster parents. Her pictures circulated for a while, waiting for someone who never came. Come on, Tanya, don't be so sad. Look, we were very lucky to find this hotel. Tomorrow we're going to enjoy a nice breakfast, spend time with the kids at the indoor pool, and then I'll take you to the nice hill we passed on our way here. It may not be deep into the woods, but it does have a wonderful view of the crop fields and the river behind them. It will be awesome, I promise, okay? Kyla reassured her. Okay, Kyla, but you have to promise, Tanya replied. I do. Now, are you sure you don't want to come with me to the bar? We just wake them up and I put them to sleep after that. What do you say? No, you go ahead, girl. Enjoy yourself. I just want to sleep and drain out this bad mood I have right now, Tanya said, lying down in bed. Okay, are you sure I can leave her here with you? Kyla asked, grinning. Come on, are you nuts? Of course you can. Now get out before you wake them up, Tanya said, holding a pillow and preparing to get some sleep. So Kyla carefully left the room and headed down to the bar to have a drink or two. She approached the bar with confidence, the warmth of the place embracing her. Kyla, with her vibrant energy, ordered a classic margarita with Cuervo Añejo. So the lady knows. The bartender, a handsome man in his 40s with touches of gray in his hair, responded to her order with an ironic but gentle voice. You bet I do, honey, Kyla replied, her gaze fixed on his dark blue eyes. As he was cleaning some dishes, he asked, So what's up with you? What brings you around? The weather, I guess. But now that I'm looking at that beauty, she said, pointing at a classic guitar hanging above the top shelf. Know how to play it? He inquired, looking at the guitar. Course I do. Can I see it? Sure, why not? It's a beauty for sure. It's funny, he began. An old man came here last time and left it in the bar. He said he was alone and was about to pass away, so he asked me to give it out to whoever I wanted. But also to make sure they'd make good use of her, as he referred to it. I couldn't refuse to do that. After all, the old man was dying. What else was there for me to do but say yes? Wow, that's a hell of a story. They say that each guitar has a soul on its own and that it merges with its owner. I could see why the guy wanted the guitar to be held by someone that took care of it. He might have thought the same. Never thought about that, but I guess it's a nice way to put it. I'll remember it, he said, smiling. Is it always there? Almost. I leave it there every day. After my shift, I put it back into its case and take it to my house. Here, please be really careful with it." Kyla took the guitar, noticing a scar on the bartender's left hand, probably from broken glass. She gently tuned the guitar, and when a string broke, the bartender remarked, "See, you broke it." "Don't worry, it's just the strings. How long since it was last played?" "A few years already, but no one has ever asked for it, really." "Not even out of curiosity?" "Well, yes, but more as a quick chat. No one has been really interested until now," he replied as he served other customers. "Too bad the string is out now." Kyla kept looking at the guitar. "Oh, I have a spare one in my car. I can go there and grab it." "Good thing I also have some spares here," said the bartender with a smile after hearing her offer. "Are you a musician or something?" asked the guy sitting beside her, getting just a little bit closer. "I like to sing. I hope to make a career out of it, but it's so hard," she said while tuning the guitar. "Just a little bit more. There you go. Your beauty is tuned. Here you have it. Now it's ready for anyone to play it." "Well, you already have it over there. It would be a waste not to hear you sing. Just don't scare the people out before they tip me," the bartender said, and they both laughed. It was such a delightful moment that a guy who was also at the bar, observing the connection between Kyla and the bartender, raised his cup, wishing her good luck, and turned around. "And a classic Old Crow margarita for the nice lady," the bartender announced, presenting a beautifully garnished cup with a couple of fake ice cubes blinking inside. Kyla tasted her margarita, placed it on the counter, turned her high chair to give room to the guitar, and started playing one of her favorite songs, a song she had written for the love she had lost. With the chords placed, the audience near her grew quiet, anticipating the next part of the captivating melody. Kyla closed her eyes, immersing herself in the song, calling for the love of her life with each note. Adrenaline rushed through her as she finished, inviting him to come back. "Thank you, baby girl," she said, imagining she was talking to the guitar, opening afterwards her eyes to receive the applause and cheers of the audience. The bar was full, and some were capturing the moment with their cell phones. "Here you have it, ladies and gentlemen, only for you. Give a warm applause to our guest tonight," the barman addressed the audience. "Thank you for letting me play it," Kyla said, while the applause continued. "Hey, why don't you go back for your guitar and continue your concert?" the barman suggested, cleaning the guitar to hang it back in its place. "Seriously?" Kyla whispered. Excited, she headed to her car, umbrella in hand, ready to embrace whatever destiny had in store that night. Holding the umbrella over her guitar case, Kyla ran back to the lobby to escape the rain. Her skirt and shirt were soaked, but she didn't mind. Entering the bar, Kyla found that the bartender had improvised a small stage for her. A chair was placed in the middle with reflectors pointing at the ceiling for dramatic effect. The audience cheered as she took the stage. "Hello, guys. My name is Kyla Kemp. I was born in Wyomissing and raised in West Reading." She introduced herself after the microphone made some noises. The people present were clapping and cheering. The bartender brought a screen, a small shirt, and a black leather jacket for her. "Here, change your clothes. This was my wife's. Hope it fits you because you are all wet," he suggested. Kyla did not know how to react. "Don't worry, darling. I won't let anybody take a sneak at you," he reassured, placing the screen between Kyla and the audience. She felt comforted by that. As she changed behind the screen, people screamed in excitement as they could see her shadow figure slightly showing against the white screen wall. When Kyla emerged, the lights dimmed, and she began her concert, shifting seamlessly from classic rock to soft country music. It was a night to remember. The concert lasted until 1 a.m. when the manager had to cut it short, inviting everyone to return to their rooms. "Thank you," Kyla said to the bartender who had received a lecture from his boss. "No, I thank you. This was all worth it. Please enjoy the rest of the night, and always remember it." "Oh my God, I will, and thank you so much," Kyla said, giving him a warm hug and a small kiss on the cheek. "Thanks, baby. You make me feel young again. Good night, Miss Kyla Kemp." "Good night. What is your name? I'm so sorry. You have been so kind to me, and I haven't even asked your name." "Hey, don't worry about it. Call me Mick E." "Good night, Mick E. I will never forget what you have done for me." She waved goodbye while taking the elevator. Excitement filled her as she closed her eyes, recapturing every moment of that night to etch it into her memory. "My first private concert," she whispered. Exiting the elevator, Kyla put her hands in her pockets to find the room key. Only then did she realize she still had the leather jacket on. Waiting for another elevator, she felt a rush of excitement and anticipation. When the elevator doors opened, Mick E. was there, holding her guitar case, keys, and her wet shirt. "I think you forgot something," he said. "Thank you. Let me go to the restroom to change and to give it back to you." "Hey, don't worry. It suits you well. Besides, it's not my size," he laughed. "Well, thank you," Kyla smiled. As she finished speaking, Mick E. approached her. Her heart pounded as his lips neared hers. Instead, he turned to the left, landing a kiss on her cheek. "I don't think we'll see each other again, but you have a bright future in front of you. Remember that." She managed to give him her phone number before the elevator doors closed. Mickey waved goodbye, leaving Kyla ecstatic about her perfect night. Oh my God, she exclaimed. More than happy, she was thrilled about the perfect night. Sleep didn't come easy. She couldn't close her eyes the whole night, unsure of the time when sleep would finally embrace her. Act 2.4 Home Sweet Home. Tom had lost his parents at a tender age, living intermittently in their house but mostly wandering the streets or staying with friends. A part of him deliberately distanced himself from the house, seeking to evade the memories that lingered within its walls. Every return brought forth a flood of emotions that continued to expand in his heart as he packed his car in front of his house. "Ich habe euch vermisst. Ich habe euch so sehr vermisst," said Tom, looking up. His parents worked tirelessly to secure a home. His father, employed in 2 construction jobs, received half the salary of his peers, but remained grateful for the opportunity. Despite their hard work, it wasn't enough to pay for the house. Tom's mother took on multiple jobs, cleaning houses, ironing clothes, and teaching German occasionally. Their struggle persisted until 2 days before Tom's 8th birthday. On that fateful day, Tom and his mother were preparing his birthday celebration. Tom's memory. "This will be the best piñata ever. Has to be. It will be my first and last piñata, Mom. After 8, it may look kind of weird to have another one, don't you think, Mom?" Tom's mom started laughing aloud at what he was saying when suddenly someone knocked hard on the door. 2 immigration agents were asking for Tom's mom behind the door. "Mrs. O'Danley, please open the door," the agents yelled. Tom's mom realized who they were when looking through the window she saw her husband handcuffed in the back of their car. She told Tom to climb up the backyard fence, get to Juan's house, and stay there until they picked him up. She quickly gave him her blessing, and once she made sure he was on the other side of the fence, she opened the door. End of memory. "I should have stayed with you, Mom." Tom started crying more and more with every step that took them closer to the entrance door. Memory. Tom didn't go right away to Juan's and went round the block to see what was happening. He saw the 2 guys putting his mom inside the car, her hands on cuffs, nodding to his father with a sad smile on her face. The agents still spent some time looking for Tom inside the house to take him to a child support agency, but they easily gave up. They went back into the car and drove away from the place where Tom was hiding. When the car was a block away, Tom ran after them. "Here, here!" he screamed as loud as he could. It was too late. He hadn't been able to do it before. He was scared, paralyzed, and to his misfortune, only his parents noticed his call. He could still see them crying while slowly waving their hands and giving him their blessing again. End of memory. "I was not fast enough to get closer to them. I was not brave enough to remain with them. I was just not good enough to be their son," he said. "And I am now worse than then," he whispered in pain. All those memories hit him at once, the past rushing back and transporting him to the time when he waited weeks that quickly turned into months, clinging to the hope that his parents would return. Daily calls from them provided some solace, but he couldn't return home due to the constant presence of immigration agents, and he knew his parents wouldn't be able to return to the U.S. after being deported. One day the calls abruptly ceased. The last thing they told Tom was that they were going to be together again very soon and that they loved him. A few weeks later, Tom found out on the news that they had been murdered while trying to cross the border from Mexico to the U.S. They made the news because they were shot by an anti-immigration clandestine group. The reporter was pointing out that they were not Mexicans or South Americans, but Europeans. Tom's father had the card of the manufacturing company he used to work for in Reading, Because of that, the reporter was interviewing the manufacturing company owner about his relationship with Tom's father. It was the worst day in Tom's life, more painful than the hell he went through after being left behind at the age of 8 in a country that he loved, but that did not want his parents, and even though he lived with a family from whom he received nothing but love and help. At that time, Tom was too immature to appreciate it. "Hey," Tom said, cleaning his tears. "It's me. I'm in town in case you need something. By the way, I'm not the only one," El Churro said on the other side of the line, implying there were more people from Easy in town. "Okay, thanks, though. Call you then. See ya," Tom replied. He ended the call as quick as he could in order to hide his trembling voice. Now in his parents' bedroom and with the recent events, Tom's mind was flooded with regrets. "I am a fucking coward," Tom said in anger. In the dim light, Tom O'Danley sat alone. The distant hum of the city contrasted with his silent contemplation. His gaze drifted over the family photos on the wall, a poignant reminder of a past that seemed like another lifetime. Each image stirred a whirlpool of emotions within him: pride, regret, longing. He thought back to the days of his youth, to the simplicity of life before the allure of the streets had ensnared him. The promises of easy money and respect on the streets had been intoxicating, but now, as he traced the scars that marked both his body and soul, Tom wondered if the price hadn't been too high. The image of his mother's disappointed gaze haunted him, a constant reminder of the path he had chosen and the sacrifice made along the way. He knew the road to redemption was steep, but in the quiet of the night, Tom made a silent vow to himself to seek a way back, to find a light in the darkness that had become his world. He sat on his parents' bed, unable to sleep, unable to think clearly, unable to forgive himself. Act 2.5 Golden Gift. Juan could not sleep well that night, nor did he the prior nights since the event that took his uncle away. It was devastating for him and his family, with cops interrogating them and nightmares haunting him at night. It was too much for Juan. The sun was not even out, and he remembered what his uncle had asked him about giving something to the nuns. Being his uncle's unintended last wish, he decided to go on to see it through. Silently leaving his home, he took his old bike and headed out to the church. It was around 4:30 a.m., the streets were empty, and all you could hear were some sirens at a distance. When he arrived at the church, the main entrance had a yellow ribbon indicating the crime scene and prohibiting access. He continued through the left garden of the church towards the office, managed to get inside, and picked up the bag he had left there. He rode his bike for 1 hour until he finally reached the orphanage. To his surprise, Mother Adele was out in the garden praying with her rosary. Mother Adele was Marcy's sister and usually attended the church on Sundays. On the horrific day of the shootings, she had come early seeking for Father John after the 7 a.m. Mass, but he wasn't there. He was still at the hospital giving the Santos Oleos to a very sick man. She waited for him a little and then decided to leave a note with Monsignor, who was covering for him. Then she returned to the orphanage, where things had been really busy for her and the other nuns lately. Unfortunately for her, she did not have a chance to visit Marcy the day before the shooting, but how she wished she had. Mother Adele's eyes started to shine, tears accumulating, becoming denser and heavier. She tried to hold back her emotions, wiping her tears away with a piece of her dress. She shouldn't have yelled at them. She should have been quiet. She's dead now. She and Father John are dead, Juan told her, his emotions swiftly shifting from deep sadness to burning hatred. Hatred towards the perpetrators, towards the police who hadn't caught anyone yet, and towards himself for standing there, powerless and helpless, frozen by fear. That specific day, Marcy's son was on the gallery of the church, singing in the choir. He couldn't see his mother from there, but after he stopped hearing her and saw the bald guy firing the gun, Juan could not continue talking. "It must have been awful for you, Juan. It was indeed a huge tragedy, but be sure that Marcy is now singing to God along with the angels, feeling his love and joy. In the end, remember she found the courage to speak up, just like Father John did. See, death is another stage on our path to God. We are all destined to walk that road. The question is, if we really want to be afraid of living before we are taken to the presence of the Lord," Mother Adele said. Mother Adele, sorry to interrupt. Another nun joined the conversation. Not now, sister, Mother Adele replied. But is Monsignor... I said not now. Tell him I will call him later, she replied, waving her hand dismissively. Her eyes held a slight red tone, accentuated by the few tears that clung to the bottom of her eyes without falling. My son, this type of event can be traumatizing, and sometimes our heads make us feel sadness, pain, or other things for different reasons. I can just imagine how you feel. You were very close, right? Mother Adele asked, looking up at Juan, trying to hold back her tears. Yes, Mother, he was like a second father to me, Juan said, wiping his tears. I wish my sister Marcy and I could have been closer, but now she is with the Lord, and I will have more time to spend with her when my time comes, Mother Adele replied. For the next few minutes, they just sat in the garden in silence. The timing was convenient for Juan, allowing him to calm down. I miss him so much, Madre. He always helped my mom in everything. He was tireless and always happy, Juan said. Well, except when he was watching a Yankees baseball game, she said, smiling. He hated to see them lose, Juan continued after calming himself a bit. Recalling the memory of seeing him pray to God to make his team win the series drew a smile on his face. See, now you are smiling again. Remember, he may not be here with us, but he will always be in our hearts. I will never forget how he always found a way to help all the people in need. He did make a difference across the city, to say the least. No matter how much solace Mother Adele's words brought along, Juan could never forget that day, their faces and what they had done. Mother Adele had always been kind to his mother and to him, both struggling with the past, supporting each other, and now both trying to find the truth about what had happened. Here, Mother, this is for you from my uncle, Juan said, giving her the bag. She received it and opened it to see what was inside, without allowing Juan to see it. Let me show you something, Juan. She started walking with Juan towards the center of the building. With this bag that you brought from him, we will be able to repair the walls, the glasses, and start making bread and goods to sell again. We can restart charity and continue to buy food and clothes for all these children, she said. He was a blessing, Juan whispered. Indeed, a blessing for all of us and for these kids. Oh, Lord, I will miss him too. Hey, Juan. Yes, Madre, Juan answered instantly. Could you do me a big favor before you return home? Sure, no problem. Tell me what it is. I want to write a thank you note to Monsignor for this gift that your uncle gave us. Oh, the one in the bag I just brought you? She pulled out a piece of paper and a pen and started writing. Yes, this one. It's a golden cup from the church, so I believe it was more like a loan than a present. But please do not worry about it. Just tell him that I will take one gold cup back to the church, just like that one he sent us, when we start to get on our feet again. Okay, Mother, maybe in a few days? I'll tell him then, Juan said, watching her move her hands together and touching her fingers constantly after giving him the note. Thank you, my son. God be with you, she said, blessing him with her right hand. See you, Mother, and do not worry about that. Monsignor may not even know about the cup after all the things that happened. Maybe, but I don't want him to think we are hiding something from him. Let's do this. Once you have the money, Madre, I'll help you find one on the internet and put it back inside the church. Believe me, there are tons of old stuff in that basement. Once I put it back, I'll tell Monsignor, okay? Juan asked, getting on his bike but still looking back at her. Be careful, boy. You're going to run someone over with that bike. I will send words to him before you do as you say, she replied with a stern tone. Don't worry, Madre. I know how to ride a bike. I will not hurt anyone. I'll do as you wish regarding Monsignor. See ya, Juan yelled back as he quickly rode away from her. Act 2.6. Time to move on. Time seemed to stretch into infinity for Tom, each moment heavy with an unshakable sense of sorrow. He was trapped in a loop of self-reflection, each thought a reminder of his own misery. It was during these moments of introspection that he stumbled upon one of his mother's fake callers. Holding it, a fleeting image of her warm smile ignited a long-lost sensation of comfort within him, akin to a hug from the past. Kochamsie, Mamo, Tom whispered softly to the memory of his mother and found a renewed sense of purpose. He rose from his melancholic reverie and his actions became focused and deliberate. For you. He started clearing out the room, sweeping away the layers of dust that told stories of years of neglect. Even though he had occasionally returned to that place to hide his dirty earnings, he was always getting out of it as quick as he could, unwilling to confront all of his painful memories. He chuckled to himself. Homies, they know nothing about this. Despite the evident search through the house, the intruders had overlooked the ceiling sockets, a testament to Tom's cunning in choosing his hiding spots. I've spent enough time around thieves to know how they think, he mused, fetching a ladder to access his well-concealed savings. The best hiding spots are always in plain sight. Inside the electrical installation, hidden from prying eyes, lay Tom's retirement funds of all the money he had saved since he had joined EZ's organization at the age of 14. After pocketing a few bills, he carefully replaced the rest along with his mother's faux jewelry. The drive to the home supply store was a mission with a clear goal: to revamp the house for sale. At the checkout, Tom powered on his cell phone and it buzzed alive with messages. He paid and avoided looking at all the incoming messages. He approached his car in the parking lot, completely caught in his thoughts, frozen in time, absent from his body and his surroundings, that he even got frightened when he heard a loud, rough voice that seemed to address him. Yo, 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 look what the wind brought back here. It was BJ, a guy around Tom's age. They had both started as hawks back in the day, but now BJ oversaw the business dealings in the eastern part of the city. No one else but your big old man, my BJ boy, Tom responded while getting out of the car, and they both shared a brief laugh. What's up, yo? Everything cool? Asked BJ aloud to Tom. Seems the current have brought more than one fish to the lake, whispered BJ, getting closer to him. All cool, Tom said aloud, giving him a half hug, bumping shoulder against shoulder. Sing to me before I get in trouble, homie, BJ said, hurried by his wife, who was with a little girl and a crying baby waiting for him in the car. Congrats for the baby, said Tom while looking at BJ rushing out to his car. It was amusing to see how this big, muscular, intimidating guy was so effectively managed by his petite wife. See ya, man. I'll let you know. Yo, hey, but call me when you have a chance to catch up, though. Count on it, BJ said, jumping into the car with the bags from the store and helping her to move the baby to the car seat. Their brief exchange was a mix of nostalgia and current affairs. Tom's and Tanya's eyes locked. They have known each other since their school days. Her disdain for him had its roots in his decision to drop out and end things with Kyla. Tom waved hello, but she responded with a fake smile and waved back using only her middle finger. Love you too, honey, Tom said aloud with a smile, pondering how his friend seemed to be trapped in his relationship. While turning on the stereo, Tom realized he was close to the farmer's market. He made a quick stop there for one of Miss Rita's freshly made soft pretzels, the most wonderful pretzels one could taste. One plain and one with salt, right? Asked the beautiful Amish girl with a smile. Haven't seen you in a while. Tom paused for a moment, unsure if she was addressing him, but then it clicked. Annie? He asked, watching her laugh at his reaction. Girl, you suddenly grew up from the last time I saw you. She was probably around 11 or 13 years old the last time he had seen her, with a cute baby face and bright eyes. Now she looked like a model, her figure evident even in her heavy long dress. You haven't changed at all, she replied, handing him the pretzels. It's on the house. Hope to see you soon. Tom took the bag, holding her hand for a few seconds, looking directly into her beautiful blue eyes. He slowly moved his thumb over her fingers, savoring the moment a little longer. Next Friday, 5 p.m. maybe? She looked down and nodded. Tom released her hand quickly, for her father was approaching with a long beard and a familiar grumpy look. Hello, sir, Tom said, quickly exiting to avoid further conversation with her old man. Back on the road, he noticed a familiar car following him. After confirming his suspicion, Tom decided to call Churro, who might help if someone was messing with him. He drove home, painting and repairing the house, pretending to be unaware of someone following him. Tom had always dreamt of enjoying life, buying the house his mother had always wanted, living where people aspired to be. Now, with some savings, he might have a chance, though his parents' house represented a mix of emotions. He saved only a few items: the photo albums, the scissors his mom used to use, her jewelry, and his father's watch. It wasn't fancy, but it had belonged to his grandfather and his father had promised it to him, so Tom would keep it as a symbol of their roots and their hopes. The phone rang again. It was El Churro. He informed Tom that Big Billy was tailing him, likely with a couple of hawks reporting to Johnny B. This explained why BJ mentioned seeing familiar faces around. In their line of work, trust was paramount. Tom hurriedly called EZ for an update, but had to leave a voicemail. He hoped this call would buy him some time, assuming the hawks weren't tapping his phone. There was a knock on the door. After carefully looking through the window, he gladly opened the door to an unexpected visitor, his aunt. "Ya me tenías bien asustada, mijo. I thought something might have happened to you on the road," she exclaimed, enveloping him in a warm hug. "I was waiting for you at home yesterday till late." Inwardly, Tom reflected on how much he missed her and this kind of warm embrace. He couldn't express it in words, only by returning her hug with equal warmth. Act 2.7. Someone to Remember. The morning was pierced by the cries of a baby, stirring the hotel hall into wakefulness. It was around 11:50 a.m., and Kyla was still nestled in the comfort of her bed. The hotel room door clicked shut. Kyla's little girl, wrapped in a towel, beamed at her. "Good morning, Mommy," said Princess, her wet towel giving a cool sensation that helped Kyla wake up. "Good morning, sunshine," said Tanya, breastfeeding her now calm baby. "Is it morning already?" Kyla asked. "And why are you all wet?" Princess couldn't help but laugh. "Yes, Mommy, it is," she continued, still laughing. "What's so funny?" Kyla asked, sitting down on the bed to hug her daughter. "You missed all the fun since 5 a.m., Tanya said, looking straight into her eyes. "We had pancakes downstairs, went duck watching, then BJ picked us up and we went downtown shopping, and then to the pool. It was wonderful, Mommy." Kyla, lost in the joy of her daughter's stories, momentarily paused at the sight of a jacket, noticing the wings and arrow embroidered on the back. Then she started tickling her daughter. "Why didn't you wake me up earlier, Tanya?" "Oh, I tried," Tanya quickly responded, "but you were out cold." "That bad, huh? Well, last night was a wonder." "Oh, I know," Tanya hinted at the previous night's events. "How do you know? You were asleep when I got here." "You've gone viral. Nice compilation, though," she said, showing Kyla the concert on her phone. While scrolling through the comments praising her entrance and voice, Kyla suddenly asked, "Wait, is this Mickey?" "That guy? Seems he was a big deal way back. He and his wife had a band called the Winged Arrows," said Tanya. "Seems she died in an accident or something, and he had to spend some time in jail as he was drunk." Kyla started realizing that the story she had been told about an old man leaving the guitar was probably about the bartender himself. She couldn't help but feel sorry for the tragedy, pondering how difficult it must have been for Mick E. Kyla's phone buzzed with a new message. "Oh my God," she said, showing Tanya the message, an invitation for an interview from a recording agency. The news overwhelmed both Kyla and Tanya with emotion. Tears of joy streamed down their faces. "You know what this means, right?" Tanya said. "Yes, I now have a chance at a big audition in New York City. Isn't that exciting?" "Oh my God, we have to go shopping and get you something special for it," Tanya said. "Yes, let's go. But first, I have to stop at the bank to cash my paycheck." "Hey girl, don't worry this time. It will be my treat to you." "Besides, my Bernie just gave me this," Tanya replied, pulling out a stack of $100 bills from her leopard bag, probably amounting to $1,000 that BJ gave her before taking her back to there. "That's too much. I don't want you to get in trouble with BJ, especially after he drove all the way to pick you up for a stroll and still helped you out with the kids while your lazy friend was sleeping. Dang, he really is something else," Kyla said. "My Bernie is all that and more," replied Tanya while taking Princess to the bathroom for a shower after carefully placing her son in the portable crib. "I just love it when you call him that. He's always so tough with his gang, but then you call him Bernie, and he just sounds like a really cute guy." "Stop teasing about his name. You know, deep down, he truly is the cutest guy I know. I just hope he'll get a real job and leave that damned gang behind." "I hope so too," Kyla said, rocking the crib back and forth. "For the sake of this lovely baby," she added, noticing Tanya's conflicted feelings about her husband's criminal life. "Isn't he just the cutest little one too?" Tanya asked. "He is. But thank God he has your looks, not his," Kyla said playfully. Hey, be careful, that's my husband you're talking about, she said, looking straight into Kyla's eyes. However, when she glanced at her baby, her tone softened. Well, girl, you're totally right. I thank God for that, too, she laughed, acknowledging her gratitude that the baby favored her looks. I wish that were the case with mine. The older she gets, the more she looks like him, Kyla said quietly and carefully, not to raise her voice so Princess wouldn't hear. She never liked to hear me talking about him around her. I saw him, you know, Tanya said as Kyla was packing up. Kyla immediately stopped when she heard that. Did you? Where? She asked instantly. Chapter 3. A Piece of Wisdom. Not so much that it burns the saint, nor so little that it doesn't illuminate him. Mexican proverb. Act 3.1. Old Friends. Back in downtown Reading, PA. Around 2 p.m., as Juan stepped out of his house to go and meet Monsignor, an odd sensation gripped his head. He closed the door behind him and made his way to the backyard to retrieve his bike, but with each step, the discomfort in his head intensified. Hey, yo! A distant voice caught Juan's attention, but his vision blurred and the pain in his head increased. Struggling to maintain balance and not able to identify who was calling, he began to run in fear towards his bike, stumbling against the walls. Vision, AD 1310. Inside a rustic cabin in the south of a land that much later became known as Bruges in Belgium. Here, increase the fire. This should be it, said a man dressed in dark, filthy clothes. The flames in the fire pit illuminated the cabin, revealing bronze cases with strange materials, rocks, colorful powders, and liquids in jars with handwritten labels. He is here, said the older woman, adding more lumber to the fire pit while her husband continued to pour the powders into the mix. The material used started to change colors. 1 second! She rushed to open the door. We weren't expecting you so soon, my lord. We thought it would still take a couple of months for you to come. Time is up. Show it to me now or be ready to taste their sword, required the man with a red hand sigil on his chest, unveiling his sword. His black leather vest, marked with recent cuts and stained with fresh bloodstains, was a sign of the journey he had to endure to get to that place. Here, sir, this should do. The old man took some of the boiling liquid, held his breath as much as possible, and covered his face as he poured it over the table with copper tools. As soon as the liquid touched the copper, it started to turn golden. The three were fascinated, and a profound relief invaded the old man's eyes. Is it gold? Asked the man with the sword. No, not quite, sir, said the old man. The vision abruptly ended. Wow, what was that? Juan murmured to himself as the vision dissipated, his sight returning to normal, but sweat running down his forehead. He looked back and saw Tom. Torito? Juan exclaimed with a smile, his knees no longer trembling. Pinche Torito! Juan screamed in joy. Juan had bestowed upon him the nickname El Torito during their childhood for his stature, speed, strength, and temperamental nature. Now, El Torito stood over 6 feet tall, slightly taller than Juan. His habit of masking emotions behind aggressive responses or a tough attitude was still evident, yet his intentions most of the times were genuinely good. Juan wished they had more time together to relive the carefree, happy days of their youth, but Tom's decisions made them go on different paths. Pinche Juanito, ¿cómo estás, cabrón? Tom greeted him, opening his tattooed arms. And why are you so sweaty, bro? Where have you been, Pinche Torito? Dude, I yelled at you, but you ran away from me. You good? Asked Tom. Not sure. Anyway, but don't worry. Tell me, what's up with you, man? Not much, but it looks like you're still a nerdy homie, huh? You really want me to kick your butt again, huh? Juan teased, setting his bike down, inquisitive about El Torito's response. First off, you've never kicked my ass before, Tom approached Juan boldly, their eyes locked in a stare down. Sure about that? Juan said, raising his head up. Their typical banter ensued. They both laughed after their playful choreography. Juan had once broken El Torito's tooth during a fight in their childhood. Despite El Torito's reputation of being a jokester and often associating with the wrong crowd, Juan considered him one of his smartest and best friends. Their bond was such that even after years apart, it felt like no time had passed. No, but for real, you okay? It's been rough, man. I'm just trying to stay afloat, Juan said, trying to keep cool, but the sadness in his voice could easily be perceived. Hey, you're still wearing the wooden cross I gave you, said Tom, drawing memories from the moment that had reassured their brotherhood bond. Of course, here's the date you carved out, said Juan. I remember. That was the date my family was taken and I started living with you guys. My mom still has the rest of the piñata stick you carved this from, said Juan, looking at his cross. So, where are you going? Asked Tom. I was just heading to the church, Juan replied, glancing at his cell phone to check on the time. Does Miss Adriana still work there? Tom inquired. She's not there anymore. Her name's Madre Adele now. She moved to the orphanage to take care of the kids, and her sister stayed, Juan replied, his voice trembling a bit. She used to be a sweet lady, right? Tom remarked. Yeah, she's nice. I went to talk to her about her sister Marcy. She was killed on the same day my uncle got shot, Juan said, looking down. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, bro. Tom tried to sound surprised. I liked your uncle a lot, and Marcy was the quiet old lady, right? Yeah, she wasn't the type to give you a warm hug, but she was always there, working hard, helping out whenever she could, Juan reminisced, remembering all the good Marcy had done. Hey man, why don't you come with me? I just need to stop by the church to give a message to Monsignor, and then we can head back, Juan suggested. Sure, but I'll wait outside, Tom replied. Nonsense, dude, Juan insisted. Well, remember when I stole money from the collection box, Tom said, looking down. I don't think Monsignor has forgotten about that. Dude, you told me you gave the money back to the church, Juan exclaimed, recalling the promise Tom had made. I said I was going to, just haven't found the right time yet, Tom replied. No way, dude, that's BS and you know it. That was 10 years ago. You're coming with me to make this right, Juan demanded. Besides, Monsignor Matthew is no longer here. He got transferred. Okay, homie, I don't want to go to hell, not for this anyway, Tom said with a forced laugh. Why are you laughing, pendejo? You should be ashamed. Man, Juan said, thinking about other things Tom needed to sort out. Never too late, right? Tom asked, feeling ashamed. Act 3.2 Doubts. Washington, D.C. Meanwhile, in the dimly lit confines of her office at the FBI's regional headquarters, Agent Susan Tiki sat absorbed in thought, her eyes staring at the photograph of an ornate golden egg. Spread across her desk were various files and reports, but it was the egg that held her attention. On one hand, she had confirmed with the chocolate egg manufacturer that the serial number from the piece she had hidden was indeed part of their collection, but it was not set to be released until the following week. On the other hand, Billy had been let go, free of charges, by Brent, even after he admitted that he stole the gold piece from a jewelry shop in downtown Reading, PA. Why would he try to reduce this to a mere piece of evidence in a sprawling case file? Whispered Susan. The soft hum of the fluorescent lights overhead was the only sound that filled the room, creating an atmosphere of intense focus. Susan's brow furrowed in concentration as she pieced together the fragments of information, each one a part of a larger, more complex puzzle. This is way bigger than I thought, she murmured to herself, her mind racing with possibilities. The door creaked open and Brent Donovan, her partner, stepped in. His figure cast a long shadow across the room. His career in the Bureau was marked by accolades and commendations, but to Susan, he remained an enigma, a colleague she respected, but couldn't entirely trust now. What's the story, Susan? He asked, his voice tinged with a mix of inquisitiveness and caution. Susan lifted her gaze to meet Brent's. It's from Germany, Brent, and Billy stole it from a jewelry shop in Reading. Okay, stolen piece. We should return it and close the case, right? Said Brent. But that's not all, is it, Brent? Is Billy tangled up in something else? She said, her voice a mix of excitement and concern. The case was shaping up to be more than a simple theft. It was turning into a labyrinth of deceit and hidden agendas, and she was laser-focused on catching any reaction from her partner. Susan hesitated, her hand trembling slightly. The weight of her badge in her pocket felt heavier than ever. Am I doing the right thing? She wondered, her mind a whirlwind of duty and doubt. Each step felt like a march against her own convictions, torn between the oath she had sworn and the shadows of truth lurking just beneath the surface. Brent walked over, his eyes scanning the report laid out on Susan's desk. He stood alone for a moment, gazing out the window, his eyes reflecting a storm of memories. So you're saying Billy isn't just a petty thief? That we're looking at someone bigger behind the scenes? His tone was skeptical, yet intrigued, a combination that Susan had come to expect from him. Ghosts of his past actions haunted him in the dimly lit room. The window reflected a younger, more idealistic version of himself that stared back, a stark contrast to the man he had become. Yes, exactly. And there's more, Susan continued, her instinct as an investigator taking over. My sources indicate he's been dealing drugs, but not on his own. He's got connections, and I think, she paused, weighing her words, I think we might have the tie to our suspect in Philadelphia. Brent's expression changed subtly, a brief flicker of something, was it concern, crossing his otherwise composed face. Susan, in this line of work, appearances can be deceiving. You need solid evidence before making such claims. Remember, this city's underbelly is a lot deeper and darker than we can imagine. Susan's memory. The night before, Susan had replayed in her head the meeting with her informant. In a gloomy alleyway, the glow of a flickering streetlight casting eerie shadows, the informant, a shadow himself, emerged from the darkness. You didn't hear this from me, he whispered, his voice barely audible. But your suspect isn't acting alone. He's got protection from someone within the bureau. The revelation chilled down Susan's spine. Trust was a luxury she couldn't afford, not in this game. The pieces were coming together, forming a picture increasingly more dangerous and complex than she had initially thought. And now she could not help herself but to question whether Brent was corrupt or not. Brent's memory. Meanwhile, Brent found himself lost in his thoughts, reflecting on the morning events that took place far from the prying eyes of the bureau, sitting in a dimly lit diner, opposite a figure shrouded in mystery. Their conversation was a low murmur, laden with implications that stretched beyond the confines of law. Is she getting close? The figure asked, his voice barely rising above a whisper. Brent's reply with measured words, his mind battling with the consequences of what was being unfolded. I can handle it, he said, but there was a hint of uncertainty in his voice that he couldn't entirely mask. End of memories. Steeped in shadows, the only light in the room was a flickering lamp casting elongated silhouettes. The tension between Susan and Brent was palpable, each piece of evidence laid out, alerting each one of them of an uncovered secret. The air was thick with the scent of mysteries yet unsolved, a perfect backdrop for revelations that were about to unfold. Taking a deep breath, Susan found the courage to face Brent. I need to make sure I can trust you, Brent. Are you involved in this? Why are you helping Billy? Brent looked away, his usual stoic demeanor faltering under Susan's piercing gaze. He saw his younger self reflected in Susan's eyes. Susan, there are forces at play here that are beyond our understanding, bigger than us. Things you're not ready to know. Brent was willing to sacrifice himself to protect the Hand organization. An organization far from known, an organization willing to do anything to protect their secrets. But at the same time, it was the same organization that could not keep Father John alive. This was an extra burden for Brent, and weight he was hoping to share with someone. You need to come clean, Brent. Either you tell me what is going on, or I'll report this immediately. Look, kiddo, I released Billy because I am using him as an informant. He's now our mule, Brent explained, glancing away. Nodding his head, he looked back at Susan, trying to decipher her reaction. So you think he'll give us Z? This road is very dangerous, kiddo. Are you sure you want to walk this path? He placed his hand over her shoulders. There is no coming back after you start hunting it. Susan nodded. To the end, she exclaimed with the phrase her father, a former cop, had said to her before he was killed by the cartel. Brent was no stranger to that phrase. He not only knew her father, but was in charge of the operation that got him killed. Brent nodded, acknowledging the weight of that phrase and the respect he had for her old man, deciding to give her a vote of trust. He held nothing back and started disclosing all the names, potential connections, and unofficial details on the cartel. He told her about an undercover agent that he used to work with, and that was recently killed in Las Vegas while trying to close a deal that implicated Z and the Chicago Mafia. And kiddo, there is another organization at stake, but I am not sure who was leading it, Brent finished, holding back the information he knew about this organization. Brent knew they called themselves the Fist, and he knew as well that their main purpose is to control the gift. However, he was just not ready to share that with Susan. All this information weighed heavily on her mind. One thing she knew for certain: the path to uncovering the full truth was filled with peril and deceit. Yet her resolve was unwavering. She was committed to pursuing this trail wherever it might lead, no matter the costs. Act 3.3 Changing Times. Tom and Juan found themselves at a crossroad of their own making. Tom, once fueled by a relentless quest for vengeance, now found himself at the precipice of change, haunted by echoes of his past actions. Meanwhile, Juan grappled with recent loss and remained unaware of his extraordinary gift, treaded a thin line between salvation and damnation. The lively streets of Reading buzzed with whispers of secrets and dangers, framed the stage of their internal turmoil. Ahead, a labyrinth of echoes, doubts, and faith beckoned them towards an uncertain future of redemption or ruin. They strolled down Fifth Avenue, exchanging hand-waving with familiar faces, some urging Tom to stop by for a drink, others sending regards to Juan's family. "It's been 2 years since we spoke last time, Tom," Juan said in disappointment. "You never called." Tom's silence spoke volumes, a testament to the shame and regret that had driven a wedge between him and his old life. They kept walking, but Tom couldn't find the words to explain his actions. Burdened by shame, he just could not find the courage, and he didn't want to involve the people he loved in his life of crime. The silence broke abruptly when they encountered a small crowd protesting, screaming, and holding banners that urged the Congress to return to the gold standards. "Show our gold! Show our truth!" the protesters shouted. "What's all this about?" Tom asked, seeking a distraction from the uncomfortable tension. Juan explained the global discontent with the U.S. monetary policy, hinting at a deeper shift in the world order. So, at the end, every country would have to back up their reserves with gold, leveling the economic playing field once again. That way printing money becomes a thing from the past, Juan said, recollecting his uncle's teachings. It is all over the place. People are very concerned about this. If all the countries decide to go this path, it will be very tough for the U.S. to stop the wave. "Bro, the dollar is ka-ing," said Tom, making a slang out of the phrase. "That is the shared sentiment around here, but globally they are acting against the U.S. money policy of just printing and printing more money. They want to do a reset back to the gold era." "So they are trying to take the dollar out of the way," said Tom. "Sort of, and there's speculation that our reserves are not as robust as we think. The government is trying to confiscate or buy up all the gold," Juan explained. "We'll vote against it then," said Tom. "If the reserves are not there and what they are saying is true, our nation will be in a very bad situation. China, Russia, India, and the Middle East will surely take advantage of that," Juan replied. "That's bad. Bet more than one will be hoarding gold now, don't you think?" said Tom, now linking all this to the suspicion that Z might be getting paid to keep people at bay. "I would if I could, but the media is exaggerating the abundance of gold to manipulate prices down, or bluff other countries to think the U.S. economy is going to become stronger after this gold era movement, as they call it now," said Juan. "Who knows?" "Imagine it's all true," Tom pondered, envisioning the possibilities of vast wealth. "I do not think there's that much gold out there," rushed Juan, pushing through the crowd. "Do you think they are tricking us?" screamed Tom, following Juan. "Who knows, but if they don't have as much as they say, they will try to get their reserves back in preparation for the final call on the topic. Believe me, they will try at all costs," said Juan, looking at all the police officers idly standing there, but ready to confront the crowd if they happened to turn aggressive. Slowly they approached the church, a place imbued with memories and significance. With its imposing architecture and stained glass windows, the church stood as a silent witness to their tumultuous journey. "Well, seems like the perfect time to switch topics," said Juan. "Here we are." He climbed the first step on the church entrance, but paused for a second. "Hey, Tom, before we get inside, pull up your pants, dude, and button up your shirt. Show some respect," Juan said, resembling his mother's ways every single Sunday. "You sound like my mother." "No, wait, you sound like your mother. You know that, right?" commented Tom, complying with Juan's instructions. Laughing, Juan left his bike beside an old tree and opened one of the church's tall wooden doors, and the old chapel with its white columns on each side of the main hall showed before their eyes. Tom was speechless. So many memories building up. Juan's heart was also beating faster and faster, like a drum marking the way towards a war zone. Persignate, Juan, urged Tom, slapping Juan in the head with his heavy palm. Guys, please come on over, Monsignor called out in a loud voice as he approached them from the altar. Tom and Juan began making their way towards Monsignor, but Tom was avoiding eye contact at all costs. Please, come to my office. Let's talk over there so you can tell me what you have been up to lately. If you're busy, we can come later, Tom suggested, noticing that Monsignor seemed engaged in a conversation with a lady. Do not mind that. We were just finishing a quick discussion. Stacy? Monsignor glanced at the woman beside him. Yes, she replied. All right then, my dear Stacy. Please head back home for your prayers, but be sure to return tomorrow morning so we can finish our conversation. Stacy, in her mid-30s, beautiful, tall and dressed in a black leather outfit, captured Juan's and Tom's attention as she was leaving the church. Oh, and Stacy, one more thing. Move the dove outside the cage for me. It will be better for her. Just let her be, Monsignor requested as she started her way out. Juan's vision, 958 BC at Gihon, close to what is now known as Jerusalem. After his coronation, Solomon went to a temple escorted by the royal guard. As he rose up after his praying, he noticed a guard outside whispering to one of the consuls. When they turned around, trying to avoid attention to them, Solomon noticed his red hand imprinted on the vest of one of those men. Vision ending. Nodding her head, Stacy gave a smile back to where the three of them were standing. Juan's vision came unexpected, but despite the short duration of it, it alerted him. Intrigued not only about the vision, but about the allure around that lady and their cryptic message about the dove, Juan wondered if there was an unseen narrative at play. He felt sure about something not fitting well. Seeking Tom's approval, he turned his head, only to find Tom biting his lower lip and smiling back at him, moving his head up and down, and pulling his eyebrows to the very top of his forehead. Juan chuckled. They followed Monsignor, headed straight to the office that used to belong to Father John. Juan was surprised about how quickly Monsignor had already moved in, knowing that he already had an office across the hall. Please sit down and tell me what I can do for you, Monsignor said, sitting down beside the old dark wood desk. So, Madre Adele asked me to come here to give you her gratitude. She wants you to know that she will return the golden cup back to you. Which cup are you talking about, Juan? Realizing that Monsignor might not know about the cup, Juan started over recounting his conversation with Madre Adele. Monsignor listened, nodding along as if evaluating for any inconsistencies. So that is why I came, just to tell you that she is very grateful and that she will return the favor as soon as possible. Juan rushed his sentence out. Well, it seems that I was not aware that we had such kind of treasures within this church. Perhaps that explains why we have been robbed so many times and had to repurchase the chandeliers over and over. And it also explains the uncountable thank you letters I found in the office's desk. Oh, yes, my uncle lived to help others, and regarding the treasures, as you call them, don't worry, Father. I bet my uncle hid the valuable things well enough to keep them safe. He might have, my son, but did you know he was in possession of so many valuable items? And if so, where did those items come from? I guess he must have hidden them someplace else, not here. Couldn't he have sent those valuable items to another church without notifying me about it? Unless he was trying to hide them even from me. Monsignor's harsh comments were like shooting arrows into Juan's mind, trying to strike a nerve that would reveal further information for him. I would very much like to help you, but all I know is that my uncle kept most things down in the basement. I can show you where if you want to, Juan responded, a little bit disturbed by the implications of Monsignor's sentences. Of course, my son, it may be that an old man like me overlooked them, Monsignor sarcastically added, inviting them to follow him to the basement. A huge room full of old stuff, very unorganized, with old wooden tables, chairs, lamps, and lots of other things that Juan's uncle had received as donations to help the poor. Even though it seemed like you could not even walk through the corridor without hitting or breaking something, it was a well-organized mess, at least in Juan's head, as he knew exactly where everything was. After all, he was the one that put those things together, despite never having done it the way his uncle had asked him to. As they arrived, Juan turned on the lights and noticed a wide-open room with closets on both sides, in which every single thing was organized by type and size. I am sorry, child, you may remember this a little bit different, but we got some help from the teen squad, and they did reorganize all of it, Monsignor said while looking at the lamps and holding his tablet with an inventory of everything in the room. Now, as you can see here, the room is tidy and in order, but none of the squad members told me about finding anything outstanding, at least nothing special or made of gold like the cup you were talking about earlier. Just a few little chains and crucifixes. May did an outstanding job leading them to organize all the mess. May Zimmerman? Juan asked. Man, you are a helpless dude. Every time you hear that name, your eyes get wide open like a little puppy, Tom whispered in Juan's ear, making his mouth kiss his palm as he was covering his face from Monsignor. Quiet, Tom, Juan snapped. His patience was drained out. Yes, Juan, May Zimmerman, Monsignor confirmed. She has been very helpful after all the tragic events. I didn't want to ask for your help, knowing that it might be very difficult for you to come back here so soon. But after seeing this, I think we can agree that it does raise questions about how your uncle was able to afford all those presents that people are thankful for. Don't you think? No, Father, but it's fine. May did an amazing job here, Juan said, trying to contain himself on the conversation ahead. You see, Juan, valuable items were found, and I had no previous knowledge about the things people are now thanking us for. Nor have I ever approved gifts of such value to be given out. It might be sad to think about it, but I think he was getting money from someone else or doing some other activities that he wanted to hide from all of us, Monsignor stated, looking him straight into his eyes, faking to be calm and relaxed, but actually hungry of an explosive reaction that would give him more information about his uncle's close circle. Juan listened, growing increasingly agitated, as in his mind, Monsignor's questions insinuated his uncle's involvement in illicit activities. Monsignor's face turned red, a sign of his growing frustration with Juan's silence. He even bumped his fist on the desk to trigger a response. Juan struggled to contain his anger, resisting the urge to lash out at Monsignor and defend his uncle, to tell him to leave the memory of his uncle alone, to scream his lungs out and tell him, "Fuck you!" But before he could erupt, Tom intervened, handing Monsignor a $50 bill to halt the interrogation. Hey, Father, I almost forgot. Please take this, Tom said. Monsignor's expression softened. And what is this exactly? He asked, his curiosity piqued. It's to make amends for the money I stole from the church when I was an altar helper, Tom confessed. Monsignor nodded, taking a deep breath. Please forgive me, Father, Tom pleaded. Don't worry, my boy. We might need to have this conversation later. Tom, seeking reassurance, asked, I didn't want to interrupt you, Father, but are we cool? Can you forgive me for my sin? Monsignor assured him, Do not worry, son, but Juan, please reflect on our conversation. Before they left, Monsignor gave Juan a piece of paper with a name and address. Confused, Juan inquired, What is this? It's Father Joseph's contact information. He can help you with questions about your uncle. I haven't handled this situation properly. Please forgive me, Monsignor explained. Thank you, Father, Juan responded. Juan and Tom left the office. Tom, holding a nervous smile, waved goodbye at Monsignor. Once outside, Tom exclaimed, That was close, dude. You looked like a scared rabbit in there. Juan laughed nervously, trying to hide his anger. Almost, but not because I was scared. I was holding back my anger. Tom suggested they'd chill at his place, but Juan declined, with the excuse that he needed to pack for college. Tom insisted on having some fun first, promising to help Juan later. As the day waned into evening, Tom and Juan found themselves at the doorstep of Tom's childhood house, its empty rooms echoing with the remnants of a life once lived. Tom, with a tinge of nostalgia, mentioned his plans to sell it, a decision fraught with the need to sever ties with the past. Inside, the walls that had witnessed their childhood escapades now stood silent, a canvas for their memories. They lost themselves in hours of conversation and laughter, a balm to the scars left by time and distance. Amidst the familiarity of their bond, the air was thick with unspoken truths, Tom grappling with the weight of his actions and secrets, whereas Juan harbored the delicate knowledge of Kyla's child, a secret that directly tied Tom to a future he was unaware of. Their dialogue meandered through the terrain of their hopes and fears, a dance around the truths they were not yet ready to confront. It was in this moment of vulnerable camaraderie that the night was shattered by an abrupt and ominous knock. Tom's hand hesitated on the doorknob, the sudden intrusion a stark reminder of the world outside. With a deep breath, he opened the door to reveal GNK. His distinctive features, dark hair and piercing green eyes, etched themselves into the twilight, marking the moment as a turning point, his presence a stark contrast to the warmth of the house. The sight of this figure, known for his connections to the shadowy Z group, sent a chill down Tom's spine. The comfort of their rekindled brotherhood was rapidly replaced with a palpable tension that foretold a storm on the horizon. Tom's protective instinct surged forth, a primal urge to shield Juan from the ramification of this unexpected encounter. This unexpected visit was not just a disruption of their evening, but a realization that his past was catching up to him. Act 3.4 Someone I Know. Back at the hotel room with Kyla. Tanya had just told Kyla that she had seen Tom, sparking an immediate sense of emptiness within her soul. She hadn't encountered Tom since their breakup in junior high, and the latest news about him involved trouble with a notorious gang in the area. Their relationship had once been deeply meaningful, filled with love and sacrifice, yet Tom had chosen a different path, prioritizing vengeance over their bond. Kyla had kept the existence of their daughter, Princess, a secret determined to shield her from the potential dangers of his lifestyle. Despite her choices, she couldn't shake off occasional feelings of hypocrisy, especially since she continued to maintain a close relationship with her best friend, Tanya, who happened to be married to one of Tom's gang associates, BJ. The passage of time and circumstances had transformed her, particularly after becoming a single mother in high school, which resulted in the loss of many friends who were uninterested or unwilling to accommodate the responsibilities of parenthood into their lives. "Never mind, don't bother telling me about him, as if I care now," she remarked, halting her packing. Holding a leather jacket tightly, she sought to recapture the sense of freedom and joy from the night before, using those recent memories as an anchor against the turmoil. "He was chatting with BJ back at the hardware store. I rushed out, though," Tanya mentioned. Oblivious to the subject of their discussion, Princess inquired, "Who is he, Mommy?" "Don't worry about that, honey. And Tanya, you know I don't mind anymore, don't you?" she responded, gently holding Tanya's baby, careful not to disturb his sleep. "Are you kidding me, girl? What do you mean saying you don't care? He should be there for her," Tanya countered, visibly angered. "I wouldn't bother. Besides, it's me who doesn't want to see him. I didn't then, and I still don't," she asserted with clarity. "Well, I gave him a one-finger goodbye, and I'll continue doing it until the day I die," Tanya declared as she finished packing. "Easy, you're going to wake up my cute little boy here. Besides, you know who doesn't know him, so we'd better change the subject," she suggested, trying to steer the conversation away. "Mommy, who are you talking about?" Princess persisted. "Maybe it's better for her to know who that asshole is," Tanya insisted. Princess kept her eyes wide open. "I said no!" Kyla shouted in anger. "I think she should so that she doesn't get close to him, you know," Tanya reasoned as they awaited the slow-moving elevator, now trying to be more on Kyla's side. "Yeah, you may be right, but you know what? I don't think she has to know anything about him. I haven't told anybody but you about who her father is," Kyla admitted, unintentionally revealing the truth to Princess, who was left speechless and saddened by her mother's unplanned disclosure. "Well, you told me, but even if you said nothing to anyone else, everybody, like all of high school, knew you only had one boyfriend and you never dated anyone else, so it seems quite obvious." "Besides, she looks just like him," Tanya observed, readying her baby for the elevator ride. Inside the elevator, Princess kept her distance, a physical manifestation of the space between her understanding and her mother's revelation. Her silence lingered as they completed their hotel checkout. "Excuse me, do you know Mick E. by any chance? The guy at the bar? I'm looking for his phone number," Kyla asked the guy behind the desk. "No, sorry, madam. I know him, but I don't have his number," he replied. "Do you have a phone directory for employees or something? I just want to say thanks," Kyla insisted, agitated, her brain feeling like something was inflating it from the inside. "It would be very difficult at this point. He got fired after what happened last night," he said, taking Kyla by surprise. "Fired? Why? What happened?" Kyla questioned, unaware that Tanya was trying to comfort Princess. "Well, the janitor on the night shift called the manager to let him know that the bar was still open and that there was too much noise in there. She told him people were complaining. At least here in the desk, we didn't have any complaints. On the contrary. But who knows? You can never please all the people, right?" he said. "I guess, but fired?" "Well, I was there when the manager approached him. He just told him he was fired, straight out. I think the worst was that he lied about his identity or something like that. Who knows, right?" "But he didn't tell me anything," Kyla said. Well, I guess he didn't want to ruin your night, but he already knew about it before you took the elevator. He just started packing his things and probably left after that, I guess. I had to get back to the front desk, so I don't know what happened afterwards, he said. Oh, that's a shame. He was such a nice person, Kyla replied, with her emotions all mixed up, which only escalated when she saw her daughter crying. I'm sure he'll be fine. We may see him as a customer from now on. Some people said he was doing this only for fun. What do you mean? Well, they say that he started working at the bar because he spent a lot of time there. Oh, did he have a drinking problem? Kyla asked, worried. Not sure, but I don't think so. Normally they do not allow people in the bar if there is a recurrent drinking problem. Bad for the business, you know. This was way before I got here, but they say he used to sit there for hours, always asking for 2 different drinks, a lime margarita with a specific type of tequila, and a beer. Oh, I see. She remembered her conversation with Tanya about him and the accident that had killed his wife. Who knows, but the fact is that he was there almost every day and became friends with old Jerry, the former bartender. Then Jerry must have told him he was going to retire and asked him to take over by applying to the hiring position. Come on, Kyla. Tanya was rushing her out. She was almost by the exit door now. Well, thank you. If you see Mick, just tell him I say hi, will you? Thank you and sorry. Sure, he said while Kyla was heading out to catch up with her friend. Their departure from the hotel was a blend of hurried goodbyes and unresolved feelings, with Kyla's parting message to Mick E. being a poignant reminder of the night's impact. Tanya put her baby in the car seat, and luckily he didn't wake up. They started driving, but Kyla could not keep her eyes off her daughter, who still showed the same sadness that had struck into her heart after hearing her comments. Darling, please forgive me. I shouldn't have said that. It's okay, Mommy. It's okay, she said, forcing herself to smile back to her mom. You know what? Your daddy is out there right now, but he hasn't received your letters. He doesn't know that you are waiting for him. But why hasn't he received the letters? I have written plenty so far. You know that letters get lost, and sometimes he travels a lot, so it has been very difficult for me to get his right address. I'm sure that when he gets them, he will run here for you as fast as he can. A sweet smile started to appear on the child's face, a real one, a smile of deep hope. Kyla was able to see her baby teeth starting to fall, at least one of them missing now. I am sure he will, and I am sure that he will receive the next letter, right, Mommy? Yes, my little princess, he will, Kyla replied, feeling the disapproving gaze from Tanya. Yes, I know. I will. I said I will, Kyla whispered back to her friend. Here's the spot you told me about, right? Tanya drove to the top of a nice hill, which had a huge oak tree providing shelter to a beautiful log miniature home that Tanya had rented to spend the night. The dark and rough-shaped clouds helped frame the perfect day. They had all they needed to prepare some delicious treats at the bonfire pit that sat on the side of the house. Yes, it is. Their journey culminated in sharing those burned marshmallows. Laughter warmed their hearts as much as the fire pit, allowing them to momentarily step away from the shadows of the past and embrace the possibility of healing, ignoring, however, the terrible storm that was gaining terrain towards them. Act 3.5, A Little Help. Back to Reading with Tom. Hey, GNK, what brings you here? Tom asked. GNK apologized for the intrusion. Oh, I'm sorry. Am I interrupting something? He inquired. Tom reassured him. No, just wasn't expecting anyone. GNK noticed Juan. Who's your friend? Juan introduced himself, but their conversation was cut short by GNK's request to speak privately with Tom. Juan excused himself and hurried home, running as fast as he could. His house was close by, and even though the backyards were connected, from outside it was a half a block around the corner. While running and taking the turn in the corner, he collided with May, who was running in the opposite direction. Oh, I'm sorry, Juan said, trying to get up after the impact. May? Shit, they are coming, May said in panic, looking at Juan with tears in her eyes. What's going on? Juan said, holding her hand. Juan, come on, no time to explain. We have to run. What? Where to? He followed May back towards Tom's house. Then he noticed the sound of steps and saw the 2 guys that were chasing May. Come on, sweetie, we have something for you, said one of the men in a white mask. You can share it with your friend if you want to. We would not mind, the other guy in a black mask added, opening a pocket knife. May looked at Juan, crying and scared. Juan's hands were also shaking. He stopped and turned around to face the men so May could run away. "Hey, yo!" screamed Juan to the guys. They slowed down and stopped a few steps from Juan. "Juan, run!" May screamed. "May, go!" Juan shouted. "Just keep running!" "Juan, come on, please!" begged May, looking at the two men approaching. "I'll be fine. Go now," said Juan, smiling at her. She started crying and nodded. He nodded to let her know that it was going to be okay. He waited until he saw her running away. "Well, little boy, you and that girl should have stayed in your own country," one of them said. He had a red dragon tattoo on his fist. The other one swung a right punch, from which Juan was barely able to get off from. Against all odds, Juan managed to set his arm straight to the chest of the man, and by instinct, he fisted up and landed a jaw jab. The second guy pushed him against the wall. His kick was strong enough for Juan to lose balance. He tried to escape, but his way out was blocked. He just looked around to make sure May was not close, and rested assured when he didn't see her. "That's good," he whispered just before getting hit by the baseball bat of one of the guys. The other one hit him in the face and stabbed him in the arm. Juan fell to the floor helplessly, trying to keep them away from him, but he kept on getting kicked in his face and stomach. His vision started fading out. Things got blurry. Juan struggled to fight back, covering his head and face as best he could. All of a sudden, his assailants stopped attacking him, and a metal pipe clanged to the ground beside him. He heard their footsteps receding as they fled the scene. Almost not being able to stand, Juan gripped the pipe and held it tight to be ready in case they returned. Overcome with dizziness and blurred vision, he noticed 3 figures approaching. Among them, he could hear May's voice calling out, but he was too weak and visually impaired to see her clearly. Time seemed to slow down for Juan, and a piercing beep invaded his head. "Hey dude, talk to me," Tom said, concerned. "I'm just fine now," Juan replied, realizing that May was embracing him. "What happened, kid? You in some kind of trouble?" GNK inquired. "No, sir, they just started to follow us. Not sure why," Juan responded. "Because they are assholes, that's why," May cried out, tears streaming down her face. "They still have Ray." "Ray Wang? Where is she?" Juan asked straight away. "Just 3 blocks from here, in the alley beside the bank," May informed. Tom swiftly took charge of the situation. "Don't bother, we got this," he said, looking at GNK and then turning to May. "You stay with Juan, okay? We'll go back for Ray." Thereupon, Tom and GNK hurried towards the alley. In a mixture of gratitude and a throbbing headache, Juan accompanied her to her house. On their way, she thanked Juan with a trembling voice and watering eyes. Juan offered her a comforting smile, despite the heaviness in his head. May moved closer, and Juan closed his eyes for a moment, feeling her warm lips on his cheek. When he looked back at her, she was crying. She tried to speak but was overwhelmed by her tears. Juan held her in his arms, trying to console her. Her mother appeared at the door, speaking Chinese. Juan couldn't understand her words, but her tone sounded angry. May slowly pulled away from Juan and stepped into the house. He kissed her hand and told her he would see her the next day. She smiled, and then closed the door gently. Juan left and still passed by Tom's house, but it was all dark. Assuming Tom was still out with GNK, he headed home. His mother was waiting for him, worried. "Pues donde estabas, muchacho? You had me worried," she exclaimed. "I saw Torito and spent some time with him. I got distracted. I'm really sorry," Juan explained. "That's okay, mijo, but you had me very worried," his mother said, only then noticing Juan's dirty and swollen face, growing concern. "What happened to you? Are you okay? Let me call your dad." Juan reassured her, "No, Mom, it's okay. I'm good. Just need to sit down for a second." "Are you sure, mijo?" she pressed and started texting her husband about the situation. "Sure, Mom, don't worry. Let's get inside and I'll tell you all about it, okay?" Juan suggested. Comforted by resting his head on the couch, Juan recounted the night's events to his mother, explaining how he had helped May. He felt happy and relieved. His mother was also calmer now. "Mom, I just need to lie down a moment. Would you mind?" "No, mijo, vaya, ande," and she started praying for her son. Juan lay down on his bed and intended to call Tom to get some news and ask how he could help, but he faded out. When he opened his eyes, it was morning already. The sunlight getting through the curtains still blurred his sight. He went downstairs as he listened to people talking. It was his mom, his dad, and Tom, who were already having coffee in the kitchen. "Hey, you look like shit," Tom whispered to Juan. Shut up, Juan hissed, pouring himself a cup of coffee. No seas grosero, mijo. Let him know how happy we are to have him back with us, Juan's mother interjected. ¿Cómo estás, mijo? Juan's father asked with concern. Yes, seriously, how are you feeling, man? Tom asked. I'm good, thanks. I got your message about Ray. Thanks for taking her to the hospital. Really, thank you, dude. I do know what happened. Seems I blacked out. But how is she? Don't know, dude, but it was rough. We should go back there and see what we can do for her later on, Tom replied. Juan started texting May to give her the update, but she was already at the hospital with Ray. Tom just sat there enjoying the cup of coffee and the company. For Juan's mom, it was a trip back in time, which triggered a thought in her mind. Her memories drew her quickly to the living room, where she started to open boxes that were sitting below the stairs. I knew I had it, she whispered, and looked up to thank God for it. Then she picked up the red envelope and brought it back to the kitchen to give to Tom. Thank you, Tia. What is it? Tom asked, examining the papers while Juan continued texting May and now drawing a smile as May was quick to respond to him. Hey, Juan, did you know your uncle was the one who bought my parents' house? Tom asked, surprising both Juan and his mother. What? Juan and his parents exclaimed. Tom continued. Yes, it says right here that he bought it, paid in cash, and gave whole rights to my parents and to me exactly on the day after they were deported. He paid them the 20% they had already covered and made a deposit under my name. He then gave the rest to the original owners to free up the loan, and gave us the whole rights, he added, looking intrigued as he started to pay more attention to the stamps on the documents. Hey, do you still have your uncle's Bible with you? Yeah, it's right here, Juan replied, handing it in to Tom. Tom placed the book beside the last page of the document, pointing out one of the stamps there. It's the palm with the fist. I don't understand. I thought it was just an old symbol, Juan said, puzzled. Only one way to find out, don't you think? Juan suggested, his eyes wide with curiosity. Wait a second. First have some breakfast, and secondly, clean up this mess before you go anywhere, Juan's mother commanded, placing dishes in a hot pan with fried eggs and salsa on the table. Juan didn't argue, for he felt guilty of making her worried about him the night before. The aroma of fresh salsa and tortillas, along with the fried eggs, reminded him of his father's favorite breakfast. How he wished his father or uncle were there with them. Man, now we're talking, Tom said, enjoying the meal. I see you liked it, huh? Juan's mother remarked. It was awesome. I love your food so much, Tom replied, giving her a hug and a kiss on the forehead. Thank you, Tom, she said. Tom, remember this is your house, mijo, but no funny business here. You know that, right? Juan's father said, knowing for a fact what Tom had been up to. You need to straighten up your ways. Yes, sir, I am working on that, Tom said, but the room got very quiet after that. Chapter 4. The Gifted. You must be the change you wish to see in the world. Gandhi. Act 4.1. The Mentor. After breakfast, Juan and Tom got into Tom's car and headed towards Lancaster. Juan told Tom about what had happened with May and thanked him for his help. Juan didn't know what had scared the assaulters away, but Juan was grateful May had sought for Tom's help. I told you she likes you. How else would she remember where I lived? Tom teased, avoiding telling him that he was outside of his house with GNK when May approached to ask for help. I hope so. Hey, I think we're here, Juan said as they arrived at an old farmhouse, seemingly surrounded by a cornfield. This change in topic relieved Tom from the pressure of telling Juan about who these assaulters really were, about their faith after confronting Tom and GNK. After all, both of the masked men reported to GNK. Hello, Juan called out as they walked from the parking lot to the front door. The voice of an elderly man responded from inside. The man, dressed like a monk in a dark brown tunic, peered out from behind two doors, one with metallic fabric to keep mosquitoes out, and the other an old wooden door with hand-carved figures. Father Joseph? Juan asked, surprised. Son, are you all right? What happened to your face? Father Joseph asked with concern. I am okay, Father. Sorry to bother you. We were looking for an address, a notary, but probably got the address wrong. Hey, Juan, did we get the right address? Tom called out from inside the car, as the place did not look like a notary at all, and the door was just barely open. No, Pulo! The old man shouted after his black cat darted out, giving Juan a big scare. Hey, is it here? The GPS doesn't work very well out in the fields, Tom said, stepping out of the car and noticing the unusual way the old man was dressed and his big gray beard. "I think you're in the right place. And don't worry about the cat. He'll come back. He always does," the old man reassured them while opening the door fully and inviting them in. "Probably you need to start feeding him more often, Father," Tom joked. "Maybe I do, ha. He always does that. As soon as I open the door, that old rascal jumps out, even on rainy days." He looked back at Tom. "He doesn't know better. Freedom and excitement are too much of a temptation for him." "Father, could you please help us out here? We're looking for this address," Juan said, showing him the house deed. "Please come inside. Do you want some tea?" the old man offered. "No thanks, we're fine," Juan replied. "Are you?" the old man pressed, his gaze lingering on the two. "It seems you boys are looking for something. I must have already forgotten. Please excuse my memory, but who are you again?" he inquired, his eyes fixed on Juan. "I am Juan and this is Tom," Juan explained, struggling to understand the old man's words and suspecting he might have short-term memory issues. "Oh, I see, you're John's nephew. Monsignor told me you were going to call, but I had never expected you'd arrive this morning, or at least not so soon," the old man said, searching for something around the room. "I must have run out of tea. Tom, would you be so kind as to get me some lemongrass tea bags? Here's some money." "Don't worry, Father. I'm good. I will be right back." Tom declined the money and headed back to the car, pausing to examine the figures carved into the wooden door as if noticing them for the first time. "So tell me, boy, have you figured out yet what's going on with you or why there was so much trouble with your uncle?" the old man asked Juan, sensing that John might have passed the gift to him. "Wait, please slow down, Father. What do you mean?" Juan asked, becoming uneasy as he recalled the conversation with Monsignor about his uncle. "What do you know? I don't even know why I'm here," Juan snapped. "But you will," Father Joseph said, realizing the last 3 years of John's preparation need to be restarted with the young man, if he can accept the commitment that this gift brings with it. "I was your uncle's spiritual guide, and I helped him somehow with the finances and paperwork to buy Tom's house," he said, remembering how he transformed things into gold, giving it to a group who used it to help people out. "Please forgive me, Father. I truly don't know what is going on. I'm completely lost here. My uncle was shot, Marcy is dead, Mother Adele and Monsignor have been acting very strangely, and on top of that, everyone, including Monsignor, thinks my uncle was involved in something fishy," Juan confessed with some regret for his earlier reaction. "And what do you think of him? What do you think was going on?" the old man inquired. Juan struggled with the old man's accent, which made understanding him even more difficult. "He was like a father to me, and to Tom too," Juan shared. "I see, but that doesn't answer my question. Tell me what you think of him. Do you think he was a good man, or do you believe what people are saying about him?" the old man persisted. "Of course, I believe he was a good, honest man. My mom and he taught me all I know about God and doing good deeds, but—" Juan hesitated. "But what, son?" The old man encouraged him to proceed. "But it's very difficult to make sense of what is happening. Monsignor said my uncle always helped people, which is true. He worked hard for the community, but it's impossible to explain how he was able to get the money to help so many people," Juan struggled to articulate. "It's impossible, you say?" the old man asked, sitting down on his old chair and offering Juan a place to sit in front of him. "There are organizations and wealthy individuals who engage in altruistic activities. Sometimes they give money to the poor, and sometimes they just give money to the church without asking for anything in return." "Well, yes, but what about the golden cup he sent out to help Mother Adele?" Juan questioned. "The church is full of antiques. He probably had some of them in the basement and gave out one without permission. Would that make more sense to you, son?" the old man asked. "Yes, it would. In fact, that was what I thought. But Monsignor said there were none in the inventory, and none had been found since he took charge of the chapel," Juan acknowledged. "For some people, it is easier to make something valuable out of what they have. It is a gift." The old man nodded slowly and began to speak again. "So, tell me something, son. Do you believe in the gospel?" "I do, Father, but Monsignor said my uncle was defiant to his duty," Juan admitted. "How so?" the old man inquired. "He said he used a different reading than the one he was supposed to on the day he died," Juan explained. "Did he? Which one?" the old man asked. "I believe it was about fixing things on Earth, so they are fixed in heaven or something like that," Juan recalled. Father Joseph then understood that John was aware of the danger he was facing and became more confident he might have passed the gift to Juan. "Close enough, but I think you've got the message, child." "So what do you think about that passage?" the old man probed. "Sorry, Father, I don't understand what that has to do with my uncle getting money from who knows where," Juan stated, influenced by Monsignor's ideas. "It has everything to do with it, my son." The old man stood up from his chair and walked to the chimney. "See, your uncle was a priest before anything. As such, he wanted to help people to reach out to God and for them to follow his teachings." He removed a brick and pulled out a small, irregularly shaped golden coin. "Here it is, a very old coin. Can you recognize the symbol?" Juan recognized it. It was the sign of the hand and the fist, the same symbol printed in his uncle's Bible and on Tom's house deed. The old man replaced the brick and handed the coin to Juan, linking the past with the present in a way Juan was only beginning to understand. Juan was somehow overwhelmed by Father Joseph's words, struggling to piece everything together. He couldn't see how the lecture connected with the mysterious coin and asked Father Joseph for clarification. "But Father, what's the significance of the coin? How does it relate to everything you've mentioned? I'm trying to understand what you're getting at, but what does all this mean?" he inquired, giving the coin another look. "Have you experienced any weird dreams or visions lately?" "Yes, but how do you know?" "Tell me about them." "I had a weird dream about old people making some sort of fake medals that looked like, I don't really know for sure, it was so bizarre, and another with people in tunics or some sort of ancient clothes." Father Joseph urged him to look more closely. "To see the full picture, Juan, sometimes you need to let God guide you to where he wants you." He retrieved an old golden letter seal with the familiar markings to aid with his explanation. Handing it to Juan, he asked him to hold it and made him aware of its similarity to the one used for Tom's deed. After briefly taking it back, Father Joseph presented him another piece, a rubber stamp, and instructed Juan to compare it with the golden seal. Both items were similar, the golden one bearing a symbol and showing the same square and hole on its back. Juan was even more puzzled. "What?" he whispered back, questioning the logic and pointing out the coin's oddity. It had nothing on one side but a small square with a round hole. Juan's realization dawned. It was not a coin. Father Joseph confirmed this, revealing that Juan's uncle had possessed a sacred, albeit dangerous gift that had cost him his life, but had brought joy and help to many. It was a secret, a holy gift. Juan, still puzzled, pressed for more information. Father Joseph referenced King Solomon, known for his wisdom and a lesser-known sacred gift, protected and passed down through generations by a secret society known as the Hand. He revealed that Juan's uncle John had been a member of this society and had passed on this significant gift to him, suggesting that Juan now carried a profound legacy. "Juan, remember Matthew 25, Father Joseph said. Overwhelmed and speechless, Juan processed the weight of Father Joseph's revelations. The wind outside seemed to mirror the turmoil within him, leaving him to contemplate the significance of the two items in his hands and the monumental heritage bestowed upon him. Father Joseph sat patiently, waiting for Juan's response amidst the swirling thoughts and emotions that filled the room. Act 4.2 Waiting. The room fell into a profound silence that reflected the weight of the moment. Father Joseph's back began to ache once again, a testament to the endless waiting that seemed to gnaw at his patience, though only a few minutes had elapsed since he had initiated the conversation with Juan. In search of some relief, he sat for a while, keenly aware of the considerable assistance Juan would need in the days ahead. He had great faith in the divine plans and had never anticipated John's premature departure. John had been envisioned not only as the gifted, but as the next spiritual guide for the one in line, a role that would have allowed Father Joseph to retire into a life of peaceful contemplation, serving merely as an advisor to those gifted. Attempting to break the silence, Father Joseph cleared his throat, seeking some form of reaction from Juan, who remained still. However, the young boy endured in silence, almost ceasing to blink after the revelation of the gift. Father Joseph could hardly fault him, given the magnitude of the moment. "I guess that was expected," Father Joseph whispered to himself, a soft acknowledgement of Juan's stunned quietness. Juan finally spoke, with a tinge of worry. "So, is it like the old tale of King Midas, who was cursed with the gift of turning everything into gold?" Father Joseph sought to provide reassurance. "I wouldn't say that. Juan, visibly agitated, raised his voice. "Are you kidding me? Of course, it was a curse. He was miserable. He couldn't eat or drink, and he even turned his own daughter into gold." Attempting to calm Juan, Father Joseph explained, "That tale comes from ancient mythology, Juan. It might have been inspired by someone with the gift back then, but this is very different." Juan, still grappling with the revelation, asked, "Why would my uncle do that to me?" "Do you remember the lecture he was giving that day?" Father Joseph redirected the conversation, hoping to steer Juan towards reflection. Juan's memory of the sermon began to surface, a message about the foundation upon which God would build his community, a theme of resilience against adversity. Father Joseph continued, emphasizing the sermon's message of faith and strength. "And the gates of the underworld can never overpower it. I will give you the keys of the kingdom of heaven. Whatever you bind on earth will be bound in heaven. Whatever you loose on earth will be loosed in heaven." Juan recalled more than that, mentioning a specific part of the sermon that spoke against silence and fear in the face of oppression, a call for faith and action. As they delved deeper into the memories of that day, Juan recounted more, mentioning his uncle's emphasis on God's grace and the strength drawn from faith, a very encouraging message that seemed to resonate deeply within him. The conversation took a somber turn as Juan remembered the fear and turmoil that followed the tragic scene that unfolded. Father Joseph offered words of comfort, assuring Juan that both John and Marcy were in a better place. "Take a moment and remember what happened," Father Joseph asked, acknowledging Juan was getting distressed by those memories. Juan re-encountered the details of that day. "He grabbed my shirt with his right hand to bring me even closer, and with his other hand he reached out to his old Bible. He placed his hand over it, held me tied just a couple inches from him, and started to give me his blessing. He pinched my forehead with his ring, kissed his fingers, and placed his hand over my face, just over the area he had pinched. I didn't pay due attention to the rest of his words. I was terribly scared. I could feel his warm hand touching my face and the warmth of his blood leaking down my cheeks. But what is weird is that I still feel that pinch, even after all this time. That was the moment, Juan. That was when he passed you his gift. That's how we do it." Father Joseph was relieved to hear that he remembered the moment with enough detail. "John was a great man. He served God well, and he passed the gift to you. Please, Juan, always remember what you just told me now. Remember those words, the ring, the pinch on your forehead, and the blessing. I love that passage of the Bible, and so did John." Father Joseph felt a mixture of relief and responsibility. He emphasized the importance of remembering those moments, the profound messages conveyed through them, and the legacy left behind. Juan spoke of his uncle's resilience, his unwavering support for those in need, and the strength that characterized him, despite the challenges faced. Father Joseph acknowledged the immense efforts John had made, never showing fatigue or ceasing to offer help to others, always keeping them in his prayers and seeking wisdom to assist effectively. Through this dialogue, Father Joseph aimed to shift Juan's focus from the sadness of loss to the strength of the legacy left behind, encouraging him to embrace the gift and the responsibilities it entailed with hope and courage, a testament to the enduring spirit of those who serve. The boy seemed to be grasping the situation, slowly starting to accept it, his right hand clutching the gold coin, gently enclosed by the old man's palms. "Try to remember carefully all the readings given out that day, and everything said before his death. Keep that coin safe and come back to me when you are ready to know more," he was advised. A car stopped on the street. It was very likely Tom. The old man walked towards the entrance and opened the door. "Please, Tom, come inside and have a seat. Did you find my tea?" he asked. "Thank you, Father. Here it is," Tom replied. Then the man boiled water and sat down with the young men for another hour, carefully avoiding any mention of the story he had been telling Juan. "So, Tom, you want to know about the deed, right?" he broached. "Yes, sir, please. I'd like to know," Tom responded. He began to explain how Father John had sought his advice, being very cautious with the details due to uncertainty about Tom's reaction. Especially considering Juan's response, it became clear he needed to continue his discussion with Juan privately. Throughout this time, Juan, with the gold piece in his pocket, fidgeted with the rubber stamp before pocketing it as well, clearly anxious. "But, Father, how did he pay for that?" Tom inquired. I will explain all that, but you have to wait for the right time, he replied, locking eyes with Juan to communicate that more answers were forthcoming, amidst elaborating on the legal process and how friends had assisted John. Questions about symbols arose, particularly one featured in the Bible given to Juan, which also appeared on the last page of the deed and was carved on the front door. It is just an old sign, an insignia. You might be more familiar with the peace and love sign or the Alpha and Omega. You'll find this symbol in many places now that you've started to notice it, he explained, noting Juan's shifting gaze. When asked about the symbol's personal significance, he shared, "For me, it represents the hand of God surrounded by his divinity, a hand that stops evil, but its meaning may vary for others." Tom agreed, finding a similar meaning, while Juan remained quiet but appeared to be less tense. Despite his back pain, he stood up and fetched the coded hand from his desk and presented it to Tom, suggesting it would help them remember their conversation and guide them through the right path. The discussion then returned to the topic of the house payment, with Tom inquiring further. However, Juan suggested they left, citing late hours and pending essays. "As you leave, remember, you're welcome to stop by any time for more details," he offered as they departed, extending a special invitation for Juan to return. Pulo headed back inside the house. Father Joseph continued reflecting upon the challenges faced by the gifted. He prayed for enough life to guide them, with total awareness of the dangers they faced, surrounded by so many who were only seeking to exploit their gift. The power to turn things into gold was not to be taken lightly. There were many unseen battles fought over it. As the day ended, he managed to write a coded note to Juan, a task made challenging by his age. This note, written in a code readable only by those with the sign, was a crucial step in introducing Juan to the deeper mysteries of their legacy. As Tom and Juan drove away, a mysterious car waited for the cover of night to silently approach the house. Act 4.3 Disturbed. The night symphony commenced under a cold sky as dark clouds swiftly veiling the moon signaled the approaching storm. The dim light was just sufficient to reveal the ancient oak tree, its branches swaying gracefully through the window. Below it, numerous fireflies buzzed about, creating a lively scene. Some sought mates in their fleeting moments, while others searched for shelter. Within this natural dance, the scene provided a feast for the awaiting frogs, anticipating the rain that seemed imminent. Abruptly, the silence was pierced by a discreet wood crack noise. "Oh, it is you," Father Joseph said, his voice breaking the quiet. "Indeed, Father," a very familiar voice emerged from the shadows. "When did you enter?" "I knocked, but the door was open, so I decided to come in to check on you," Monsignor explained. Turning, he noticed Pulo beside him, the cat's food plate already empty. "I must be getting very old. My apologies. Sometimes I cannot even hear my own thoughts," he chuckled in a gesture of friendliness. Yet a nagging worry lingered within. Despite his age, he was certain he would have heard a knock at the door, especially with Pulo sitting there, as calm as ever. "Don't worry, Father. Age can be a cruel enemy for us," Monsignor remarked calmly. "An enemy? I would say it's our best ally. It's a blessing, allowing us to value our lives and enjoy the simple moments God provides," he responded, managing a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. The fact that Pulo had not attempted to escape, as was his usual behavior once fed, puzzled him. The door could not have been left open. "Oh yes, I agree with you, Father. But you may have a point. Please forgive my old man's memory, or my lack of hearing. Do not worry, Father, but you need to be more careful. The world is full of dangers." "Dangers indeed," he replied. "Tell me, how was your meeting with the boys?" "Yes, the meeting with the boys. It went well, but you could have called. There was no need to come this far, especially with the storm approaching. I was worried about them, and of course, about you, Father." "Of course, I'm sure you were, but now that you're here, would you join me in my prayers? I forgot to recite them at 3 p.m. Old man's memory, you know." "There's no need for that, Father. It's probably better to spend some time with the Lord on your own. Besides, I should be leaving soon," Monsignor said. "Please, I insist. It has been so long since I prayed with someone. This old cat has been my only companion lately." They spent about an hour reciting various prayers, during which Father Joseph noticed his hesitations. Monsignor seemed unfamiliar with some of the basic prayers, as if struggling to recall them. "Is there something wrong, Monsignor?" Father Joseph asked him, a tremor of concern in his voice, suspecting he might not be who he had claimed to be since he arrived to the church months ago. "Everything's okay, Father. I'm just a bit distracted. Forgive me. But please, tell me how you feel. You seem a bit anxious?" "My son, I am so calm right now that I could fall asleep at any moment," he said, moving closer, strategically placing his old desk behind him to conceal the encoded letter he was writing for Juan. "Praying does bring peace, Father, but perhaps we should cease asking God to listen to us, at least for tonight." A lightning bolt struck nearby, its roar breaking the strange silence that had settled between their exchanges. Startled by the noise, Pulo dashed towards Monsignor, seeking refuge behind the old chimney, his preferred hiding spot. Monsignor had no choice but to step aside and watch how Pulo disappeared into his refuge. "You may be right, Father. I believe the Lord has been listening," he said, securing the letter beneath other papers on the desk, his movements deliberate, designed to divert attention from his actions. "Would you like some black coffee or tea?" Father Joseph offered. "No, Father, I'm good," Monsignor said. "All right, then," Father Joseph concluded, beckoning the beginning of a prolonged silence. Act 4.4. The Fist. As Father Joseph had suspected, Monsignor broke the facade. It was time. "I think there is no need to continue pretending, right, Father?" he stated. Father Joseph, seeking clarity, responded, "I think not, but tell me, son, who are you?" The man's reply was cryptic, yet revealing. "You know who I am, Joseph." Confused and concerned, Father Joseph pressed for more information. "I do not. Please enlighten me." The conversation veered into the territory of allegiances as the man posed another question. "Perhaps you may know who I am working for." Father Joseph expressed his uncertainty, not only about the man's identity, but also about his true intentions. "I do not know who you are, and I am not even sure I can guess right whom you think you are working for. I am not even sure if you are our Monsignor." Revealing his true colors, the man admitted, "Well, I am not. Let's say I'm a very close friend to the Monsignor that was assigned to your church. Or at least I want to think I was," he chuckled. Yet at the end he did not think of me as his friend. "At the end?" Father Joseph inquired, sensing the gravity of the situation. The impostor's laughter chilled the air as he confessed, "I think that after our last discussion, he was not very fond of me." "So you know him. What did you do to him?" Father Joseph demanded. The man's admission was stark. "I put him out of his misery. That's what I did to him, Joseph. Oh, but do not worry too much. It was nothing painful, I can assure you." Puzzled by the impostor's long con, Father Joseph asked, "I see, but why did you pretend to be him all this time?" The man likened himself to a hunter, studying his prey meticulously before striking. "Well, it's a matter of principle, Joseph, you see. I can describe myself as a hunter, a very good one. I like to get out and study the behavior of my prey before my final blow." The topic shifted to John, presumed to be the target. "So was John your prey?" "Well, yeah, you know," the man casually admitted. Father Joseph, his patience thinning and his hand burning from the hot coffee cup, retorted, "No, please, delight me." The man accused Father Joseph and his order of being naive, claiming to have deciphered the secrets of the hand. "Don't take me for a fool, Father. I have seen the signs all over your old house." Following this inquiring about the signs, Father Joseph was still met with a blunt assessment of his order's intelligence. "You and all the members of your fucking order are definitely very stupid. We have records that go back up to 1,000 years BC, and all of them pointing to your stupid hand. Are you not able to see that you are walking with a target drawn all over your faces when you do that kind of open display?" Despite the threat, Father Joseph remained defiant, questioning the man and his proxy's effectiveness in their clandestine war. "I see now, but even with that, the gift has been well protected. So, how good have you been in catching us, I would ask?" The man boasted about his organization's persistence and the inevitability of their victory, implying they were close to capturing the gifted member of Father Joseph's order. "You may think you can outsmart us, but you guys are cracking now, I can assure you. It is just a matter of time before we get it. We were so close to getting your precious gift once. I know John was the gifted father. Do not play a fool." Father Joseph challenged the man's assumption and strategy, leading to a discussion about the possible scenarios following John's untimely death and its broader implications for their hidden conflict. The man's confidence in his mission contrasted with Father Joseph's faith in the resilience and secrecy of his order, setting the stage for a confrontation that transcended their immediate encounter. "So tell me, what is your real name?" "Mark Radzing." "So tell me, Mark, if John was this gifted person that you claim, why did you remain hidden? Why did you not react before he was killed?" "Miscalculation, Father. See, I thought he was only a member of your clan. I never thought of him as the gifted. Well, at least not in the beginning. After I found and kept on receiving all these innumerable thank you notes, I changed my mind. People are so stupid. The same people he was helping were the ones that uncovered his secret. And you just confirmed it, poor little Joe," said Mark with a sarcastic tone. "Oh, I think you are still clueless about what is really going on," Joseph quickly replied. "Maybe, just a matter of time. I just need to start getting my answers from people close to him, people that he could have passed his talent to, or who can say something about what he was really doing. And we can start with you. If he was the gifted, he's with God now, so what does it matter to you? You have lost." "You may be right, but let's take things step by step." He slowly approached Father Joseph. "I do not know what to tell you. Maybe I can start telling you about one of your federal agents. Tough guy, but at the end he cracked and pointed me out to the small city of Reading." Mark cunningly smiled. "What was his name?" "Tom. Yes, Tom Antos. I recall it was his name. He told me to say hi to you on his behalf." "It is not too late to repent for what you are doing. You can ask God for forgiveness and change your way of life." Father Joseph was deeply worried that they had reached Tom. He was the head of the FBI and a proud member of the Hand. "God, please forgive his sins and receive him in your glory," he whispered. "You are a good priest," Mark chuckled. "Sadly, I am not looking for redemption. But are you sure you did not know Tom or his lovely wife Lisa, nor their teen daughter Nath?" "Monster! What did you do to those innocent people?" Father Joseph answered quickly, falling into Mark's mental trap. "Oh, Father, that is where you are wrong. They were not that innocent after all. Well, at least, not after a couple of my guys having chatted with them in front of Tom." He kept getting closer to Father Joseph. "You see, he did not mention anything until we showed him his family. Loved ones can be a nice persuasion tool. After that, he started talking like a parrot, talking all about you guys, hoping to protect his family." "You animal! Please God, forgive us all and receive them with your open arms." "That is touching, priest, but before we finish our little chat here, I want you to know that we have people, eyes, ears, everywhere. Governments, United Nations, the churches you can see now, even the mafia and the cartels." "The church, you say?" asked Father Joseph in a challenging tone. "Yeah, in every single one, we have people inside. It is not that difficult to infiltrate there. You just have to be very patient." "How did you take Monsignor's place?" "That was circumstantial, monk. He happened to be in the right place at the right moment for me. I was taking the train to head to Philadelphia, and there he was. The poor guy happened to sit beside me. Oh, and he was completely clueless about your mini gang." "Please God, bless his soul and receive Monsignor in heaven," Father Joseph whispered. "You are going to make me cry, Joe, but please, let's talk about us now. If you cooperate with me, you can have a front seat to enjoy our show. You will see how we can get everywhere and how we will rule the world after finding the gifted." "The world? You fool. How do you think it will turn out for you having all that hunger for power? If history has taught us something, it's that all the conquerors' actions end at some point. All the mighty empires have fallen. Besides, even if you find the gifted, if he does not cooperate, you will have nothing. Maybe, but as I said, we will take things step by step, and I may not be there to see it happen, but we will get him, be sure of that. Oh, and yes, he will definitely cooperate. As you can see, we can be very persuasive when we want to. Even if you found him, even if you think you can control him, based on what you are thinking, it can only give you gold, which I would show worthless after being overexploited. Not everything works as you think, monk. Every single country would have to back up their fortune in gold once again. How many countries would be willing to buy gold at that point? There are not enough resources to feed them all, so war would be imminent. We would just feed the ones providing the right deals, and we would eventually escalate our influence over these poor countries. If you ever find the gifted. Monk, there are a couple of ways to find out, but let's just think of 2 ways for the time being. Either you tell me who the gifted is now and live a happy life after that, or you wait for me to get those words out of you by any necessary means and rejoice in the presence of our Lord a little bit sooner than you were anticipating. Tempting offers, but I will decline. Father Joseph threw the hot coffee to Mark's face, which gave him just enough time to run to his room and lock himself there. "You piece of shit!" Mark screamed. Father Joseph placed a chair against the door to hold him for a while. He opened the window, took the dagger he had hidden under the mattress, and jumped outside. He landed under the muddy water resting outside the window, slipped and fell on his back. He was not able to move. The pain was as intense as a stab with a hot knife. He heard screams coming from outside of his room and loud noises as Mark was trying to open the door. "Please, God, please," he prayed. Suddenly he was able to recover some of his movement again. The pain was still there, but at least he was able to stand up and walk. Rushing into the tall cornfield, he did not look back until he heard some shots followed by a strong sound, most likely caused by the door of his room hitting the floor as his predator broke off and made his path inside. Father Joseph stopped for a second. He could not see the house anymore. The leaves and heavy rain prevented him from doing so, but he could hear him. "Run, Joseph. Run carefully and as fast as you can," Father Joseph whispered while moving towards the river. Suddenly, the storm began to fade away, and the gloomy sky was no longer illuminated by lightning, just like a heavenly offer for Father Joseph to escape his attacker amidst the darkness. "I'm going to get you! I'm gonna get you, little fucking Joe!" Mark screamed from afar. "He can probably see some movement from the window. Maybe it was too naive to think I was going to go unnoticed inside the fields," Father Joseph whispered. "Go left," a voice in his mind called. He changed his path towards the river, but he did not notice some old roots sticking up, making him fall. He continued crawling in the freezing water that was covering half of his arms. The cold turned even worse as his clothes flooded in. "Just behind you, little Joe!" Mark's scream was now closer. Joseph stopped and lay down completely. He thought that if he was going to get killed, it was better for him to relax and ask God for forgiveness. He started praying in silence with his eyes closed, waiting for a bullet to hit him at any point. The steps and splashing water started to sound closer and closer. "Thank you, Father, for all my blessings," Father Joseph whispered, his voice barely audible over the pouring rain. The sound of Mark's steps was getting louder, announcing his proximity. Father Joseph halted his weary trek, allowing himself to collapse fully onto the ground. With the looming threat of being shot, he reasoned that relaxing his back might at least alleviate some of the impending pain. Silently, he began to pray, seeking solace in God's presence, his eyes shut, bracing for the impact of a bullet that seemed inevitable. The splashing footsteps that signaled his pursuer's approach vanished. Father Joseph closed his eyes tightly, waiting for the worst. Unexpectedly, the splash sound of Mark's steps continued, now growing fainter as he walked away. Mark had Father Joseph just a few steps away from him, but because his brown monk clothes were all covered in mud and water reached half of his body, it was almost impossible to spot him on the ground amidst the heavy rain and the corn leaves that obscured the visibility. "He cannot see me," Father Joseph whispered to himself upon realizing his advantage. Despite his vulnerability, he dared not move. Instead, he peered in the direction of the fading noise, relieved to discern that his assailant had mistakenly presumed him to have headed straight to the river. Grateful for this divine intervention, he waited briefly before resuming his escape, now crawling westward to the highway in search for help. His once resilient body now betrayed him, unable to retain warmth, signaling an urgent need to seek shelter and change his drenched garments. The grueling journey on all fours felt like an eternity, or at least 2 hours. Then he decided it was time to attempt standing. Numbness had claimed his back and hands, a concerning yet oddly relieving development that allowed him to trudge onward, though he suspected he was still perilously close to his starting point. Eventually, the relentless rain gave way, compelling him to shed his sodden monk outfit, abandoning it amongst the crops as he faced the biting cold with diminishing strength. Father Joseph remembered the old cabin at the top of the hill. He feared that if he returned to his house, Mark would be there waiting for him, so he continued his way to see if anyone in the cabin could assist him with dry clothes and some needed warmth. Pain, both old and new, racked his body, yet he pressed on until a wave of dizziness and cold forced him to confront his limits. He collapsed once more as he was getting closer to the hill. The cabin so close, but yet so far. Momentarily greeted by the sun's warmth, he was injected with brief respite that reignited his will to survive despite the overwhelming odds. I'd better get moving or else I will die here, he thought, spurred on by the urgent need to find safety despite his body's protests. Back to crawling, he resolved, aware that any further falls could prove disastrous. Nearby voices offered a glimmer of hope, but Father Joseph's attempts to summon help were futile. His voice failed him when he needed it most. Weak and barely able to continue, he tried to elevate his arms as much as he could. He was able to catch the attention of the two women in the cabin. His appearance and lack of clothes caused the ladies to rush out to protect their children, leaving him alone once more. All his efforts did not translate into the assistance he so desperately required. Misunderstood and abandoned, he collapsed, whispering prayers of gratitude for the protection he had received and for the chance to meet his end in the presence of others, hopeful that it might prompt an investigation into his plight. In his final moments, Father Joseph sought divine forgiveness, offering up his suffering in exchange for blessings upon his family and the children he held dear. His consciousness faded, and the distant sounds of the world retreated into silence. Chapter 5. Fearless. Life is not about finding yourself. Life is about creating yourself. George Bernard Shaw. Act 5.1. A Lost One. Father Joseph lay on the hillside, his age and predicament uncertain to Tanya and Kyla. To them, he was a stranger, and they were two moms trying now to protect their children. Tanya, take Princess with you and start the car, Kyla instructed firmly. Are you nuts? What are you going to do? Tanya responded with disbelief in her voice, seeing Kyla heading towards Father Joseph. I'm going to try to help the old man. No, please don't. Kyla, get your fucking ass in the damn car, Tanya pleaded. Princess, honey, go with your aunt and buckle up. Tanya, start the car and call 911, Kyla instructed, trying to maintain calm amidst the escalating situation. You're out of your mind! Princess, hurry up and get into the car. Shit, Tanya muttered, her worry palpable. Sir, are you okay? Kyla asked, still steps away but approaching the old man. He was lying there, covered in semi-dry mud, resembling someone who had just emerged from a swamp. Did you get caught in the rain on your way home? Tanya had mentioned in the news that a man was found dead beside the river this morning, so she was unsure to get really close to him. Seems he is barely breathing. Kyla looked back at the car and waved to Tanya, signaling that she wasn't in immediate danger. They waited until a police patrol arrived and provided first aid to the man just in time. He seemed to be having a reaction, struggling to cough but instead suffocating. His face began to change colors. Kyla attempted to tilt his head back to open his airway, but it seemed futile. The police officer joined her efforts until the paramedics arrived. They took over, administering an injection and performing a procedure on his throat. He was alive, unconscious, but alive. Are you related to him? An officer asked. No, we don't know him, they replied. We were just spending some time here when we came across him. Okay, thank God you were here, otherwise he might not have made it. Is he going to be okay then? Tanya asked. Let's say he has a better chance now. His vitals are stable, but he's in a coma and not reacting. We need to get him to a hospital for better treatment. Of course, Kyla answered. Could you help us find any information about him? Do you know if anyone is looking for him? Not sure. I think he's a priest or something. We found some things in his wallet, and it seems he was affiliated with the church and had some contact names. Maybe parishioners or relatives, one of the cops mentioned, revealing two names. Juan Garza and Tom O'Danley, along with phone numbers. Oh my God, it can't be, Tanya reacted, her expression a mix of surprise and concern. Do you know them? The officer inquired. Yes, we know them both, but one is an asshole if you ask me, Tanya added, giving Kyla a knowing look. Yeah, we know them both, sir, Kyla acknowledged. Perhaps you could assist us with a call to inform them about the man's condition. Maybe they can confirm his identity. Sure, officer, no problem, I will, Kyla agreed, though her heart was heavy with uncertainty and dread about making the call. Kyla's hand trembled as she took out her phone to dial, her mind racing with questions and fear about how the call would be received. You are such a dumbass, you know that, right? Tanya remarked, her tone a blend of frustration and concern. Hey, easy, Kyla responded, trying to muster her courage. She put the call on speaker, allowing Tanya to hear the conversation. This is Juan, came the answer from the other end. Hey, Juan, it's me, Kyla, she began, her voice betraying her nervousness. Kyla? Kyla? Hey, how are you doing? Long time. How's Princess doing? Well, she's 5 years old now, Kyla replied, the conversation taking a turn towards the personal before she steered it back to the matter at hand. We found a man, Andrew Shoemaker. Does that ring a bell? No, not at all. Why? Does the name Joseph sound familiar to you? Maybe a priest? Oh, we went yesterday to visit my uncle's spiritual director, and his name was Joseph, an old guy dressed like a monk. It might be him. Can you come to the hospital in Lancaster? Sure, no problem. Is he all right? It's a long story. It's complicated, but he's not in good shape. We need to confirm his identity. The police are involved. Oh no, is he dead? No, but he's unconscious. The lack of oxygen might have caused brain damage. We don't know if he'll be able to recognize anyone when he wakes up. That's terrible. He seemed fine yesterday. We didn't find him at his home. But please, hurry to the hospital. The ambulance has already left, and I want to be there to help with his admission. Okay, heading there now. See you soon. The call ended, leaving Kyla and Tanya to face the unfolding situation, fraught with concern for the man they had found and the unresolved issues from their past that were now resurfacing. Act 5.2 Re-Encounter. They were finally close to the hospital after tailing the ambulance for over an hour. The delay raised concern about whether it had affected the man's urgently needed treatment. It took us more than twice the time that it normally would, and just because of those assholes, Tanya remarked, looking in the distance at all the protesters still walking down the streets. Yeah, right? I don't know why those guys were closing the streets. So much for a peaceful protest, Kyla added. More like a freaking political rave, Tanya said. Thankfully, nothing happened to the ambulance or to us while passing through all those people, Kyla said, looking back at Princess. We were fucking lucky. I don't understand why they kept pushing the cars like that, shoving them from side to side, Tanya said. That freaked me out. And what was all that screaming about? Kyla asked. Screaming at us, assholes, as if we had something to do with all that shit. Tanya put up her middle fingers from the main entrance down to the streets. Well, here we are now. They stopped the car near the ambulance parked in front of the emergency room. While the paramedics were taking the old man inside, a nurse approached them, giving them a number to track the case and sign him in. What a weekend, huh? Tanya said. Yes, I know. I'm so sorry things have not worked out the way we had planned. They continued chatting as the old man was checked in at the emergency room. Hey, you have nothing to feel sorry about or to apologize for. As far as I know, you had a blast the night before with your mini concert. We camped where I wanted, and we just happened to save, or at least give a better shot at living, to a priest. I will say we pulled it off, Tanya smiled. I guess so, Kyla said. I asked Juan to come, and I think Tom may be with him, she continued, filled with random thoughts and crossed feelings. Who's Tom, Mommy? Princess said. Oh, baby, he's one of those clowns, like the one we saw last week? Tanya looked at Kyla and laughed. He must be very funny then, Princess said with a smile. As they stood next to the ambulance, one of the paramedics that was on the ambulance approached them. I hope he gets better, the man said. He was the one driving the ambulance, but had helped taking Father Joseph all the way down to the emergency room. How is he? Kyla asked. Hard to tell. The lack of oxygen in his brain could cause severe brain injuries. If that happens, even if he comes back, he may not be the same. Oh, don't tell me that, Kyla added, showing remorse for him. I know it's sad, poor old man. I've just signed him in and provided your names just in case. I hope that is not an issue. No, not at all, Kyla said, looking at Tanya. Thank you. Beautiful kids, by the way. See you girls later. The paramedic waved goodbye. See ya, Kyla responded as they entered the emergency room lobby. Are you Miss Kyla and Miss Tanya? A nurse asked. Hello, I'm Nancy. I'm taking care of the patient you brought in. Please follow me. Sure, answered Kyla. Does he have insurance? Asked the nurse. We don't know, but we're waiting for a couple of friends. Maybe they'll know, rushed Tanya. Okay, no problem. I will ask you to sit down here and wait for me to call you, okay? The nurse continued, adding some notes to the paperwork she had on her. Sure, no problem, Kyla said. They waited for an hour. It was getting dark, and suddenly, Kyla spotted him. It was Tom, followed by Juan and May. He was rushing his way in. Thank God he stopped wearing those huge pants, Kyla whispered, disliking his previous fashion sense. But now he was dressed in jeans and an ironed shirt, even having brushed his hair, very unlikely for him. Wow, at least he took a shower, Tanya said. Maybe people do change, Kyla whispered. Hey, Kyla, are you all right? Tom asked. Yes, I'm fine. Thank you for coming, Tom. I thought you'd arrive earlier. Too much traffic, Juan said, him and May finally catching up. Do you still have your old piece of junk? Tanya teased. What happened? Juan inquired as he got closer to Tanya and introduced May to her. Everything's okay now, Tanya assured, holding her baby. Princess was hiding between her legs. Is he the clown? Princess asked eagerly. Say what again? Tom was taken aback. Exactly, Tanya said, asking Princess for a high five with a big smile on her face. What was that? Tom was confused. Never mind, Tanya, you know her. Kyla tried to divert the conversation. Yeah, I guess you're right. Hi, Tanya. Who are these little ones? Hi, Tom said, kneeling to get closer to Princess. Hi, I'm Princess. She is my mom, she pointed at Kyla. Do you know any jokes? Princess now looking directly at Tom's eyes. I am a friend of your mom. My name is Tom. Nice to meet you. I don't know that many jokes. Well, not for little ones, at least, Tom admitted. My aunt says you are a very funny guy, Princess remarked, revealing Tanya's previous comment. Did she? Asked Tom. Juan exchanged looks with Kyla, urging her to clarify. No, honey, that's not what I meant, Tanya added in disappointment. With that high note, it's very nice to meet you, little princess. Tom extended his hand formally, extending a big smile to her. Nice to meet you too, sir. Do you know that next month is my birthday? Said Princess with a big smile on her face. Oh, really? That's just awesome. How old are you going to be? Asked Tom. I am 5 years old, and I will be 6 very, very soon. 6? Tom paused, reflecting on the significance of the number. 6. Oh, look, they have cartoons on the TV. I love that one, Princess pointed out, diverting the attention momentarily. Tom's gaze then returned to Kyla, filled with a mix of emotions as he recalled past events. Hey, how's Father Joseph? Juan asked, cutting through the tension. Time seemed to stand still. Kyla's heart raced as no one answered Juan, turning seconds into minutes of palpable tension. 6, Tom kept whispering, his gaze fixed on Kyla. Tears were brimming in his eyes, held back by doubt. Unable to find words, Kyla simply smiled at him, holding her child tight as Princess remained engrossed in her favorite cartoon show. It's yours, asshole, Tanya whispered to Tom, taking Princess from Kyla's arms. Juan was now holding her baby. We'll be in the waiting room so you have time to talk, Juan suggested, inviting May to join them. Act 5.3 Connecting. After many years, Kyla found herself alone with Tom, the love of her life, the one that had caused her the most pain, the father of her child, the only man she'd ever truly loved. They spoke for hours and hours. First, they started arguing just as they used to do before they broke up. Little by little, as they commenced sharing what they had been doing and how they regretted some of the decisions they had taken, they began to feel closer and closer, drifting back to the connection they once shared. Hey, Kay, are you dating anyone now? Tom inquired. Nope, how about you? Kyla said. No, not now. I missed you so much, Kyla, I really did. I should have never let you go. Me too, but I've been able to manage it without you, Kyla said, holding her hands tight. You can always count on me, Kyla, always, Tom said, hesitating on reaching out with his hand. I did. Now we're good. Besides, Princess loves New York, Kyla said, hands locked with more force. What do you do there? Tom asked. His prior intention on reaching out was fading out after Kyla's response. I work as a waitress in a bar that lets me perform there. With my wage and tips I get after singing, I cover rent, daycare, and food, Kyla said, her self-esteem boosted. You're still singing, Tom said with a smile. I'm trying to get there, but it's so tough. It's funny, but things have been changing very fast in that regard, said Kyla, recalling her incoming interview with the music recording agency. Well, they just need to hear you. Man, I love your voice. Remember when we used to get lost just to hear you sing because your neighbor couldn't stand the sound of the guitar? He chuckled. I do, Kyla laughed, her hand touching her hair. I wish I could go back to those days, said Tom, looking down. Well, you made your choice, Kyla quickly reacted, confronted with conflicting emotions. Not the best one, right? Tom kept looking down. You were so blinded by the desire for revenge. Kyla softened the tone of her voice. She started looking down. I was so afraid and so angry with my life that I couldn't see what I had in front of me, Tom added, looking up, trying to lock eyes with Kyla. You were so consumed by that, Kyla kept looking down. That's why I got into the gang, Tom whispered. What a career path of yours, huh? She whispered in response, her eyes filled with sadness now locked with Tom's. I know, believe me, I know, he said, putting his hand on the bench, but closer to her. Are you still involved in that? She asked in hope. Kind of, Tom answered. I see. Well, you made your decision back then and you're still sticking to it, Kyla said. What? No, it is not like that. This time, Tom added, but Kyla cut his sentence short. I didn't want to know anything about you when that happened. Kyla was reviving that moment when they broke up. Hey, calm down, said Tom. My heart was devastated. I was expecting our baby, and I didn't want her to be involved in any type of the businesses you were in. Kyla started crying. Hey, but you're still hanging with Tanya. She's BJ's wife, isn't she? And you know what he does, right? Tom added. That's different, she said, confused. And even so, I moved out to the city, putting distance between us. I am going to kill BJ for not telling me. He didn't know. Well, maybe not for sure. Only Tanya, Juan, and her mother knew, in fact, that Princess is yours. Juan? That son of a bitch! Don't be mad at him. He lied to me. I made him promise not to tell you. He loves you so much. For 2, maybe 3 years, he visited us often and every day asked me to call you, till one day I kicked him out of the house after being tired of hearing his repeated request. Does she know? No, and I don't want to tell her. Not for now, at least. That's why I decided to move to New York a few years ago, to avoid contact with Juan and his constant reminders of you. I just wanted to avoid this single instant we are now living. What do you mean? I was afraid of your reaction, but don't worry, I will be gone out of your life soon. Kyla, that's my daughter, our daughter. No, Tom, she's my daughter, and that's how it'll be. Please don't take that away from me, not after what I know now. Damn, I can change, I swear. I wish I could believe you, but you'll have to prove it, not to me, but to her. Until then, you are only a good old friend of mine. I will, Kay. I will. Please do. If you are really serious about everything we've talked about, put your mind into it. You're so smart, you can make it happen. You have my word, baby. Please don't call me that. Sorry, force a habit. Kyla didn't realize how late it was. It was midnight already. They went back to the waiting room. Both the baby and Princess had fallen asleep. Juan was talking with Monsignor and May. Tanya was talking on the phone with her husband. Here, BJ wants to talk with you, Tanya said, giving her phone to Tom. Hey, Kyla, let me introduce you to Monsignor, May said. I called him as soon as I heard the news about Father Joseph. Hello, it is my pleasure, said Mark as he continued to pretend to be Monsignor, at least until he could make sure that Father Joseph hadn't told anyone about his true identity. Hello, sir. A pleasure to meet you. May, is that you? Sorry, I didn't recognize you before, said Kyla while shaking Mark's hand, unaware of his true intentions. You look so nice, as always, finished Kyla, now approaching closer to May. Well, and how about you, girl? Now you're rocking. You left behind that baby face of yours, May laughed. It had been probably 6 years since the last time she saw her. Hey, your little one is so beautiful. Thank you, she is my treasure, said Kyla, her eyes now looking at Princess, contemplating her while sleeping. Excuse me, the nurse came out from inside the emergency room. Yes, they all said. I think he is recovering consciousness. We can allow only 2 of you to come inside. Hey, Juan, why don't you go with the priest? Tanya said. Well, I think that's a great idea, but probably it'll be good for him to see Kyla. She was the last person he saw before he lost consciousness. What do you think, Kyla? Sure, no problem, answered Kyla, approaching the nurse. Thank you, young lady, said Mark, getting closer to her. Act 5.4 Stranger. The nurse led the way to the emergency room, followed by Kyla and Mark or Monsignor. Mark took the chance to ask Kyla questions about her relationship with Tom and Juan, but she just told them they used to be friends, to keep it simple for the time being. She let Monsignor walk a few steps ahead of her. Despite his priest outfit and how polite he was trying to be, Kyla was alerted about him. She could not understand her unease, but seeking to uncover why she was feeling that way about Monsignor, she started to inspect him visually, trying not to catch his attention. He had a rash on his neck, or is it a burn that he was trying to cover? She whispered to herself, just like the marks he had on his hand. She continued recalling their handshake, where she noticed the burn marks that Mark got after his encounter with Father Joseph, where he threw his hot drink over him. "I'm sorry, child, did you say something?" asked Mark, feeling her attention and hearing her murmurs without being able to decipher what she was saying. "So what happened, Father?" Kyla asked, pointing at his neck and then looking at his hand. The inquiry took Mark by surprise. He smiled back at her. "Hot beans happened," he laughed. "I have to be more careful when closing those pressurized pans." "Ah, I see. That happens," Kyla smiled back. "But hello, Joseph. How are you feeling now?" Monsignor started talking to the old man after realizing he was looking at them, his eyes looking at the nurse and evaluating an escape route if needed. "Who are you?" Father Joseph said. "I am your old friend. I am Monsignor, from the church. Do you remember me? We chatted not so long ago," said Mark, his hands now relaxed. "I am so sorry. I do not remember," he said, saliva escaping from his mouth, the nurse rushing her way in to clean his mouth very gently. "Do not worry, my old friend. It will come back to you. What is important now is that you are okay. You were very lucky. What were you doing outside? Were you dreamwalking again?" said Mark, trying to plant a cover-up. "I do not know. The last thing I remember was you. Yes, you. Who are you?" Father Joseph said, looking at Kyla. "Hello, sir. I am Kyla Kemp. I was the one that found you getting out of the crops." "The crops?" he asked, surprised. "Please, child, I think we should give him some rest," Mark interrupted. "We can talk about that later. Let's try to make him comfortable for now." "Yes, Father," answered Kyla, pretending to let go of the topic and just smiling back at Father Joseph. "So you are a priest?" asked Father Joseph. "You and I, my old friend, we both are. But relax, take your time," answered Mark. They spent some time there. Mark was taking care of him. He was very gentle. For Kyla, it seemed that they were getting along as friends. He even showed him a circular symbol that had a hand and a fist in it. Father Joseph was having trouble recognizing it. Mark told him it was a symbol of the group of the church they both belonged to, and that he will help him to remember things. Kyla was just glad to see the poor old man getting some love and help. She went back to the lobby to say goodbye and pick up her daughter. Everything seemed fine until they got to the parking lot, where Tom started questioning Juan about not telling him about his daughter. "You are such an idiot, Juan. How could you, man? How could you? You didn't have that fucking right." "Tom, I made him promise me, and besides, it was better that way. After all, you never quit your stupid gang." "Hey, hold on, Kyla. I deserve that, but he told my father that he is working his way out of all that," said Juan. "Give me a break," Tanya said. "Stay out," Tom and Kyla said at the same time. "All right, but BJ has a different story about your dumbass friend." "What do you mean?" Juan replied. "Hey, Juan, don't listen to her. She doesn't know what she's saying." "Oh, is that so, you prick? Well, it seems that you're not only a liar, but also lack the courage to tell everyone here that you are still working for Z and that you were sent to investigate what was going on his behalf." "Tanya, I have always been polite with you because of BJ, but you better shut the fuck up right now," said Tom, very agitated. "What?" said Juan. "Hey, bro, I can explain. It's not what it seems." "Forget it, Tom, and you were mad about me not telling you about Princess. Well, I'm fucking glad I didn't, you piece of shit." Juan pushed Tom. He was feeling used and betrayed by his best friend. Tom pushed Juan back, his patience wearied out. Juan looked at him and stroked a jab on his jaw. They started fighting, despite the girl's demands for them to stop, without any luck. The parking lot was empty, and the security camera was pointing in the other direction. They quickly grabbed each other to the floor, where continued punches were thrown by both of them. "Guys, stop! Someone's coming," May said. They stopped, blood coming from Tom's eyebrow and blood coming from Juan's mouth. "You know what? You're right. I'm sorry, dude," Tom said, stepping up first and extending his hand to Juan. "I was really ashamed of that, and after hearing about your uncle, I didn't want to add that load on you." "You should have come clean, Tom. Now I understand why the guys who were beating the shit out of me ran away when they saw you with May and the other guy." Juan pulled himself up as well, pushing Tom's hand away. "I'm so sorry, dude." I'm sorry, Kyla. I promise I will get myself out. I promise, Tom kept apologizing. Meanwhile, the person May saw was finally near them. It was an old woman, her clothes shaded by dirt, possibly from weeks and weeks of continuous use. Until then, Tom, don't you dare show your face at my house. I won't tell my mom or my dad yet, but you better put all that shit away, Juan said, getting closer to May. So are we cool? Tom asked, wishing he could turn back time. Until then, bro, and by the way, I was the one defending you with Kyla all this fucking time. You're, Juan responded, but held his thoughts, as deep inside he felt compassion for his childhood friend, for the person he considered his brother. May got closer to Juan and gave him a hug, which really worked as a tranquilizer for him. Until then, Juan waved goodbye to them, cleaning the blood from his mouth. Then he started walking away towards the old woman, stopped for a second, took something out from his right pocket, and gave her the gold seal to help her out, before continuing to walk away with May. Tom was speechless. He normally found ways to talk himself out of any situation, but he said nothing after that. He couldn't even look at Kyla and Princess, who was very scared at that point and hid behind Kyla's legs. Thank you, God blesses you, the old woman was screaming to Juan after seeing what she had gotten from him and marking it with her teeth. Tom tried to get closer to them, but Princess started crying. He stopped and looked at Kyla. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. This time for real, babe. He turned around and started walking away. Bye, honey, said Tanya, waving goodbye at him with her middle finger. Stop it, Tanya. I've had enough. Please take me home. Kyla looked down with what seemed a bit of remorse. You'll never change, Kay. You will never change. And you, little princess, don't get scared, honey. They're boys. They play like that. But hear me out. You have to be smarter than them. Always remember that, little one. And keep saying that to your dumb mom whenever you can, she laughed. The days passed, and they went back to New York after all that drama. A few weeks later, Kyla started receiving more casting calls for auditions. It turned out that Mick E. was indeed a rock star back in the day, and was very well connected. He introduced her to a lot of people in the media. She was becoming famous. The money wasn't coming in as she had expected yet, but she was now even opening concerts for very well-known artists. Her name started appearing in the media. As for Tom, she kept in contact with him. They chatted almost every day. Now it had been 2 months since that crazy night. She received some money from him, from the house he had sold. He said it was to pay for her daughter's education. She ended up telling Princess about him. At first, it was strange for her, but she was so happy after a few weeks. Now, Tom was like her best friend. Kyla was even getting a little jealous of their bond, but the undeniable fact was, the little girl was finally happy with her daddy. They spoke by phone, not just once, but 2 or even 3 times every single day. Kyla thought he was changing. She truly believed it. He told her he was almost out of his old business. She really hoped so, because if he was, she thought, they would have a chance to live a good life, to live a normal life, to live a life together as a family. Chapter 6. Perspective. Do not dwell in the past. Do not dream of the future. Concentrate the mind on the present moment. Buddha. Act 6.1. Gold Dilemma. 1 month later, back in Father Joseph's house. The sky began to reveal a glimpse of the approaching night. The bright orange colors contrasted with the purple shades of the clouds during that glorious sunset, which could be witnessed from Father Joseph's house deck. The leaves in the cornfields were now completely dry, with corn cobs remaining unharvested. Quite a view, don't you think, Joe? Mark asked, bringing a blanket to Father Joseph so he could cover his legs from the cold wind. Yes, God's present for us, Joseph responded. He seemed to have no recollection of what had happened between them, no recollection how he was almost killed by the man seated at his side. This was very convenient for Mark. Luckily for the hand, Father Joseph seemed to have forgotten everything he knew about the gift and the hand organization. Mark was losing his patience. He and his companion had been playing along for quite some time to get information from Father Joseph, but were getting nowhere. It is chilling now. Please, Monsignor, come inside with me, Joseph invited. After you, Joseph. Do you want something warm? Coffee? Tea? Asked Father Joseph. Coffee will be great, thank you, Monsignor replied. What else could one man wish for after such a boring afternoon with this old man? Coffee it is, then, Joseph said. I missed him, you know. Whom, Joseph? Monsignor inquired. Pulo, my cat. What did you say happened to him? I do not know, Joseph. I recall your phone call telling me he went missing and that you were going for a walk to see if you could find it, and then May called me saying that you were in the hospital. By phone. Right. You have told me that before, haven't you? Joseph seemed to struggle with his memory. Yes, Joseph, I have. Do not bother yourself with those things. Right now it is important for us to work on your memory. Do you remember our conversation? Which one? Joseph asked as he brewed water in the old coffee pot. The one about our organization, the Hand Organization. Do you remember anything about that? Oh, that conversation. Yes. I do remember. You were telling me it is a secret organization within the church to protect the one that we called the Gifted, right? Yes. It is very important for you to remember who and where he is, you see. These are terrible times. Have you seen the news lately? I have. A lot of people are protesting about politics, and global conflicts seem to be escalating. Joseph, don't you see? People got very angry after the resolution of Congress to accept to go back to the gold era, when all countries had to back up their fortune in gold. Monsignor, remember, as Jesus said, render unto Caesar the things that are Caesar's, and unto God the things that are God's. Monsignor wished he could leave and get his life once again. These philosophical conversations were driving him crazy and making it harder and harder for him to remain in his role as Monsignor. Yes, Joe, but think about what happened. All these families sold their gold out of fear and because the government convinced them that the prices were dropping. Suddenly they signed the agreement and the gold rates went up like crazy. You have to understand their frustration. They feel betrayed by their government because they could have held on to that gold and made a fortune out of it. I see, but we have to move on, and we should not be that concerned about material things in this world. We will not take anything with us when we face the presence of God. Indeed, Father, but that is exactly my point. We need to help these people to understand that, and the one that possesses the gift is the one with the right message for all of them, Mark said, trying to manipulate Father Joseph. Could you please remind me what type of gift he has? Monsignor wished he could stop this right away, his hand drawing a fist. Excuse me, Father, he interrupted. I just remembered that I've got to make a quick call. Do you mind? No, Monsignor, not at all. Please feel free to use my phone. Oh, do not bother, I got it. Monsignor walked out of the house for a minute. He made a phone call. Hello, sir, how can I help you? Stacy answered. Well, you can start by putting on those leather pants that I love so much and come here as quick as you can, whispered Mark so Father Joseph could not hear him. So you want the leather pants, huh? Someone's getting naughty thoughts, Stacy giggled. I need your help here, said Mark. I'll give you whatever you want, you know that. We'll get into that, but I need you to play a role as a hand member. This fucking guy is driving me nuts. I feel you, Mark. Oh, baby, you'll definitely feel me tonight. Don't forget your sleeping drops so we can have some playtime together. I'll do, my love. Goodbye now. Oh, one more thing. Bring me the report from the Oval. Monsignor got a feeling someone was looking at him, so he turned his head to look for Joseph, fearing he was listening to his conversation. Luckily, he could see him serving the coffee on the kitchen table. Monsignor, coffee is ready, the old man screamed from inside the house. Monsignor got inside the house and noticed the old man had poured again a cup of milk in his cat's plate. He thought to himself, he's fucking stupid. Well, at least I will get some fun tonight after I drug this son of a bitch, Monsignor murmured. Is everything all right? Joseph asked. Yes, I asked a friend of ours to come here to help us clean up the house. Please do not worry. I will do it tomorrow morning. Not a problem, Joe. She's already on her way here. 2 cups of sugar and milk, right? Yes, please, Joseph. They sat at the table and enjoyed the drinks. At least this fool knew how to make a good cup of coffee. So, you were telling me about the gift and its importance, Joseph prompted. Oh, yes, the gift, Joe, is a big pile of gold that the church put under the protection of the gifted. Why did they not keep it in the Vatican, or invest it in other countries? Well, you know that the Vatican does not have strong military power, and with all the movements across the world, the fear was that the central vaults could be attacked, thus jeopardizing the charity projects of Your Holiness. I see. So a portion of it was hidden under the protection of this man. Exactly. And why do we know all about this? Because we are part of the Hand Organization, a secret team that only reports to Your Holiness, the Pope. Mark was having trouble remembering all the lies that he had told Joseph about the Hand Organization. Oh, I see. So I report directly to the Pope. You report to me, and I report to him. And how does he let you know his wishes? He calls a meeting and has secret messages within his ceremonies that only a few of us can decode. Ah, I see. Then this may be yours. Joseph stood up, walked to his desk, and put his cup of tea over some papers. What is it? Monsignor asked, but Joseph stood there for a few seconds. His head started hurting and he started sweating. Never mind, I forgot where I put it. I will give it to you once it comes back. Do not worry, Joe, it will come back to you. But now why don't you sit down and tell me what it was? Monsignor pulled him over to the back of the dinner chair. It was a manuscript and had a few numbers, letters, and words. I thought they were random, but when you mentioned coding, the thought struck my head, it can be part of a code. Monsignor, you have to be more careful about leaving those things behind, added Father Joseph, still confused about what he experienced. You are right, Joe. Thank God I have you here to help me fix my mistakes, answered Mark, drawing a smile on his face, now getting closer to valuable information. Oh, it is nothing like that, but I am glad to help, after all. I have not been able to do it with any of the other people that have come to ask me favors. Other people? Yes, one family came like 3 times already, trying to ask me for a favor. One was a mechanic from Allentown, then another one was a businessman from D.C., and 2 federal agents. Well, seems you have been very busy, Monsignor responded with a smile. After all, it was just a matter of time to find out if any of those fools were part of the Hand. If so, they'd keep showing up. The news about Joseph continued to spread out, and people from the Hand always came out to help. Fools, whispered Mark. Well, it is a shame you were not able to help them, but do not be hard on yourself. When you least expect, things will come back to you, and you will help them all out, I promise. Or ask for their contact information, and I can arrange a meeting to help them out myself. Mark felt a rush of adrenaline going through him. His time was finally coming. Act 6.2. The Code. The sky started to show glances of the Milky Way. The temperature kept dropping, but it was still tolerable. It was 15 minutes past 8. A little more than 3 hours had passed since Mark called Stacy to show up. This fool kept asking questions, whispered Mark as Father Joseph kept coming up with slow memory triggers, merely a slow agony for him. At least he'd remembered where the piece of code was, he added, while heading towards the living room where Father Joseph was. It should be right here. Excuse me, I thought Oh, here it is, Father Joseph said, finally finding the piece of paper. Can I see it? Monsignor asked. The piece of paper had 12 letters, 52 numbers, and a few words. This could be something they could use. It is yours, isn't it? Joseph inquired. I think so. I may have left it a while ago when taking care of you after you got out of the hospital. I thought so. Well, what is it? Asked Father Joseph. Oh, Joseph, my good old friend, you are so inquisitive. At the right time, you will know. There was a knock on the door. Ah, that must be Stacy. Remember her? She's been here a couple of times. She's the lady I told you was going to help us clean your place. Is it okay with you? Yes, do not worry, Joseph answered while opening the door to greet their guest. Hello, dear. Who are you? Joseph asked her to make sure. Hello, Father. I am Stacy Gem. I am here to help you out with whatever you need. Stacy was dressed in a formal suit and had with her a leather bag. Oh, thank you, darling, but please, come inside, Father Joseph added with a smile on his face. Thank you, Father. Monsignor, good evening, said Stacy, getting closer to Mark. Gem? What an interesting name. Where is it from? I think I knew a guy with that last name once. A doctor, I think it was, said Father Joseph. Middle East, Father, but very common over there, isn't it, child? Thank you for coming here tonight. Are you sure it is okay with you? Mark rushed to answer. Very common, and yes, Monsignor, all things have been taken care of, answered Stacy. Can you come tomorrow as well? Asked Mark. Yes, Monsignor, I can work for an hour today and come tomorrow morning if needed. That would be perfect, Mark answered. knowing that she was talking about her cover-up to stay tonight with him and be absent from the White House the next day. Father Joseph went to the kitchen to fill up the coffee pot. Perhaps you would consider extending your offer for more days? Maybe a week? I know it may be rough for you now, but if you had some time to prepare, Monsignor whispered into her ears. Yes, I will need to make some calls, but I can do it next week. Great. I need you to get closer to this fool and know who's visiting him. Get in sight and find out if they are part of the hand, directed Mark. Sure, answered Stacy. My dear, do you want tea or coffee? Asked Father Joseph. Tea is fine, Father. They sat at the table and had a quick chat, laughing about random stupid things the old man came up with. So, Father, it seems a few hours of work will not do the trick here. Please forgive me, but you may need more help from me. This house can use some love, said Stacy. We could not ask for that, child. That is kind of you, but your help tonight will be enough. Oh, don't worry. I need to keep myself busy somehow. It will be a pleasure. Besides, I think we are connecting quite nicely here, answered Stacy, grabbing Mark's hand beneath the table. Oh no, please do not. There is no need for that. It is not good for a young lady like you to be around too late at night. There are many dangers outside, darling, and neither I nor Monsignor will accept to put you at risk. Oh, Father, please do not worry. I live nearby. I should be able to clean this very quickly for you and be heading out before 10 p.m., she answered, coming closer to him, facing the old man and handing Monsignor a little capsule. He recognized the somniferous substance, and he quickly closed his hand, hiding it from Joseph, as she continued moving to the kitchen. So where should I start? I'll make a few things today and continue tomorrow morning. Oh, darling, please do not. Monsignor and I can handle that on our own. Father, please, I insist. And there were 2 small drops crossing my path, so I'd better hurry before it starts raining, said Stacy, her hand slightly pushing Father Joseph in the opposite direction from where his cup was. Okay then, please let me show you what you can do to help, but I will help along so you do not end up doing all the work by yourself. Father Joseph went with the flow. Oh, Father, you are so sweet. Stacy rubbed gently Father Joseph's back. They both walked towards the kitchen. Mark quickly opened the small capsule and poured the sleeping drug into the old man's tea, tasteless but powerful. The sleeping drops could be very dangerous if poured in excess compared with his weight. Hey, Father, please do not be rude. Let us have a drink of tea with her, and then we'll all get ourselves to work. Mark called them up. Yes, Monsignor, you are right. Father Joseph drank the tea, and a few minutes later he fainted, hitting the table with his head. Shit, what the fuck? Mark said aloud. That hit him harder than expected, said Stacy. How many drops you pour in? One might have done the work. 3, but it doesn't matter now. But I have tried this several times. He'll just wake up tomorrow noon with a headache, that's all, said Mark, no remorse on his actions or the possible risks. All right then, first let's do business, said Stacy, opening up her case. Let me bring the report. Monsignor grabbed her hand and took her by the waist with his right hand to get close enough to unbutton her shirt while going after her neck with his mouth. Barely touching her skin, he could still get a good sense of the perfume she was wearing. Business first, said Stacy, kissing him back. It's part of it, baby. Come over here and do what you do best. They spent the next couple of hours allowing their deeper instincts to take over, exploring each other's pleasure in that warm living room. Monsignor always lost himself in her body. Many weeks had passed since they had last shared themselves. You better take it easy or you'll have a heart attack, she laughed. They were both exhausted. Monsignor lay down on his back to rest for a second, just to feel the warm hug of her semi-naked body. Her head now on his chest felt like glory to Mark. The chimney's flames projected a few shadows on the ceiling, which seemed to dance in harmony with them. They stayed there for some minutes, forgetting about everything else, forgetting why they were at the old man's house, forgetting about everyone but themselves. Monsignor wished this could be their constant reality. His eyes were feeling heavier as he continued wishing he wasn't in charge of such a burden. He freed himself from his reality as he saw Stacy falling asleep. He kissed her hair and fell asleep as well. Act 6.3 Spotted. As Mark left his conversation with Morpheus behind, he started hearing noises. Opening his eyes, the sunlight hit his pupils like arrows hitting a bullseye. He sat up, looking for his clothes, only to find Stacy's naked body coming from the kitchen with a plate of sunny-side-up eggs and bacon. "Good morning, my love," she greeted him. "What time is it?" Mark asked. 8, 9 maybe. Who knows? Who cares? How about the fool beside the delicious plate you put down on the table? Oh, don't worry about him. Here, let's have some food, and then you help me move him to his bed. I think he won't wake up until afternoon. They got dressed to have breakfast. Once they finished, Stacy went to pick up the report Mark had asked for. Meanwhile, Mark placed Father Joseph on his bed. Here it is, darling. Read it and let me know your thoughts. I will need to send my advice to the Minister of Economy, but need your approval on it, Stacy said. I see. Let me take a look then, Mark replied. Please do. I will take a shower while you do it. Mark started reading the report, discovering that the Minister of Economy had lied to the president about the country's gold reserve. Based on the report, they were only able to collect, buy, and gather back 2/3 of the gold they were supposed to have in their vaults. At the end, no one was watching for years, and over time those reserves had been disregarded and progressively taken out of the books, being used for business and war purposes only. However, they'll be exposed now. Fools. Time to cash out. Perfect timing, by the way, Mark muttered to himself as he started dialing the phone. Hello, Patty. Send me the list of the new recruits and invite them to tomorrow's meeting. So what do you think? Stacy came out from the bathroom wearing a long dress and a light jacket. It's great. Are you sure about this? Asked Mark, his hand scratching his beard. Absolutely. My plan now is to provide the minister with a way out, but he'll need to conduct negotiations with the president at that point, which will trigger you into it. Are you up for this right now, or do you want to hold on until the blue pawns strike out? Answered Stacy, brushing her hair. How long do you think it will take you to get me in front of the president? Asked Mark, putting the papers back into the folder. Like a month. I will have to be cautious, but we'll need to deliver by then, said Stacy, looking at her phone. Send the report, but slow down on the meeting with the president. He's new in power, and it will be better for him to be desperate for a solution. We'll put pressure on the press to soften him up until he begs for a proposal like ours, said Mark, putting all of his things inside his suitcase. Will do, Mark, said Stacy, approaching to the window. Perfect. Then I'll leave you now to start moving some pieces around. Can you take care of the old man? Asked Mark. Yes, I will, and I'll be here next week. I'll get you as much information about the hand as I can, Stacy added. We are getting closer and closer, my dear, Mark said, pulling her over to him to kiss her before leaving. On his way out, Mark heard a car engine starting. He rushed out just to see a white sedan speeding up, but he couldn't see the plates. Determined not to underestimate it, he made a call. Carl, it's me, Mark. I need you guys to look for a white Ford Fusion heading south. I'm on 222 heading east. Mark, do you know how many people may be there? Answered Carl, the chief of police. I know that, and I don't care. I need you to hold every single one of them and send me their information. I don't care how many they may be, Mark yelled. I can't. Under what charges? Asked Carl. I don't care. That is your problem, not mine, said Mark, his left hand fisting out. It's not possible, said Carl. You'll make it happen, asshole, if you still care about your family, Mark finished the call. What is it? I heard you screaming to someone, Stacy asked, rushing her way out from the house. Someone was here, not sure for how long, Mark replied. Just as he was finishing his sentence, a black car with a long-range radio antenna came from the other side of the road and stopped in front of the house. Stacy, I think they're the feds. Deal with them and keep me updated. I'll go as fast as I can. 2 men came out of the car, both wearing black suits with black ties, one of them with copper shades on. Good morning, priest. Good morning, gentlemen. How can we help you? Asked Mark. We're here to investigate the murder of Juan Martinez, or Father John, as most people knew him, added Brent as he was trying to identify who Stacy was. Her face seemed familiar to him. Such a tragedy, but I am afraid I cannot help you with that right now. But please have my card and you can make an appointment. I'm free on Thursday afternoon and Friday. The weekends may be a little bit more complicated because of the mass ceremonies, Mark said, getting back to the house. Thank you, Father. We will, but for now we need to talk with Joseph Smith, Brent requested. Okay then, child, could you please help the gentleman for me? I have to go now, and thank you again for agreeing to help with the house chores, said Mark, asking Stacy to deal with them. Yes, Monsignor, it was my pleasure to come here, answered Stacy, offering the officers to come inside. Mine too. See you then, gentlemen, said Mark. Suitcase on hand, he headed to his car and started driving away. As he looked in the mirror, he could see the suits going inside the house with Stacy. His phone started vibrating. Let's see, Mark said to himself while parking on the side of the road to read the messages he had so far. On the other side of the line, Carl, the chief of police, had some information about the vehicles in the area, after declaring suspicious activities to close the roads. Caesar Cyphers, single, son of Alex and Corrine Cyphers. Maki Sato, single, daughter of Miyaki and Kai Sato. Marcy Harthrow, married to Alan Harthrow, daughter of David and Marcy Jones. Bingo, Mark said. Get her on your car and I'll meet you below the Old Town Bridge and make sure no one follows you. Mark finished the call and continued driving his car as his plans moved forward. Chapter 7. The Path. Somewhere, something incredible is waiting to be known. Carl Sagan. Act 7.1. New Day. That morning inside Juan's bedroom. The room was quiet. Juan and May had spent the afternoon watching movies. Suddenly Juan looked at May's lips. She responded with her hand over his. Juan took her closer to him, holding the back of her neck with one hand and her chin with the other. He was going to land the so-desired kiss he was aiming for, the one kiss that was going to get them to lie down on the couch, and then the light of the new day started to invade Juan's room, hitting him directly into his eyes, forcing him to wake up. He was forcing his eyes to remain closed in a foolish intent to extend the dream he was having. Oh man, maybe today I get to do that for real, Juan said, bringing himself to find courage, and of course, to try to think of a lonely place where he could make that kind of move. He went to the bathroom to take a shower and get dressed to start the day planned together with May. Juan put on the pants he had worn the night he fought with Tom, but when he put his keys in his pocket, he felt something inside. He took it out and saw the gold stamp. This is weird. I thought I had given it out to that poor old lady that night. She must have thought I played her, but it wasn't my intention. She even seemed so relieved when I gave it to her. Anyway, I'll find a way to redeem myself with him, Juan thought to himself. He put the gold stamp back into his pocket, and the smell of bacon hit his nose. Juan rushed down to taste the so-desired breakfast his mother was probably cooking. That smells wonderful, wow, Juan remarked, realizing his mom was not the one cooking. May? Hi, said Juan, speechless. Hello, Juan. How do you like your eggs? May was holding the pan, and Juan's mother was setting the table. He likes them sunny side up, darling, Juan's mom said. Sunny side up it is, May replied. Juan, ya paso mucho tiempo. Ya me vas a decir quién te hizo eso? Juan's mom pointed to the piece of the tooth Juan had lost thanks to Tom. It wasn't that visible, except when smiling, because it increased the gap between Juan's front upper and lower teeth, creating a small, empty triangle. No te preocupes, ma. Me pegué con la puerta del carro, Juan said. May, what a nice surprise to see you here. He smiled, and getting closer he gave her a kiss. The car, eh? Keep telling you that, his mother chuckled. May started to serve Juan's mom, Juan, and at last she served her plate. They gave grace and started eating the delicious eggs. I'm sorry, May, I should not talk in Spanish. It is not polite, Juan's mom said. Oh, don't worry, ma'am. I understand Spanish very well. I'm not fluent in it, but I defend myself in small conversations, May reassured her. Juan, you shouldn't let this one go, Juan's mom laughed, making him very uncomfortable. At the end of the day, of course, he would do anything for May, and he would love to spend the rest of his life with her, but still, it was very embarrassing for him. May just returned a polite smile. May, breakfast was delicious, but we have to go. Juan tried to rush their way out. Thank you very much for letting me cook breakfast for you. Please let me help you with the dishes, May offered. Oh, darling, don't worry. And thank you. I am impressed. I wish Tom could see you both finally together. Why hasn't he stayed with us in the past months, or at least called? How weird is that, Juan, isn't it? Juan's mom remarked. Gotta go, Ma. Luego hablamos de eso. He rushed his way out to avoid further explanations. She knew somehow. She knew we had fought. I don't know how, but she always does. I'm sure she knows more than she lets us know, he whispered to May, getting out of the house. Thank you, Mom. Tom may be living in New York giving himself another shot with Kyla, Juan yelled from outside, avoiding giving her more information than that. Thank you, ma'am, May yelled as well, waving goodbye. They left Juan's house and started walking together towards the West Reading Hospital. We should go to the dentist, May said once they were outside Juan's house. I know, I made an appointment for this afternoon, Juan replied. Hey, how are you doing? Still having nightmares? Nah, but hanging in there, you know, May replied, but her eyes started showing small reflections of light from the tears that were just accumulating inside. Sorry, May, I didn't want to. I shouldn't have. I don't know what to tell you, Juan apologized. It's okay, Juan. It's just that it's still hard to think about that day and about Ray. She didn't deserve that. We were just passing by and they started to be very disrespectful to us, May explained. May, I'm really sorry. Please, you don't have to talk about that if you don't want to, Juan comforted her. I need to, Juan. It will help. At least that's what my father says. I wasn't even able to bring those assholes to the police. I had nothing to be able to identify who they were, but that red dragon tattoo, May shared. Yeah, at least the police think they know who that is. It seems to be a guy that goes by the name of David Hardwood. They call him Lizard. Last week they told me they might have a lead on where he might be, Juan revealed. I hope so. They deserve to die in jail for what they did to Ray, May expressed her wish. How is she? Juan asked. She's devastated. She's almost out of recovering from the beating, but those assholes marked her deeply, May sadly replied. She is now very sad, and I do not know how to help her out. I'm just glad she was able to recover without the spine surgery the doctors were telling us about in the beginning, thanks to GNK and Tom who were able to stop them before those assholes went any further, Juan added. Even if they didn't break her back, they were trying to force into her. It was so close. It's something we'll never forget, May said, her voice filled with anguish. You are right. I didn't mean it that way. I'm sorry, Juan apologized again. He didn't know about that until then. I only wish they catch them, May expressed her frustration. I wish they would castrate them, Juan added bitterly. They continued walking towards the hospital to visit Ray. Time was running fast, as it always did when Juan was with her. He stayed in the lobby while May went inside. He waited for her the whole morning. It seemed to be a busy day at the hospital, people coming back and forth, some of them signing in, some of them signing out, some of them leaving in tears. It was 10 minutes past noon when he saw May walking towards him. She looked beautiful in those jeans, her dark hair framing her beautiful face, her brown eyes now looking at him. He smiled, but got no smile back from her. Is Ray okay? He asked, concerned. Yes, she's fine, but her mom told me they don't have the money to pay the hospital bill, May replied sadly. Juan's head began to hurt. Bad time for him. He needed to be supportive of her, trying to hide his pain as much as possible. How much is it? He inquired. They estimate it to be around $5,000, but Ray's father has been unemployed for 3 years, so they can barely pay half of it, May explained. That sucks. I wasn't aware he was unemployed, Juan admitted. Remember Alan, Ray's ex? May asked. Yes, I do. She dumped him, right? Juan recalled. Well, he was disrespecting her, even got violent with her. Her father came out of the house and beat the shit out of him. He went to jail for it, and since then it has been difficult to get a decent job, and their mortgage keeps dragging their earnings, May shared. So that's why she worked that many hours after school, Juan realized. Exactly. Even on the day we were attacked, I had to wait for her to get out of the restaurant where we worked, because she stayed longer to get some extra bucks, May confirmed. I see. Juan started to feel hot as if he had a fever, his forehead covered in sweat. Are you okay, Juan? You're sweating, May noticed. Yes, May, sorry. I went for a walk while waiting for you. Maybe that. But don't worry about Ray. We will find a way to help them. She's very loyal to her friends and always tries to do the right thing, and right now she needs help. I don't know how, but I will find a way, Juan said, trying to be as supportive as he could. May, do you want to stay? I can go to the dentist and come back later to pick you up and take you home. I told you I was going to go there with you, May reminded him, grabbing his hand. Yeah, but I don't want you to see how I freak out with the dentist, Juan chuckled. May laughed about that. See you then. I'll be here. Just text me when you are close by so I can meet you up front, May said. All right, Juan went out. A few steps out of the building, he turned his head back to see her one last time, and there she was, standing in the hall waiting for him to look back at her, ready to wave a goodbye kiss. He smiled and sent her a goodbye kiss as well, and continued his way to the dentist. At the dentist, he waited for his turn. His head continued to hurt, as he kept thinking on how to help May and Ray. When his turn came up, he sat in the recliner, and the nurse began to prepare him. They had a nice chat, or more like a monologue from her. Diane, the dentist assistant, started to clean up Juan's teeth, which made him bleed a little bit. Diane, will you please come here and help me? The dentist asked from outside the room where they were preparing Juan. His assistant gave Juan a small plastic cup with some blue liquid for him to wash his mouth. Juan sipped from the little cup and saw a bit of blood coming from his mouth. He didn't pay much attention to it because he was trying not to spill the blue menthol liquid, and all he could think about was figuring out a way to help May and Ray. Suddenly, the little plastic cup turned into gold. He was looking at it when it happened. It had the same shape as the little cup, but now it was made up of solid gold. It even had marks of the remaining drops of liquid as if they had been sculpted. He heard steps approaching and quickly pocketed the plastic, now golden cup. "How are you doing?" the dentist asked him. "Sorry about that. Everything okay?" "Living the dream, sir, living the dream," Juan said, imagining the possibilities in front of him which contrasted with the oddity of the situation. Act 7.2 A New Beginning. Juan walked back to the hospital after finishing with the dentist. His tooth was restored, and his mouth was feeling like clouds. He was still astonished with the cup and at the same time so happy because he was going to be able to help May and Ray. Father Joseph was not crazy after all, he muttered to himself. He took a piece of rock and thought about turning it into gold, but nothing happened. "It's not working!" Juan exclaimed frustratedly. He had probably taken the wrong type of mineral. He tried another one, and another one. He took a leaf, a can, a bag, and even his shoe. "Why isn't this damn thing working? You gotta be kidding me," he muttered, growing more exasperated by the moment. Juan walked towards the hospital, trying different ways to concentrate, focusing his sight on an object, pointing at it with his hand or fingers, even splitting some of them. "Chingados!" he yelled. "What are you doing, Juan?" May suddenly appeared in front of him, laughing as loud as she could, making fun of him, which wasn't difficult given the circumstances. "Magic tricks! I wanted to impress you, but I can't make it work," Juan confessed, feeling a bit embarrassed. "Well, Juan, believe me, I am impressed," May said, still laughing. But when Juan looked at her face, he felt like he was in heaven. Her smile and eyes were just something to treasure for life. "I'll go with that. If you are impressed, it worked," Juan laughed, trying to brush off his earlier frustration. "Hey, let's go. I was starting to get worried about you. What took you so long?" May asked. "I didn't realize it, but I must have spent 2 hours trying to make my trick work again. Just kidding. The dentist was packed. Sorry about that," Juan explained, lying about it. "Don't worry. Hey, look what I got while I was waiting." May pulled out a DVD of an old movie from her purse and looked at Juan with a big smile on her face. "I thought we were going to watch a scary one, you know," Juan remarked. "Forget about that. You will love this one," May assured him. "It's not streaming anywhere. That's how rare this one is." They were heading to Juan's house to watch the movie when his phone started to ring. "Juan here," he answered. "Hello, mijo. I'll have to stay late today for the inventory. I left your lunch in the fridge," Juan's mom informed him. "Oh, don't worry, Mom. See you tonight," Juan replied eagerly. "Te quiero mucho, mijo," his mom said affectionately. "Love you too, Mom," Juan replied happily. Yes, this is freaking awesome. I'm going to be alone watching movies with May. Yes, baby, yes!" "Are you okay, Juan?" May asked, noticing his excitement. "Yes, why?" Juan replied, trying to contain his emotion. "You started walking in a funny way, like dancing," May pointed out. "Oh, it is just that my mom is not going to be at home tonight and Dad is out of town. We can watch the movie alone at my house," Juan explained, trying to play it cool. "That's great!" May exclaimed. They both rushed to get to Juan's house as fast as possible, but to Juan's surprise, May's father was waiting for them. "Hello, Juan. Hello, darling," May's father greeted them. "Hello, Papa," May greeted him. "Hello, sir. How are you doing?" Juan greeted May's father politely. "Doing well, son. I received a call from your mom and I came here to pick up May, but it seems you are just getting back," May's father explained. "Yes, Papa, we were with Ray. We need to find a way to help her family pay the hospital bills," May replied earnestly. "Ah, we can discuss that tomorrow. Juan, we have to go. Thank you for taking care of my daughter," May's father said appreciatively. "My pleasure, sir," Juan responded, though internally he was screaming with frustration. "See you, Juan." May looked at him and nodded, leaving Juan wondering what that meant. "See you, May," Juan replied, making signs for her to text him, but she looked at him strangely, probably not understanding his gestures. They got into their car and left. "Close! I was so close!" "But anyway, at least I will have some time to continue trying to make this gold-changing thing work out," Juan muttered to himself as he continued his attempts, undeterred by the previous failures. It was 20 minutes after 10, and he still hadn't been able to replicate what he had done before. not understanding that in order to convert something to gold, he has to have the need to help someone in mind and put a mix of blood and saliva on it to make it happen, as it has always meant to be a gift to help those ones in need. Okay, maybe tomorrow I can think of something else. Maybe it's something you can only do once a day. Yeah, that may be it, Juan thought aloud. He needed to get that task off his mind, to now focus on where he could sell that golden cup to get some money. He searched on the web for places where they might buy gold, and a couple of them showed near him. Hey, I know this one. Juan recognized the jewelry store that Marcy used to own. Now her daughter and son managed it. He went upstairs to get some rest in preparation for the tests he would do the following day. May, I wish we could be watching that movie of yours, Juan texted her. Yes, me too. I was really looking forward to it, May responded. Tomorrow, maybe? Juan suggested. Maybe next Friday, May replied. Friday? That's like 4 days from now, Juan remarked. I'm on a curfew, May explained. Why? Juan asked. For not telling Papa we were going to be alone at your house, May replied. Dang, how did he find out? I told you not to call him, Juan exclaimed. Your mom did, remember? May replied. Right. So will you be out of curfew on Friday? Juan inquired hopefully. I won't, May responded. What? Then how? Juan was taken aback. My parents are going to be out for the night, and they told me not to go outside. They didn't say that I couldn't invite anyone, though, May explained. Yes, yes, yes! Juan couldn't contain his excitement. All right, play it cool now. I'll be there then. Time? Juan confirmed. 8, May replied eagerly. That's great, Juan agreed. Oh, and don't bother calling me. My dad took my phone, May added. Oh, that sucks, Juan sympathized. So how are you texting now? He asked, clueless. I hacked my phone, so I am texting from my computer. See you then. I just wish it could be earlier, May expressed her disappointment. By the way, wait until I text you, so we can ensure I am connected. Today was just a lucky day as I was about to text you when I received your message. Okay, Juan replied and waited, but there was no further response. Juan, be positive, Juan reminded himself as he went to bed, looking carefully at both of the pieces of gold he now had, the stamp and the little golden cup. Before he fell asleep, someone knocked on the door, so he went downstairs to see who it was. He imagined that it could be his mom who had forgotten her keys, but it wasn't. It was Tom. What are you doing here? Juan asked Tom, who was looking down now. Hey, dude, I just wanted to say I'm sorry, Tom apologized. Me too, but dude, I meant what I said about not coming back until you were out of that shit, Juan reminded him. I am. At least, I'm trying. I called the guys there and I told them I was out, Tom explained. What did they say? Juan inquired. No one gets out, of course, Tom sighed. So what are you going to do now? Juan asked, concerned. I told them I wouldn't get back and that they didn't have to worry about me, that I would just get out and start over. I haven't heard back from them since, but who knows? Tom shrugged. Come on, man, want a drink? Juan offered. I could definitely use a beer right now, Tom admitted. You know I don't have any, Juan chuckled. I know, just teasing you, Tom laughed. Where are you living now? I heard you sold your house, Juan inquired. I finished the repairs and sold it at a good price, Tom confirmed. So where did you buy your new one? Juan asked. I gave the money to Kyla to take care of Princess's education, Tom revealed. Seriously? Juan was surprised. Yeah, I sold my house looking to land on a home with her, Tom admitted. But after thinking it through, I think Princess's education needs to be guaranteed first. How's that working with Kyla? Juan asked. I visit them often and call them every day. I speak with my baby girl a lot, but no sign of Kyla to receive me at her apartment in New York yet, Tom sighed. So where have you been staying? Juan asked, concerned. Here and there, mostly in a shelter or in my car, but I kept the gym membership. That's where I get a bath each day, you know, Tom explained. It helps because I get to wash my clothes there as well. It's okay, you just have to go very early so people don't watch you drying it out with the hand dryers. That's tough, Juan sympathized. It's okay. Besides, there are some nice shelters near here. The only thing is that you have to be there early in the afternoon to get a place and a meal. Tom shrugged. There's this lady who makes the best chicken noodle soup you will ever have. Have you found any job? Juan asked. I have one at a fast food chain, but it's rough. Not too much money, and I'm saving most of it anyway, Tom replied. Saving for what? Juan inquired. For a ring, Tom confessed. You're kidding me, right? Juan was incredulous. Dude, I am serious about this, Tom insisted with a big smile on his face. Tom, you are one of the smartest guys I've ever known, but if you didn't think about keeping some money aside for that before you gave all that money to Kyla, you were a dumbass, Juan teased. I guess you're right, Tom laughed. Didn't think that through, but for real, I was scared to even think about that option, unsure about the odds. Hey dude, you know what? I'm sorry about that night. I shouldn't have told you all that shit, Juan apologized sincerely. Hey, don't worry. I needed that somehow, so thank you. Did you tell your mom? Tom asked. I haven't, but she guesses we had a fight, Juan admitted. She always knows, dude. I don't know how she does that, Tom remarked. I know, right? Juan agreed. Hey bro, do you have a place to sleep tonight? Juan asked. The car is comfy, bro, but I could use some good rest, Tom replied. You got it, but you'll have to do the dishes today and tomorrow, Juan offered. Why do I always end up doing the dishes? Tom joked. Do you prefer to clean up the bathroom? Juan teased back. I'm good. Dishes it is, Tom laughed. They both smiled and started cleaning up the house to give a nice surprise to Juan's mom. Act 7.3 A Clue. Juan couldn't sleep all night, glancing at the clock here and there. It was 4 o'clock. After numerous attempts to get some rest, he left his bed. At least he had managed to rest a bit and was now ready to do something productive. He walked down the stairs, went directly to the kitchen, and grabbed a cup of water. Then he headed to Tom's room and started pouring a drop of water at a time onto his face. By the third drop, he hit Tom's closed eye. What the heck are you doing, dude? Let me sleep, man, Tom grumbled, half asleep. Juan laughed and kept dropping more water, this time into Tom's ear. You got it now! Tom woke up and started trying to hit Juan, still half asleep. Juan laughed uncontrollably. Okay, dude, you have my attention. Now what? Tom asked, finally fully awake. Juan threw the piece of gold he had in his pocket to Tom. What's up with this? Oh, it has the hand sigil on it. Where did you find it? Tom examined the gold piece. Looks like a weird coin. Father Joseph gave it to me the day we visited his house, Juan explained. Weird, Tom commented. Yeah, hey, do you have the piece of paper and the piece of metal he gave you? Juan inquired. I have it in my car, I think, Tom said. They went to Tom's car, but they only found the metal piece, which had a hand and a fist inside a circle, but there were some holes in it. Here you have it, Juan, Tom handed it to him. Juan held it and kept looking at it, pondering how it could provide him with a clue. What's wrong? That's the one he gave me, Tom asked. What about the piece of paper? Juan questioned. I thought I had it here, but I don't see it, Tom replied. They searched for a while, but couldn't find the paper amidst the mess in Tom's car, unaware that they left it by mistake at Father Joseph's house that day, which ended up being given to Mark or Monsignor. Each piece of the code is useless by itself, but together it contains the reference to read messages encrypted in Bibles like the one Father John had. Hey Tom, what the heck is that? Are these bloodstains? Juan pointed out some stains on Tom's clothes. Tom took a closer look. It was from the time I got into a fight with those assholes at the protest, Tom lied, fearing Juan's reaction if he would find out that the blood belonged to the rat from the night he was killed by Z. Dude, you can use our washer. You have to clean up your mess, Juan suggested. I will, but anyway, no sign of the paper, right? Tom confirmed. No, there wasn't, Juan replied. I must have dropped it at the old man's house before we left, or forgotten it there, Tom speculated. Okay, we need to go there, Juan decided. Agreed, but dude, the sun isn't even out yet, Tom pointed out. Okay, let's get inside to make breakfast for Mom, and we'll go there afterwards, Juan suggested. Okay, Tom agreed. As they went inside as planned, Juan wondered if he should have told Tom more than just this, if he could trust him with this secret, if he could trust him with anything again. The sunlight was starting to paint the floor of the dark sky, announcing the shining day that was about to come. Juan's mom was just getting back from work when she was greeted by laughter she could hear coming from the kitchen. Good morning, boys. That smells really good. Tom, welcome back, mijo. Juan's mom greeted them warmly, giving Juan a kiss and hugging Tom. They had a nice meal and then headed to visit Father Joseph. Why the rush? Tom questioned. What? Juan was taken aback. Dude, seriously, why are you rushing this? I get the waking up is a bad joke, but what the heck? Tom pressed. Shit. Juan realized he was getting ready to let Tom know all about what he could do. Dude, I know I lied to you, and I just did before breakfast. That wasn't my blood, Tom confessed. Fuck, have you killed someone? Juan was shocked. No, dude, I swear I've never killed anyone, but man, I've seen many things. A lot of shit. There's no turning back. That's why they don't want me to leave, but I haven't contacted them, nor have they called me, Tom explained. So whose blood is that? Juan asked, concerned. A man they killed in front of me. The guy I worked for executed him with a fucking machete in front of all of us, Tom revealed. Shit, are you serious? Juan couldn't believe it. Dude, I was so scared. I've seen people die in a shooting, but that was at a distance. Even then, I had dreams of that, but this was at hand's reach, thus the bloodstains, Tom explained, his voice trembling. You have to tell the police, Juan insisted. Dude, they know about Kyla. They know about you and your mom. If I do that, what do you think will happen to all of you? To my little princess, Tom reasoned. Besides, they will just lock me in jail, as I am part of all that. At least I was. That's just fucked up, Juan muttered. Tell me about it. I know I got into that on my own, but dude, it was getting worse and worse each time. In the beginning, I didn't care. It was good money, and I only saw the drug dealing. But I helped that guy, Z, my boss. I helped him by giving him information about a pimp that was trafficking in Reading, Tom explained. Did he kill him? Juan asked. I guess. I justified myself for it because the pimp used to beat the shit out of those poor girls. But since then, things started to escalate quickly, and I started getting closer to what all that shit really meant, Tom continued. He stopped the car and started crying. Fuck, dude, why'd you stay there? Juan asked softly. At first, it was the rage, then hunger for power so I could avenge my parents. But then when I really saw how serious it was, no, it was when I finally opened my eyes. I just chickened out, and now I'm fucked, Tom admitted. Dude, we have to go to the police, Juan insisted. No, not now. Not until I can protect y'all, Tom refused. Dude, you have to. I can move with my mother to a bigger city, New York or Jersey, Juan suggested, knowing now his hidden potential. Dude, he controls all those areas, Tom reminded him. Witness protection? Juan proposed. Maybe, but I need to secure Kyla, marry her to get her out of here with me, Tom disclosed. Thus the ring, huh? Juan remarked. Yes, but I don't want to tell her. You're the first one I share this with, Tom admitted. Bro, you have to tell her. If you wait too long, you'll lose her trust, Juan warned. You may be right, Tom agreed. He cleaned up his tears and continued driving to Father Joseph's. Juan was looking for a chance to tell Tom about his gift. Hey, Tom, I have to tell you something as well. Here's a clue. Juan handed him the golden little cup. Are you gay? Tom joked. What? No, Juan chuckled. I'm messing with you, dude, but what the fuck is this? Tom asked. Asshead? Dude, I can turn shit into gold, Juan confessed. Tom's eyebrows went up and he started laughing hysterically and swerved into the other lane, almost crashing into a car coming their way. He had to pull off the highway and stop the car, tears streaming down his face from how hard he was laughing. Dude, I'm serious. I can turn things into gold, Juan insisted. Sorry, man. I just pictured your fucking comment in my head and it cracked the shit out of me. Oh no, it cracked the fucking golden shit out of me. Tom laughed even harder. Tom kept making fun of him. Juan tried to replicate the events. Blood. He bit his finger until a drop of blood came out, saliva remaining there from his mouth. He took Tom's sunglasses. Tom continued laughing, irritating Juan further. When Juan opened his eyes, the sunglasses remained unchanged. Man, at least if you were able to do so, I could use some of that money to get you guys out of this town, Tom commented. Juan pondered for a second time, but now, praying for them to change into gold to help his friend out, Tom suddenly stopped laughing. What the heck was that, Juan? Tom finally said, staring at the golden sunglasses in disbelief. You believe me now? Juan asked, now seeing the blood and saliva in his fingers, and realizing that when he added the prayer, his gift worked perfectly. Shit, dude, how did that happen? Does it turn back to whatever it was before? Can you turn water? How did you find out? Tom bombarded him with questions. Long story, but it has something to do with my uncle and Father Joseph. So let's move, Juan urged. Shit, Juan, you have to tell me. Dude, that's fucking awesome. It's like winning the fucking lottery, dude, Tom exclaimed excitedly. They were now on the road discussing how Juan had found out about his ability. Before they knew it, they had arrived, and Tom nudged Juan with his elbow, a big smile on his face, nodding toward Father Joseph's backyard. It's the lady from the church, Tom added. Juan observed. Which one? Tom started walking toward her to greet her. "The one with the tight leather pants?" he whispered back to Juan. "Good morning," Juan greeted her. "Hello there," Stacy responded. "Hello, we're here to see Father Joseph. Is he home?" Juan inquired. "He is. Let me put this into the trash container and I'll let you in," she offered. "Oh, don't worry, I'll do it for you." Tom rushed to hold the trash bag she was carrying to help her out. He never used to take the trash, but Juan wasn't surprised to see him doing it now. "Please come inside. He's still sleeping, but tell me, how can I help you? How do you know Father Joseph?" she asked as they entered the house. Chapter 8. One Step Ahead. No matter how big the lie, repeat it often enough, and the masses will regard it as the truth. John F. Kennedy. Act 8.1. In the Shadow. Back in Philly. The radio began its broadcast, signaling the start of a new era. The chatter filled the room, moving from financial news to global updates, but Z's patience was short. His head was heavy with the remnants of a hangover, a souvenir from the night spent in the company of two new companions, now lying semi-naked beside him. "Enough with that for today," he exclaimed, turning his attention to his phone to make a call. "Hey, Hawk, it's me. When was the meeting the rat told you about?" "Tomorrow at noon at the front hall in New York Diamond Tower, 2 blocks south of Central Park. Entry code Firebond," Hawk informed him. "Firebond, then. Okay. I still cannot believe the rat had some kind of access to these people. Are you coming?" "Only if you want me to, but I thought you were going with GNK. "Yeah, you're right. He told me he had something on that kid Tom and about the business expansion we are planning," said Z, brushing his teeth. "Has he come back yet?" asked Hawk. "The coward wants to be out, but no one gets out of this until I say so," said Z, washing his face. "Do you want to do something about him?" asked Hawk. "No, not for now. Seems things are back to normal in that area. No more money floating around and business is starting to peak up again," said Z, now dressing up in formal clothes. "All right, then. Let me know if you need me," said Hawk. "Hey, Hawk, maybe you can pay him a visit and see why he wants to be out. Find the reason and remind him that even if I won't use him, when I call, he'll have to respond. Meanwhile, I'll see what GNK has to say," said Z, finishing to put his belt on. "I will," said Hawk. After hanging up, Z chose his formal attire, and now he was ready for his trip to New York. Mindful to avoid flights due to the hassle at security checkpoints and the restrictions on his preferred travel accessories, he called El Churro, his new driver, to arrange for transportation. "That's a huge knife. Is that a sword?" the redhead, now awake, inquired, eyeing the machete he was packing. "It's a machete, a Mexican long knife or small sword," he said, pointing the machete to the ceiling, but slightly over the girl's head. "Can I see it closely?" She fixed her eyes on the engraving, but started touching Z's belly to shift some of his attention. "It belonged to," he replied, securing the weapon in his luggage. "It's beautiful. What's up with the drawings in it?" she asked, her curiosity piqued as she sat on the bed, wearing nothing but an unbuttoned shirt. "That's my personal customization, forging a little bit of my own history," he explained, gently pushing her inquiry aside. "Are you going to be out for a long time?" she probed further, her interest apparent. "You ask too many questions," he responded, a mix of annoyance and amusement in his voice. "I'm sorry, it's just that I want to know more about you, and seeing you leaving, well, I guess what I'm trying to say is that I'm going to miss you," she confessed her hanging sentiment. Unchallenged, she stood up from the bed, taking a pen and a piece of paper to write on it. After finishing, she drew a kiss on it with her wet lips and gave it to Z. "Oh, come on, girl, y'all just missed my money," he retorted, pulling her close in a moment that blurred the lines between harsh reality and fleeting connection. Z held her shirt, forcing her closer. She didn't look scared, though. The screen showed it was the lobby girl. "Joseph here," Z answered. "Hello, sir. The car is ready for you and waiting in front of the lobby," the receptionist said. "Thank you, darling." He finished the call and pulled the redhead closer to him to land a passionate kiss. He finished packing and was about to head down to the lobby. No other words came from her, but she was looking directly at him as he took the elevator. As the door of the elevator closed, Joseph read the note. "Gina, 123-456-7891. Don't make me wait long, baby." Z could not but feel happy for a second for the connection made with her. Meanwhile, inside the penthouse, Gina rushed quickly to the bathroom, locked the door, turned on the shower, sat down, and from her shoe took a small earpod. "He's heading to the lobby," she whispered. "Are you okay, kiddo?" Brent exhaled in relief from the other side of the line. "I told you not to engage." "I'm okay, Mom. Put a tail on. Gotta go," Susan whispered while flushing the toilet. She undressed and got into the shower. When the elevator opened on the first floor, Z's lobby assistant was waiting to give him her report. "Good morning, sir. Tim called and asked me to let you know that he closed the deal with the district, that he will be ready to demolish the old neighborhood in 1 week and start the stadium within 2 months as planned," she said while following Z through the lobby to the exit door. "Great. Any premiums paid?" Z asked, looking at his cell. "No, sir. He told me there was just a bargain of 10% that he conceded." "Come on, that idiot always overpays, but good for now. Thank you, darling. Oh, and please clear out my appointments for a few days." "You're welcome, sir, but Governor Lehman invited you to play golf tomorrow morning to discuss last week's deal. He didn't say anything else." "Ah, that's good, but I'll be out for a few days. See if he's available next Monday. Tell him that he has to accept lunch as well. Make a reservation for me and an additional guest." "I will, sir." She returned to the reception where 3 other assistants were working. As he exited the building, he saw El Churro standing outside the limo with the door open. Inside, there was an unexpected person waiting for him. Z realized that he did not have his gun at hand, but saw that El Churro had his. So he got inside. "Hello, Z," a very familiar voice greeted him. Act 8.2, A Mousetrap. The atmosphere lightened slightly when Z was greeted by his nickname. It was GNK, already waiting for Z with an air of urgency. "Hey, G, what's so important that you wanted to discuss? Should I be worried?" Z inquired, sensing the seriousness in GNK's demeanor. "Not for now, but there are 2 major things I needed to discuss with you," GNK replied, his expression grave as they continued their drive to New York. Impatient for answers, Z pressed, "Stop messing around and tell me what it is." GNK revealed the pressing issue. "The guy that set up the trap for us back in Las Vegas turns out to be one of the feds leading the investigation against us." "Someone snitched on us," Z deduced. "Well, we got rid of the guy with the red afro before he could testify and killed his little gang, so I don't think there's a loose end there. But it seems like we still have another one. Perhaps it was the rat. That's why you killed him, right?" GNK speculated. "Was him the one connected with the people in suits that ambushed us, 'cause they were not feds?" "Maybe, but I got rid of him for a different reason. Let's just say he didn't have his priorities straight," Z confessed, hinting at a deeper motive and hiding the information about the Fist organization's meeting he was about to attend on behalf of the rat. For Z, it was an opportunity to be on that meeting and see for himself who was behind that armed united that ambushed them back in Las Vegas. "Nevertheless, we may have to find out what else they have on you," GNK advised, concerned about the potential evidence. "If any of them saw the rat and Hawk, none of them are officially tied to me. They're just rumors, just like my link to ya," Z reassured, downplaying the connections. "Right, but I received an early copy of the file they have, and they are already linking you to Hawk," GNK warned. "What do they have?" Z asked, intrigued. "Some testimonies from the time you guys spent in jail back in the days," GNK explained, highlighting the thin evidence. "It's just a public record, and besides, I was inside with a lot of other guys," said Z with a smile. "It sounds like someone inside told them about how Hawk saved your ass back then," GNK added, revealing a potentially compromising piece of information. "Still, they have nothing. Hawk had a death wish after I told him that his daughter died in the fire accident. He went nuts and fucked around saving people, trying to get himself killed in an attempt for redemption." Z dismissed the concern, reflecting on Hawk's reckless heroism and how he was able to recruit Hawk after making Hawk believe that his daughter had died. "You're right, it's just not substantial evidence, but you need to be careful now, and my advice would be to put some distance between you and Hawk," GNK counseled, concerned for Z's safety. "Okay, what else?" Z asked, ready to move on to the next issue. "I've been visiting Tom. He wants out. I think he wants out for good, but there are whispers about someone wanting to take over the region. I'm not sure who, but I wanted to give you a heads up. We may need all of our guys if that happens," GNK shared, unveiling another looming threat. "Do you think it's the Russians or that Italian jerk Angelo? I'll crush him alive," Z declared, ready to confront any challenge. "I can't tell, but be sure if we find out, we will put a stop to it. I just need more resources to build up some muscle and buy some firepower," GNK explained, outlining their need for preparation. How much do you need? Z inquired, willing to support the cause. 1 million, by the end of the week. I have the funds for the Chicago move we were planning, and I can use it while you send me the rest to fund it again. G&K detailed their financial strategy. Okay then, where are you getting the guns from? Z asked, curious about the logistics. The government. They have new models they're trying to move out, and their deal in North Africa was taken by the Russians, so they are trying to move their inventory. I'll get them shipped, G&K disclosed. All right, take Hawk with you, Z suggested, assigning Hawk a role in their plans. I don't need that troublemaker around. He'll mess things up, G&K objected, reluctant to involve Hawk. I think you misunderstood me. Take him with you and bring him up to speed with what's going on. Besides, having people from PA supporting your Yankees won't hurt, don't you think? Z insisted, emphasizing the strategic advantage of Hawk's involvement. Perhaps, G&K conceded with a tone of irritation, but he stopped objecting to Z's directive. In the end, Z was cautious not to give G&K too much power, reflecting on the lesson learned from the old New York lord who made the mistake of giving Z control over his central teams. As they arrived in Newark, a few Hawks were waiting for G&K at a small diner Z owned. El Churro remained silent throughout, as expected. Yet something continued to bother Z. Oh, and we'll accelerate our plans to take out Ronnie and his family from Illinois, Z announced, revealing another target. Ronnie and his uncle, who had once been allies of Benny, the old New York lord, had taken the Chicago dealing under their wing. After Z eliminated him, he anticipated retaliation, but was relieved when they allowed him to expand his territory instead. They were now seen as potential threats, lurking in the shadows. That will get messy. I don't think it's the right move, G&K replied, expressing his reservations. I do. You'll get the money. Start recruiting quickly, and once we have the numbers, we'll hit them first. They may be the biggest threat right now. Oh, and I'll make Hawk do the same to stand a fair chance against those bastards, Z declared, determined to preemptively strike their enemies. What about their dealings? It's not just about eliminating them, is it? G&K inquired, looking for a deeper strategy. No, but I'll handle that. If you secure our ground there, the rest will be easy, Z assured, confident in their plan. What happened to the people around the priest? Have you found anything linking Ronnie to him? Z asked, probing for more information. Tom told me they were clean, no sign of ties to another cartel, but I kept the Hawks watching them, and I noticed something about this guy, G&K revealed, pulling out a photo from his jacket. Another priest? What about him? Z took interest. Nothing special. He goes by Monsignor Mark, except he keeps having meetings with this woman. G&K handed over another set of photos where Mark had been seen multiple times with Stacy, some of them very compromising. Nice, Z remarked, acknowledging her attractiveness and the fact that he could use this information to blackmail him if needed. The important thing about her is that she works in D.C. as Minister of Economy and has strong links to the Secretary of State, G&K pondered, considering the implications. Is he a Fed? Z asked. On paper, he's just a priest. He was transferred. We don't know for sure, but the Feds wouldn't risk a cover like that lightly, G&K speculated, considering the complexity of their situation. Were they linked before? Z inquired further, seeking to understand the depth of their connection. We don't know yet. We weren't able to get any references around the Vatican about him, but we'll keep digging, G&K assured, committed to uncovering the truth. Keep an eye on him and keep me updated. I'll keep the pictures, Z requested, intending to monitor the situation closely. As they reached their destination, G&K's designated driver, Billy, greeted them with G&K's car already parked on the meeting point. Oh, almost forgot, added G&K, already out of the car. He handed over a peculiar coin to Z, a token of their affiliation, before departing. It was the golden seal that Juan gave to the old woman at the hospital. She was one of the Hawks working for G&K. One of Tom's friends handed this to one of my Hawks who was undercover as a beggar at the hospital. I met him once. Juan was his name. Not a threat, but it was curious for him to have it. What's the symbol? Z inquired, examining the coin. Don't know yet. It's a one-sided head coin, really poorly forged, but once I get something, I'll let you know. Keep an eye on him, Z instructed G&K, referring to Juan. No problem, and the Hawks will keep looking into that Monsignor, G&K reassured Z. Hey, would you be in Philly soon? He asked before closing the door. Yes, why? Z asked, curious. I would love to get your take on some new dealing routes, but prefer to do that in person with more time. Let's meet during the weekend at my penthouse, then, Z answered, closing the door. El Churro started the limousine and continued their way to New York. Sir, I ordered lunch for you, unless you want to stay or go to another place. How about that? So who asked you to do that? Z asked with a hint of curiosity. Sorry, sir, I thought it'd be a good idea. It won't happen again, El Churro responded, slightly taken aback, his hand already grabbing a lunch bag with all the food. Come on, I'm messing with you. Good timing for me, but next time ask me. I'll have it here in the car, so let's go. They drove until reaching the parking entrance of one of Z's new 50-floor buildings on Fifth Avenue. I'll be at the bar. Take my things to the room. Z spent the rest of the day at the bar, deep in thought, strategizing on how to call out Ronnie and deal with his family. It was going to be messy, bloody, and nasty, but with rumors of people encroaching on his territory, Z felt the need to make a strong statement. A familiar face caught Z's attention while he was sitting at the bar. It was the Mark, not dressed as a priest, but in a dark suit. He was enjoying a meal and some drinks with 3 guys. By their attire, Z guessed one was Indian, another from somewhere in the Middle East, and a third with a French accent. He approached the front desk and inquired if the people at that table were staying with them. The girl confirmed that only the man in the dark suit and the French guy were registered guests. They'll be here for 2 days, sir. Do you want me to tell them something? She asked. No, don't bother, but thank you. Oh, and darling, please give me a wake-up call at 6, Z requested before walking away towards his private elevator for an early night's sleep. Act 8.3 The Order. The room was dark and silent. Z was in a light sleep, so he decided to get up and start his day. He was finishing brushing his teeth when a knock on the door interrupted the morning quiet. 1 second, he called out, returning to his room to retrieve one of the guns, holding it discreetly behind him as he checked who was at the door. Hello, sir, it's me, Clarissa, from the front desk. This is your wake-up call, came the voice from the other side. He opened the door to find her there, her tight blouse unbuttoned from the top. Sorry, darling, I was expecting a call from you, Z replied, slightly taken aback by her presence. I know, sir, but I was on my way out and decided to stop by in case you needed anything else, Clarissa explained, playing softly with her hair, seemingly drawing small circles with the tips of her fingers. How did you get here? Z asked, inquisitive about her unexpected visit. You haven't changed your passcode since the last time you asked me to come up. I just gave it a shot, she admitted with a hint of playfulness. Are you in a rush? He inquired, noting her demeanor. Not for you, sir. And by the way, thank you for the pearl necklace you sent last month. I loved it, she expressed her gratitude, her eyes gleaming with appreciation. I'm glad you liked it, Z responded, pulling her inside as they began kissing and taking their clothes off. By the time they finished, it was already 8. He took a shower and got dressed for his meeting with the man in the picture, with the lead of the fist group, with the so-called Mark, a.k.a. Monsignor. So much for a priest, Z thought to himself. Just as he was finishing with his tie, Clarissa appeared at the bathroom door already dressed. I gotta go, sir, she said before leaving a note on the desk with her lips marked on it. With that in mind, Z continued to his meeting with the intriguing organization, truly wondering why a terrorist like Mark would ever want to infiltrate as a priest. In his mind, there were many different ways to do so. The meeting room was full. The oval table in the middle had 5 seats that weren't yet occupied. Upon giving the password Hawk had provided him, he was taken to another desk where they placed a flag with a red fist inside a blue circle on his arm, reminiscent of the arm bracelets worn by Nazis in Germany. This isn't good, Z whispered to himself, subtly checking for his guns. El Churro was going to be outside with the car prepared in case things went south. Once marked, they placed him in one of their corners near the massive white wall that was projecting the symbol on their arms. He was among 5 flagged individuals, while the rest mingled amongst themselves. Suddenly, all chatter ceased, and every eye turned to the back corridor, from where 5 men made their entrance. Among them were the so-called priest and the Frenchman. The 5 newcomers took their seats at the table. Fellow ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our extraordinary meeting. As you can see, we have a couple of new guests whom we want to initiate, but I need you to meet them properly. Gentlemen, please tell us about yourselves, your backgrounds, and why you are here with us today, announced Mark, one of the leaders. The introductions began with Caesar Sonetto, claiming control over arms trafficking in southeast Italy and sharing his military insights. Gladys Petrozova then declared her control over sex trafficking along the Russian and Eastern Europe border, providing intelligence on intimate groups of politicians and businessmen. Karim Andin, an explosives expert and double spy, showcased his skills with a video of precise demolitions. It was Z's turn to introduce himself when Mark unexpectedly interrupted him. "Joseph, am I right?" Mark questioned, standing up. Instantly, Z found himself targeted by 10 red laser lights across his chest. "You're right. Joseph Smith's my name," he confirmed, trying to maintain his composure. "But you go by Z, or should I say El Zorro? Which way is it?" Mark probed, revealing his knowledge of Z's true identity, implying that the rat had indeed betrayed him. "What if I were?" Z responded, trying to gauge the situation. "Well, my friends, if this gentleman is who we think he is, he controls the Northeast drug traffic and has a prominent real estate business that we all here can leverage in exchange for some other favors. Nice decoration in your hotel, I have to say," the priest elaborated, hinting at the possibility of collaboration. "What kind of favors?" Z asked, willing to know the priest's proposition. "What you see here, Joseph, is the future of world domination. We're in control of what is happening out there. We control 1/5 of the wars and certainly a big portion of drug, human, and arms traffic in Asia, the Middle East, and North Africa," the priest boasted, outlining their grand ambitions. "Why are you recruiting, then?" Z inquired, trying to understand their motives. "We're starting to expand our domains into Europe and America, and now that we moved the votes to go in favor of the gold-driven economy, we must act together to control the one person that will give us the greatest advantage over any nation," the priest explained, revealing their strategic plans. "And who's that exactly?" Z asked, curious about their target. At that moment, the priest made a quick phone call, and within moments, 3 silenced shots rang out. Z looked down to find the laser pointers no longer aimed at him, and turning back, he saw the girl next to him lying on the ground, fatally wounded. "Is that how you treat your guests?" Z questioned, shocked by the sudden violence. "She was a federal spy. She intercepted the one person we were after and got inside the organization on an undercover mission," Mark explained, dismissing the act as a necessary precaution. "I should go next, then," Z suggested, feeling the urgency of the situation. "No, don't worry. You are not a target for us. Now, she was. We cleared out all the bugs, but by now we have killed the 2 tails she had on her. An apology for the inconvenience, but pay no attention to it, as the slideshow will start soon, giving an update of where we are today and what else we need to accomplish," Mark reassured him, indicating that the meeting would proceed as planned. "Please, everyone, have a seat," the priest instructed, dimming the lights for the projection to begin, while silently people began to clean up the aftermath of the confrontation, maintaining a veneer of order amidst the chaos. Chapter 9. The Road Ahead. Anyone who doesn't take truth seriously in small matters cannot be trusted in large ones either. Albert Einstein. Act 9.1. A Wish. The air was fresh. A lake breeze blew, presenting itself as a treat amidst the beautiful landscape, so simple yet so symbolic. It triggered many cherished memories for Hawk about his wife and his beautiful baby girl, his butterfly, his little Tanya. She had always asked him to bring her here. Hawk remembered how Tanya used to play hide-and-seek behind those millennial oak trees with him and his beloved Anna. They used to have so much fun together, as Tanya always chose to be the one who would hide, even though her laugh betrayed her like ringing bells, making it easy for Hawk to find her. He would never forget her surprised face each time he found her behind any of those trees. As the sun set, birds sang the same melody as they did back in those days, a concert of sounds framed by the special drumming of the ruffed grouses that normally hid along the dark, long log beside the water stream. As the drums played, a wave of memories flooded Hawk's mind. Despite the sadness and deep pain, he hid a secret from the world that only this landscape could help fade. By setting the stage of the most peaceful place he could imagine, he felt happy. He was thankful for this mental lever that made him hold on to his memories. "Hawk," he answered an incoming call. "You were right. I went to the meeting. They were expecting the rat, but knew who I was, what I really do." "Snitch," Hawk answered in disappointment. "I think so. He probably told them what he did and whom he worked for to gain access as their sniper." "And they let you go?" Hawk asked, surprised. "Yeah, these bastards think that I'm being recruited, but something has come to light." These assholes are looking for someone with a gift to turn things into gold, Z chuckled. Like King Midas? Hawk asked, unsure how to take that information. Something like that, but these men are very serious about it. There's some kind of sect or order with that one goal, to find the person with the gift and use it to control the world. Quite a task, Hawk said, questioning their ambition. I know, but the fact is they don't have a clue about who that person is. They thought they were close. Guess who had the gift before? No idea, Hawk asked, fearing the answer. The priest you fucking idiots killed, Z yelled. The priest that the rat killed, Hawk corrected, remembering the events at the church, events that got his best friend killed. Fuck you, Hawk, it's all the same, asshole, Z retorted. What now? Hawk asked, trying to extract more information from him as soon as possible, now that the familiar face was approaching. It was Tanya, but for Hawk, she was just another young mom with her annoying baby, always crying and often interrupting Hawk's peaceful evenings. And at this moment, he was trying to gather information about the Fist organization. I had a clue on whom I'd know something about this shit. Remember the priest's nephew? Z added. Yes, Hawk answered, trying to think what his next moves needed to be to alert the Hand organization. He's been hanging out with Tom. They've known each other since back in the days. He gave a gold coin to one of the Hawks that were following him. Z disclosed the information received from G&K. Want me to follow him? Hawk asked, hoping for a positive answer. Yes, and keep me updated. Will do. Hawk hung up as he was standing up from the bench he was sitting on. Excuse me, sir, Tanya said with a gentle voice. Hawk looked at her, waiting for what she had to say. Do you mind if I ask you something? Tanya asked, looking at her baby. Maybe, Hawk responded. Why do you have to be so rude to us? We come to this place, and we see you very often, but every time we arrive, you just go away without even saying hi, Tanya reacted to his response. Coincidence, Hawk minimized the situation. Well, maybe so, but it doesn't have to be that way. I think we have this place in common, and it seems we will see each other again, Tanya added. Maybe, Hawk said, looking somewhere else. You really don't have any manners, do you? Tanya added. Got to go, said Hawk, tired of hearing her. Well, I tried to be nice, don't forget that, Tanya said, giving him a finger. Tanya here. Yeah, what's up? Hawk was already walking away, but stopped when he heard her answering the phone. Nah, just here trying to get my baby to sleep and being nice to a complete asshole. Hawk looked back to give her another look. It's not that he hadn't seen her before, but he had never paid much attention to her, and now he knew that she shared his daughter's name. Could it be? Hawk whispered, in a fool's hope of making a wish come true. That thought was quickly discarded, remembering the news of her death while he was in prison. What are you looking at? Am I too loud for you now? I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to the rude guy at the park that I was telling you about. Oh, and by the way, you should shave now and then. No, not you. Never mind. Please let me know about your audition. Hey, just wanted to say that I'm sorry if I've been very rude to you, Hawk admitted. Hold a sec. Tanya put Kyla's call on hold. It has never been my intention, but please continue your call and I hope we can chat next time, Hawk said with a melancholic tone, hoping for a fresh start the next time they met. Hawk had to leave, amazed at how life could so often play jokes. No, I think this time may be a gift, Hawk whispered. It was another way to remember his baby girl. He waved goodbye to her, but in response, he just got a weird look. He went to the place where she normally parked her car, and there it was. XLT 94354, got it. Pen plates. He memorized the plates to see if he could find more information, or at least secure another encounter with her. After that, he called Tom to begin his work. Tom, it's Hawk. Hey, give me a minute. There was background noise as if Tom was in a meeting. Dude, I already told Mr. Smith that I quit. Please, man, you have to help me out here. Interesting. He called Z Mr. Smith. Where are you? Hawk asked. I'm in the country visiting a priest, but some feds came by and are asking us questions about the priest that was killed, Tom answered in a hushed voice. I see, Hawk added. Dude, I have to go, Tom said. Need a favor. Can I trust you? Hawk asked. You know you can. Meet me at 10 in the tavern on Penn Avenue at the back side of the pub, Hawk said, preparing the meeting to disclose all the information to Tom, hoping he can take care of Juan and his family. For Hawk, it was a personal matter. Now he had to protect his best friend's nephew, Juan, and the rest of his family. All right, man, see you then, Tom answered. Hawk started driving towards Reading, a 30-minute journey from his current location. Upon his arrival, he made his way to Tom's house, only to discover to his astonishment that it had been sold. It appeared Tom was determined to leave everything behind. He had sold his home and was now connected to an old friend who presumably had access to the gift, Hawk whispered to himself. Hawk then visited a local pharmacy to purchase some personal care items. He shaved his beard and dyed his hair back to its darker days, altering his appearance significantly. After completing his transformation, he resumed his journey, this time stopping by the house where John used to live. There, he noticed a cab at the front door, waiting to be paid for a recent delivery. "Hello there, sir," Hawk initiated the conversation. "Hello, Father. I'm new to the area, and I saw you getting out of the cab. Are you Catholic?" he inquired. "I am, and I am new as well," the priest responded with a broad smile. "Oh, where are you coming from?" Hawk asked, trying to see if he was another member of the Fist pretending to be a priest. "I'm coming from Clemson, South Carolina. I received a letter from an old friend and spiritual guide, Monsignor David. He was supposed to be here, but they found him dead, so I'm going to see if I can cover for him and the priest that is no longer with us." "That's great, so we'll have you here. In which church?" Hawk asked. "The one on 5th Street. But tell me, sir, what are you looking for?" the priest asked. "I just wanted to talk with you and see if I could become a parishioner." "Well, do you want to come inside? It's getting cold out here." "No, I'm fine, Father, but thank you." "You are more than welcome. Here, this is my phone number in case you need anything. I'll be glad to help you." "Thank you, Father. I'll see you at church then." "Sir, what's your name?" "My name is Hal," Hawk replied, using his real name. "I am Father Jan. May God be with you, and I'm glad to see you wanting to get close to the church. Remember, it's for all of us. God rejoices when we turn to him." "Some of us have more stains than others, Father," added Hawk, feeling ashamed of himself. "Hal, God is great in his glory, and if you truly repent your sins and turn your heart to him, you will be the happiest man alive. He will take all of your burdens and help you out, opening heaven's doors for you." "It's not that simple, Father." "The path to heaven is not an easy one, and this is the truth, but it's also true that there is a path waiting for you to return. Do you have time for a confession?" "Maybe later." "Later then, sir. Allow me to give you some advice. Open your heart to him and ask for wisdom." "I will, Father." "See you then, and may God be with you, sir." Hawk returned to his car and began driving to the tavern. Father Jan's words intrigued him. He admired the priest's passion and faith, yet sometimes Hawk felt it might be too late for someone like him to change his life's course. Glancing at the mirror, Hawk caught sight of the rosary that his wife always carried. It was scorched, the sole relic he managed to salvage after the accident, after his confrontation with the drunk driver who had taken them away from him, after he had begun treading the path that had led him to this very moment. Act 9.2 Bait. It was around 10:45 p.m., and Hawk was sitting at the downtown tavern, the place covered in stone walls, dating back 100 years ago when it used to be the main residence of a prominent family in the area. The redwood decorations and some of the furniture remain there, which makes the place feel very comfortable and vintage elegant at the same time. Engrossed in his fries and amidst his meal, his gaze fell upon a butterfly shadow cast upon the table, outlined by the wood's natural markings. Imperfect as it was, it bore a striking resemblance to the birthmark his daughter Tanya had on the right side of her waist. "Another Sam Adams?" asked the bargirl, tugging at her hair in a gesture of mild distress, likely overwhelmed by the flurry of drink orders. It was clear she was new to the bustling environment at the tavern. "Yes, please," Hawk replied, his voice steady and calm. "Not a good day, huh?" she ventured, her tone suggesting she might be projecting her own feelings onto him. "Peachy," Hawk returned with a gentle smile, attempting to lighten the mood. "I've had some of those lately, but they'll pass," she responded, her smile mirroring his own. The tranquility of the moment was suddenly interrupted. "Look what we have here!" a voice laced with an Italian accent cut through the noise, as a man maneuvered his way through the crowd to Hawk's table. "Al, you are way out of your backyard," Hawk thought to himself, his disdain for the man palpable. Al was notorious, a figure Hawk loathed for his despicable pride in exploiting young women. Hawk's inner turmoil surged with a desire to confront him violently. "Peace, brother. Not here for business, but for pleasure. I came to see my beautiful Annie. She's turning 18 today," Al declared, seemingly oblivious to the tension. You should leave soon, Hawk advised, his tone firm yet contained. Don't pay attention to him, Al dismissed Hawk's presence as he approached Annie, claiming her attention with a kiss and a forceful grip that pulled her closer. Annie's discomfort was evident, overshadowed by her fear to speak out. You better go now, Al, Hawk interjected, his patience wearing thin. All cool, Hawk. See you tonight, babe, Al jeered, a slap on Annie's buttock marking his departure. He paused to light his cigar, casting a smug glance back at Hawk, his smile taunting. My apologies for that, sir, Annie offered to Hawk as she served another round of beers to a nearby table, her demeanor apologetic yet strained. Annie, right? Hawk sought confirmation, his voice cutting through the ambient noise. Yes, she acknowledged, turning slightly to face him. Look at me. Don't let them treat you like that. If you need help, call me. Here's my number, Hawk insisted, extending a piece of paper towards her. She accepted it, tucking it into her pocket while managing another beer with her left hand. Thank you, sir, she expressed her gratitude, her voice laced with relief. Hawk, Tom said, approaching the table. Thank you, Hawk, she repeated, her eyes momentarily betraying a vulnerability that suggested she might cry. Let me help you with this one, Hawk offered, reaching for the beer she held. She didn't release the glass, but shared a gentle smile of thanks just as Tom approached. Hey, Hawk, sorry for being late. Hey, what happened to the beard? Tom inquired, oblivious to the tension that had just dissipated. In an instant, Annie's frustration found a target. She slapped Tom with a force that echoed through the tavern, her actions swift and decisive. She grabbed Hawk's beer and hurled it at Tom's face, an act of defiance that left the bar in stunned silence. Annie? Tom gasped, taken aback by her aggression. Asshole! Annie spat, her anger unabated. Hey, nice to see you too, Tom replied, his smile strained as he tried to deflect the hostility. The incident brought the tavern to a standstill, the manager stepping in to address Annie's outburst. Yet she chose that moment to exit, leaving a trail of whispers in her wake. Hawk, give me 5, please. Please, man, Tom pleaded, seeking understanding amidst the chaos. Go ahead, Hawk conceded, his thoughts already racing ahead to the implications of the evening's events. As time passed, Tom reappeared, the physical evidence of his altercation with Annie plainly visible on his face. Tough night, Hawk couldn't help but smirk, the irony of the situation not lost on him. No kidding, but I took the plates, Tom confessed, his voice carrying a hint of resignation mixed with a touch of humor to lighten the tension. Were you messing with her? Hawk probed, his protective instincts towards Annie surfacing, his hand making a fist. Kind of, Tom admitted, his self-disappointment evident. She just turned 18 today, Hawk reminded him, his stance defensive, ready to escalate the situation, his fist set on the table ready to strike. No, not like that. I kind of messed up her life. I'll try to fix that after this, Tom clarified, his words halting Hawk's rising anger. So what took you so long? Hawk shifted the conversation back to the matter at hand, his curiosity piqued. Took a while for her to finish punching me, Tom replied, an ironic smile accompanying his explanation. Not now, you idiot, before you arrived here, Hawk pressed further, seeking information beyond their immediate concerns. The suits, I think they're after something, Tom whispered conspiratorially, alluding to federal agents with a hint of caution. Are they still investigating the priest? Hawk inquired, piecing together the fragments of their disrupted lives. It might be the case they were investigating what happened in Las Vegas, pretending to have a case with the priest, Tom suggested. And as bizarre as it sounded, in Tom's mind it could be true. After all, if the Hawks hadn't arrived that night to save them, they would be in prison or dead by now. I was held by them. They were asking me questions, Tom revealed. Do they know what you do for a living? Hawk inquired, concerned about the depth of the investigation. No, I think I was just in the wrong place at the wrong time, but it helped me get that information without actively seeking it, Tom admitted. I see, Hawk said, signaling for a glass of water. So you want to be out, I heard, Hawk pressed, getting to the heart of their meeting. Yes, but Z won't let me, Tom confessed, starting to eat Hawk's fries, seeking comfort in the small act. Don't be stupid, Tom. Don't get on his wrong side, Hawk warned, aware of the dangers of crossing Z. I'm not. I just want to live a normal life, Tom said, his voice tinged with longing even as he sucked the sauce off his fingers. That's gone for us. You better know that, Hawk pointed out the reality of their lives, making such dreams nearly impossible. Tom didn't respond, his gaze cast downward, searching for an escape that seemed increasingly elusive. Why do you want to be out? I need you now with me, Hawk insisted, demanding Tom's loyalty and skills for what was to come. I'm starting a family, man, Tom revealed, his honesty catching Hawk off guard. One last job, Hawk proposed, drawing Tom's full attention. Laundry? Tom asked, his interest piqued. No, it's something else, Hawk clarified, setting the stage for a deeper conversation. What? Tom pressed, eager to know more about the nature of the task. Here in Reading? Before I tell you that, I need to know I can trust you, Hawk said, seeking confirmation of Tom's loyalty. Yes, you know you can, Tom assured him, willing to prove his fidelity. Then tell me, why is Juan waiting for you outside? Hawk challenged, questioning Tom's associations. What? Tom was taken aback, unprepared for the question. Why didn't you tell me he was your friend? Hawk continued, his tone hardening. Everyone knows around here. I didn't see the relevance, Tom defended, but his explanation seemed insufficient. He was the priest's nephew, right? Hawk pressed further, revealing his knowledge of Tom's connections. Look, Hawk, they are my family, and they don't know anything. Please, man, do whatever you want with me, but leave them out of this, Tom pleaded, his concern for his family palpable. Why did you sell your house? Hawk asked, delving deeper into Tom's recent actions. What? Tom was flustered, caught off guard by the questions. Did you like New York? Hawk continued his questions, designed to unsettle. Please, I'll do whatever you want, Tom said, desperation creeping into his voice, his fear escalating. Can I trust you? Hawk demanded, seeking an unequivocal commitment. Yes, I'll tell you everything if you leave them alone, Tom promised, willing to trade his secrets for his family's safety. Good, Hawk said, satisfied with Tom's response, and left $100 with the manager of the bar. The rest is a tip for Annie, Hawk directed, showing a rare moment of generosity. Oh, and she better not be fired. She's going through enough. Yes, sir, the manager acknowledged. Tom, come with me, Hawk commanded, leading Tom out of the bar through the back door, ensuring privacy for their conversation. What is it? Tom asked, anxious about the content of their conversation. Now, before that, blood's going to flow in the streets, Hawk declared, his tone ominous. But you told me you'd spare them, Tom protested, the fear for his family surfacing. Shut up, Tom, Hawk silenced him, his patience wearing thin. But, Tom attempted to argue. However, Hawk was unyielding. Blood will run. Z is going against the Italians at Chicago, Hawk explained, revealing the scale of their impending conflict. But your family is in danger for another reason. Fuck, what for? Tom exclaimed, overwhelmed by the gravity. The Italians are overstepping their bounds, Hawk said cryptically, offering a glimpse into the complexity of their criminal undertakings. But your family is at risk because of something else. You need to prepare them to get out of town and lay low. What does that even mean? Tom asked, struggling to understand. GNK is already putting together the team and buying the guns, Hawk disclosed, pointing to the preparations already underway. Tom, this is more serious than what you can imagine. Now you have Z and another group called the Fist looking for you, Juan, and whoever will be connected with you. But why? Tom pressed, seeking clarity. I need to move money around quickly, and need you to come with me and with El Churro, Hawk revealed, outlining the necessity of their action. As gunmen? Tom misunderstood, his anxiety peaking. What? No, you both are terrible shooters, Hawk dismissed, his blunt assessment a rare moment of humor in their dark conversation. You knew? Tom was surprised, his inadequacy in combat apparently a poorly kept secret. Everyone knows, I suppose, Hawk admitted, acknowledging the open secret of their limitations. Damn, Tom muttered, deflated by the realization. What do you need from me? First, alert your family. Then I need you to stay close to GNK. He'll have too much power now. So before we go there, I need a card to play, just in case, Hawk strategized, revealing the layers of intrigue within their operations. Okay, just the two of us? Tom asked, trying to grasp the full scope of Hawk's plan. Bring one of your friends from the Hawks, someone you can trust, so it won't be suspicious, Hawk instructed, planning for every contingency. You think he's planning to betray Z? Tom speculated. I'm not sure, but I need you to be my eyes and ears on him, Hawk said, placing a heavy burden on Tom's shoulders. When do we move? Tom inquired, steeling himself for what was to come. After tonight, I'd say Sunday, Hawk revealed, the timeline alarmingly short. That's soon, Tom murmured, the reality of their imminent action setting in. Al was here, Hawk mentioned abruptly, changing the subject. Furioni? Tom asked, recognizing the name of a known adversary. Yes, the one and only gunman, Hawk confirmed, his mention of Al Furioni signaling a significant development. He's terrible. He's supposed to manage their firepower, right? Tom remarked, his opinion of Al Furioni less than flattering. He is, and it seems he's also looking out for your girlfriend, Annie, Hawk revealed, exposing a personal connection that Tom had hoped to keep separate from their dangerous world. I've really messed up her life, Tom admitted, regret washing over him as he thought of Annie. Well, you should help her out. She seemed like a nice girl, Hawk suggested, showing a rare hint of empathy amid their criminal undertakings. Man, she is, and she's not like that. She was shunned by the Amish community after coming home late one night. She waited for me, expecting our first date. I never showed up, but her father thought she was sinning with me or something, and because she denied it, he thought she wasn't repentant, so they kicked her out. Apparently, she's been living on the streets, and it seems Al has been trying to get closer to her, Tom shared, revealing the depth of Annie's struggles and his own guilt. Well, we need to find out if they know we're coming after them. It's odd he was here to begin with. And Tom, if GNK turns on us, take him out. He'll go after your family anyway, Hawk instructed, laying out the grim scenario Tom could face. What? Tom was shocked by the directive to potentially eliminate GNK. Remember Jerry? Hawk asked, invoking the name of a mentor and friend. Of course, he taught me everything I know about this business, Tom said, his respect for Jerry evident. GNK killed his entire family, which was why he had a heart attack, Hawk revealed, uncovering a dark chapter in their criminal history. No way, Tom exclaimed, stunned by the revelation. We couldn't prove it, but we had leads that placed him at Jerry's house the night they were murdered, Hawk explained, outlining the evidence that had led them to suspect GNK. Why would he do that? Tom asked, struggling to comprehend the motive behind such a heinous act. We thought he was working with someone to discover more about a legend of a man who could turn things into gold. Jerry was supposedly helping that man, Hawk shared, delving into the lore and legends that intertwined with their criminal undertakings. Tom's senses were piqued. The fact is, he was not trying to discover information about that gifted man, but was protecting him. Say what? Tom remarked, the story straddling the line between reality and myth. But don't worry, I'll take care of him myself, Hawk assured Tom. Now it's your turn to protect, Hawk added, suggesting Juan might now be the gifted one, and in case Tom ever found out about it. It was a shot in the dark for Hawk, and a leap of faith to trust Tom, but he could see a bit of himself in him, going through that situation. Father John was to Hawk what Juan is to Tom. The difference is that Father John was really trying to protect Hawk, not his life but his soul, to the extent of moving up to Philly for a few years to try to convince him to leave the life of crime behind and turn his life around. Why are you telling me all this? Tom asked, overwhelmed by the weight of the secrets being shared. Because if I don't, they will kill every one of your family members, including your little princess, bleed them to death. Do you understand? Hawk's threat was clear and chilling, leaving no room for doubt or disobedience. Tom was left speechless, the gravity of Hawk's words rendering him unable to respond. You got that? Hawk pressed, demanding acknowledgement. Yes, sir, Tom managed to say, the fear for his family's safety evident in his voice. Now, go to your friends, look after your family, Hawk instructed, sending Tom on his way with a heavy heart and a mind burdened with threats and promises. I'll keep you posted, Tom said, beginning to walk towards the street, his steps heavy with the weight of their conversation. Oh, one more thing, Hawk called out, stopping Tom in his tracks. Tom paused to listen, his back still turned to Hawk. Yes, sir, Tom said, bracing himself for another command or revelation. Remember, not all that shines is made of gold, Hawk advised, his words carrying a deeper meaning that resonated with Tom. He slowly turned to face Hawk, the implications of his statement sinking in. I've got you, Hawk whispered quietly. Act 9.3 Hooked. It was now 11:45 p.m. Tom had departed a few minutes before, and the staff at the bar were nearing the completion of their cleanup, gearing up to shut down for the night. Hawk was outside, finishing his cigar, when he decided it was time to reach out to Z. Hey, it's Hawk, he initiated the call. What do you want? Came the brusque inquiry from Z at the other end. Hawk wanted to alert Z about the Italians. Hey Z, Al was here in Reading today, and Tom will help us with GN. Abruptly, Hawk found himself on the ground, a burning sensation erupting in his head. His view was now reduced to the wheels of a sparse number of cars in the parking lot, and, at a distance, the door of the bar through which a few individuals emerged, drawn by the commotion. As Hawk's vision began to blur, a warm, wet sensation enveloped his face. It was his own blood. With each blink, time seemed to accelerate at an alarming rate. You? Hawk's surroundings had shifted. He was now inside an ambulance with David, the priest, standing before him, offering comforting words of assurance. Upon opening his eyes once more, Hawk's vision was a blur of indistinct colors and shapes. It appeared he was in an emergency room, with people bustling about him. Shortly after, something was placed over his face, and darkness enveloped his vision. He found himself adrift in a void, a solitary light taking the form of a brightly colored butterfly that danced in the darkness before settling on his thumb. The sound of a television snapped Hawk back to reality, the brightness of the screen making it difficult for him to focus. His right hand was secured to the hospital bed, leaving him with limited mobility. Where am I? Hawk questioned. Oh, look who just came back, a woman in a black suit responded. Where am I? Hawk repeated his inquiry. You are in St. Patrick's Hospital. You were shot in the head outside a bar in downtown Reading. Now you can help us answer some questions, she informed him. Who are you? Hawk asked, seeking clarity. I am Agent Miller, and I am going to be your best friend from now on if you decide to cooperate with us, she introduced herself. I don't know what you're talking about, Hawk responded, his voice a mix of confusion and defiance. Another man in a suit joined the conversation. Look, Hal, we know you go by the nickname Hawk, and we know you work for Z. Suddenly, gunshots rang out, and a call for backup was broadcast, indicating a situation spiraling out of control. Seems your friends came for you, Agent Miller remarked as the chaos outside escalated, and the two agents drew their weapons, preparing to defend themselves. From his vantage point, Hawk could see the panic in the hallway through the window and the agents' attempts to address the threat. An attempt to escape ended with him on the floor, his mobility severely limited by his injuries and restraints. Hey, little birdie, come out wherever you are, a voice taunted, its Italian accent barely masked by the distortion of a gas mask. As Hawk prepared for another attempt to escape, he saw G&K, momentarily feeling relief, only to be met with the harsh reality of his situation as he was struck down once again. When Hawk regained consciousness, he was confronted with a horrific scene. Individuals lying on the ground, their bodies bearing the unmistakable marks of torture. Among them, he recognized friends, their features distorted by their ordeals. Sleeping Beauty just woke up, G&K announced, signaling others to move the deceased into a container. Well, 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 the big bird is in the house, the Hawk of the East Side, Ronnie DeLuca chimed in with a laugh, underscoring the gravity of Hawk's predicament. Ronnie, Al, Angelo, and G&K. Ah, so are you girls looking for a pimp or what? Hawk retorted, his wit undimmed by the circumstances. His defiance was met with violence, a harsh reminder of the stakes at play. Despite the dire situation, Hawk's resolve remained unshaken, his sharp tongue a testament to his unwillingness to yield. As Hawk weighed his options, searching the faces of those around him for a potential ally, he noticed Tom, a beacon of hope amidst the despair. Where is Z? Al asked, his fist covered with metal knuckle protection continuously landing against Hawk's ribs. No idea, Hawk replied when pressed for information, his spirit unbroken, ready to face whatever came next with the same defiant courage that had always defined him. Let him dry for a few days. He'll talk eventually, Al said. They planned to leave Hawk hanging there. After their departure, some of the men, including Tom and BJ, stayed behind to manage the grim task of disposing of bodies. They placed them in containers and prepared to dissolve them with acid, a method meant to erase any evidence of death. In the silence of the building, Hawk faintly heard his name whispered. Hawk! It was Tom coming to his aid. Hawk's hands and legs, previously bound, were being untied. Overwhelmed by exhaustion, Hawk fell asleep, only to be abruptly awakened as he fell off and hit the floor hard. Come on, Hawk, move, move, Tom urged, assisting Hawk to regain some mobility. He helped Hawk to his feet and guided him into the truck, where El Churro was already behind the wheel. As the vehicle started, they instructed Hawk to hide among the dead bodies in the container. Hawk complied, and the truck began to move. Then it briefly stopped. In that moment, Hawk covered himself with a body to remain hidden. A shadow loomed over him as BJ's voice then whispered the all clear. "So we're clear?" BJ asked for confirmation. "All clear, let them through," said the men protecting the entrance, signaling to the other guard above the fence to let them pass through the gate without further inspection. After traveling a few miles off the main road, El Churro signaled, "Now, now!" They helped Hawk out of the container and into a waiting car. Tom and BJ quickly worked to disguise it, removing bushes that had been used for camouflage. BJ ignited the engine and said, "Come on, Hawk, time to go home." This marked the beginning of their escape through an abandoned highway, driving with all lights off to hide in the darkness of the night. At a far distance, on a now faraway road, a few lights could be seen coming from the roads near Al's place, signaling a potential encounter if they could figure out their escape route. "What happened?" Hawk inquired as they drove off the main road onto a small, abandoned highway. Tom explained, "After our talk, I told my friend to get his family out of the city and called BJ to give him the heads up. I did, but just after I had taken my wife and my girl with her friend, G&K came to ask me to help him make a hit," BJ added. "I arrived at his house when all that was happening, so I was kind of recruited by G&K as well," Tom said. Tom and BJ were part of Hawk's close crew. They had been awaiting Hawk's call, but deviations in their plans signaled something was wrong. "Instead of going down to Chicago, we headed down to Philly," BJ said, realizing something was wrong. They were not supposed to meet EZ himself, after all. "G&K ordered us to blast Z's penthouse. Upon reaching it, Z was nowhere to be found," Tom said. As they discussed the whereabouts of BJ's family, now hidden from imminent threats, the gravity of their situation sank in. "They're gone now, gone to where no one can find them," BJ stated. The conversation took a reflective turn as the car stopped and Tom stepped out to join another vehicle. "It's not over yet," said Hawk. "No, Hawk, this is over. We can start afresh," Tom said, offering a glimpse of hope. However, the sentiment was short-lived. "This is where you're wrong, Tom. It has just started," highlighting the persistent cycle of conflict and retribution. Tom wished them luck and departed westbound to meet Juan, while Hawk and the remaining group headed north towards Boston. The city, still neutral in their ongoing conflicts, offered a chance for recovery, thanks in part to El Churro's contacts and access to medical equipment. As they continued their journey, Hawk realized the extent of his injuries, including a metallic plate in his head, a stark reminder of the ordeal he had survived. Despite the pain and the weight of his experiences, the possibility of reuniting with a girl who might be his daughter gave Hawk a purpose, a reason to endure the challenges yet to come. To be continued.